CK Treant lane that you mentioned. Like, if you could play with Chaos Ball plus the Nature's Grasp, that sounds a lot scarier. Not getting the same impact here, despite having that Magic Missile. It does take a few levels for the missile to really feel like it's worth the mana cost.
Yeah, I mean, but once you do hit that level 15 mark, like you see that, John, 360 damage twice in a team fight. It's a painful experience, and you pointed that out earlier. Definitely can't underestimate how much damage Cuckoo can get done in these team fights. Goes back to the mid lane. Carl, again, copying so much damage, but he is top of the CS board right now. It's Carl, he's been in the mid lane for a very long time. He knows exactly what he's doing. Gets the idol again. Will salve up. Will buy himself a salve, I believe, so he does have to waste a bit of gold, but he's still finding the CS, and that'll be good enough for him.
Yeah, he's keeping up in EXP. I think that's the big thing for the Storm in this matchup. You just want to hit level 6. Gold, not a major factor. You're eventually going to find the money for a null. It's just a null talisman. So you don't mind spending it on regen. As long as Yopaj doesn't shove Carl away, he still gets that level build-up. He's still going to find 6. And once he does have 6, he can just roll around the map.
Well, Tim's going to meet up with Carl here as they do bring Whitemon. And in fact, Tim's now might be the one in danger. Icarus Dive's not available. It's on cooldown. Oh, Whitemon, he's going to be able to pick up first blood on the IO. I think you would have preferred to give that over to Carl, but nonetheless, they'll be happy with it.
And a bit greedy coming out from Tim's, looking for that deny. On the Water Rune, on the Bounty Rune, Carl, great timing to fill up his bottle. He did give a free lane out to Yopaj for a while, but you don't mind. Again, you're kind of just building up your EXP. The kill's a lot more valuable in this case, and he does even out that gain with Yopaj. But here is kind of set to hit their level 6 fast. You have to watch for that puck level 6, though. Like, yeah, Storm gets mobile.
Oh, Yopaj, he's moving in. Carl, one more right click will do it, and they get it. Yopaj able to get in there with the Waning Rift. Carl gonna drop solo to Yopaj, and well, that's very bad news now for the Storm. Yopaj gonna be able to hit level 6 earlier, and that means if Carl returns back into that mid lane, chances are he's going right back to the graveyard.
Yeah, just Dream Coil out, no way to bail out the Storm. You're maybe going to have to drag in your supports. Treant can help. You've got Sustain from Io, but not really the ideal situation considering how close the side lanes are here, Mike. There's just decent pressure from each side to find the pores. The supports aren't moving as much. It's very static lanes. We're not seeing the movement out 2, 4, 6 minutes for the runes. So the person who commits first to help that mid sacrifices the side lanes by a fairly big amount, and that's not something you want to risk when you are running that CK for T1 or the Jug for Boom up top. So we'll see who does bend over first, but again, big kill for Yopaj. Level 6 is on hand, and saving the point first to see if he can get away with a farmier build, but that kill potential is there now. Like, Yopaj could call for supports mid or rotate to the side lane and just drop the Dream Coil and go out.
Oh, absolutely. He won't go yet, though. Like you said, he might opt for the farmier build with the orb, and that's also fair enough. Skem currently getting a tip. He'll give it back. I'm not sure what Skem's done. Just kind of walking around. Maybe trying to get that power rune at 6 minutes in. Zephyr is going to show up, and it's going to be an arcane rune. They would have loved that. Meanwhile, Yopaj going to get jumped here by Whitemon and Carl, but he will juke them out. Zephyr going to meet him in the mid lane. Carl, great vortex out. Hands up. Yopaj going to drop. T1 able to get some revenge here on the idol. Great news for T1.
Yeah, it's a big kill. It helps Carl bounce back. I mean, he died the once, and so it evens out that loss. And you have much stronger presence from your supports, right? Io just tether on to the Storm. It's still Io Storm. CK, well, Treant comes out. You can't really beat him down. He's a very beefy hero. You just don't have the greatest control from Shadow Shaman and Phoenix. Like, the Shaman's going to take a while until he can set up for your plays. Aether Lens, Blink. On the pause 5, that takes some time. So whether or not Skem will actually have that presence really depends on how well they start to find these kills.
Yeah, but problem is now Cuckoo's in trouble. Dream Coil out. He's going to snap the coil himself as Jackie will chase him down, and eventually Yopaj going to take the kill on the puck. Nice little rotation out. And look at the first use of the Dream Coil that he did have now. So he does end up going for that Dream Coil at the level 6 mark, opting to start rotating around. And I suppose it is generally a good idea to slow down the Venge, because really once you do hit that Axe timing, it is very hard to go against.
It really is, and you only really need rate bands right before hitting the Axe. Cuckoo's already set up with a Brown Boots double rate bands, so he's just set to save up and set to kind of just look for kill opportunities, but mainly just hold the lane. And it's a pretty stable start for Avenge. Not the highest in CS, but he hasn't been completely shut out. Has to watch his positioning, though.
Yeah, Jackie's got Omni Slash available. Zephyr going to be able to help him out, though, with the living armor. Because you do get that bonus armor as well now for that living armor, so you've got to be a little bit wary of that if you are Jackie. It's, I believe, +7 armor there for Cuckoo, just with that living armor being provided, so very, very kind of defensive ability there from the Train Protector. And Jackie, while he will have the spin, doesn't really have the right-click damage as long as you've got that up and available. In fact, Cuckoo almost looking like he wants to try and move in here. Jackie, he does have the spin, so it might be a little bit hard to connect the magic missile.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. You could maybe try to make a play once you've got swap up, drag the jug a little bit backwards at least to stop the spin TP as well. Could be one option, but I think you just kind of have to accept that without a +1 on top of that Train Protector for the Venge, the kill opportunity is just really rough. That should be Karl making his way down. He's already on triple null in the Storm, so he's kind of set to get going. He's got the double damage rune on hand as well from the mid, already at level 8, and still just camping mid. I guess what Karl wants to do now is just track that puck and ensure where the puck goes, the Storm's there as well.
Look how well Gabby's farming, John. We haven't really talked about it much whatsoever, but Gabby, top of the net worth board. We kind of predicted that the bot lane was going to be a bit of a rough affair here for Boom, and it certainly has been. FBZ, props to him, he has kept up in net worth, which is rather impressive. But Gabby really is starting to take over. Already has the armlet up, and I doubt things are going to slow down here for T1.
No, definitely not. They can just farm up with that Phantasm now. The Jug can farm jungles just as well, but it's a lot faster for the CK. And I am keen to see what Jackie builds up going back to that Jug. He's building what looks to be a Battle Fury, Mike. He's going Battle Fury Juggernaut to deal with the illusions, looks like. At least the Perseverance coming out first. I'm not sure how to feel about that. It feels like Jug is such a tempo-based hero nowadays, relying on the Omni Slash and the Cleave to clear out Phantasm illusions just doesn't feel ideal.
I think the thing with Jackie is, and we know this a lot about this man, is he does tend to outfarm pretty much every other player in SCA if you do give him the space. So he is naturally going to go for those greedier builds here, but I do agree with you. The Battle Fury Jug, it hasn't really felt like a thing in quite a while. I'll see how he does go with it, but I do suppose you get a little bit of extra value, John, against the Train Protector. You can at least quell some trees with that Battle Furies. We're going to have a bit of a team fight breaking up mid lane. Stun is there, Tim's. He'll cop it straight away. He'll try to just walk out with the Icarus dive. Skem, meanwhile, does end up going down as they are going to try onto Yopaj. He will go for the phase shift, but he is going to get chased down. Karl, a double kill once again. Hands are up, but no high fives are coming.
Yeah. No high fives coming out from Boom. A bit of a rough affair, just kind of tumbling in one by one. Shackles were there to set up. They've got a lot of ways to stop that. And Karl really trying to get into Yopaj's head. Gets the tip out to our idol. TP's forced out for the defense. Already an early pressure coming out from T1. Not going to be able to fully commit. But you can see how Boom's forced to respond now. It's just, you let loose the IO Storm. This is bound to happen. Triple null plus IO. You're just set to go every single time.
Yeah, a very balanced item build here for the Storm, as Karl's having a very good time right now. I think I was talking about it with Purge earlier on in the van, Johnny. He was kind of just mentioning to me, hey, this Storm here is kind of stupid. It's, you know, you just need 2k net worth and suddenly you're online. You're stronger than any other hero. Incredible.
Yeah, just doesn't take much to get going.
Jackie relocates there. Jackie, does he have the spin? He will pop it. Nice swap out though. Zephyr, he'll hold him down. Jackie could go for an Omni, but no, he doesn't get it off in time. Skem, he'll try and go for a run, but Karl just gonna chase him down. Shackles around, but it's only gonna delay the inevitable. Japoy, he tried to rotate over and get something done. In fact, he's going to make the jump in. I'm not sure if they have the damage, but maybe with the egg, they could try. Karl, he's been silenced up, trying to run with the orb. It's going to make it in time. Now the stun out. Cuckoo, he'll cop it. Japoy with the tips mid-team fight. And I always say this about this man, John. You never tip the idol too early.
You never do. You're going to end up eating your own tip. And Yopaj does give it back. That's how they need to play here on Boom, right? Play with your team fight ults. We said it in draft. We haven't seen any arenas come out yet from FBZ, but just play with those egg combos. Dream Coil egg, arena egg. You have really good team fight on pretty low CD that you can just run up onto T1 and punish them, especially while they're still a ways off from the BKBs. That does give a lot of space out to Gabby to farm. Our CK is still building up, hold on.
Zip forward, Karl. He had the right idea. Very, very good at reading the movement there of Jackie. Skem, though, was around with FBZ just in case they needed it. And I do agree with the playstyle of T1, right? Like, you really want to make sure Jackie just can't have the free game he's looking for.
Yeah, just slow down that farm. I think they've gotten read that Jackie is going for the Battle Fury, so he has no real presence on the Jug. There's no threat of like spinning on top with the defusal and inhibit to keep them inside the spin. There's no threat of an early Omni Slash with damage output. Boom, though, are starting to play as a group. They've got no blink up yet on FBZ, but he does have the arena ready, so they could look to force the issue into that tier 1.
Look at this though, John. They're trying to bait with Jackie down to the bot lane, but it's too obvious. T1, they know exactly what's happening. Zephyr's the only one around. He'll go for the ulti out. There's the Omni Slash. In fact, never mind. It wasn't obvious enough. They do get caught out. Shackles are there. Schem, he'll be holding down Karl, but he's still fine. He'll survive. Instead, they'll take down Whitemon and Zephyr. So at least they get the storm away. And I thought T1 had read the movement, but it turns out they'll go for the relocate. They could not leave the bait alone down at bot. They do take it, and they do get hooked.
Yeah, it's way too juicy to see Jackie up there. You see a Jug trying to farm Battle Fury. You want to punish down mid.
Oh, Cuckoo getting chased down. Yopaj, he's got the double damage rune. So much damage in the puck. He's got that Witch's Blade up as well. It's a very painful experience. Look at this, John. Look at this replay.
Oh.
They did miss the spear. I think that was the one reason they didn't bother going after Karl. They just left him. Had you landed the speed, you probably would have had the damage, but without it, you just don't.
Yeah, you really don't. You've got to land everything onto Karl if you want him. But beyond that, this is the playstyle Boom needs to have for at least the next, it feels like 5 to 10 minutes. Play around those cooldowns. It's a minute long tops. So it's like every minute you've got to get that gank out with at least 2 of your cores. Play with Arena, play with Dream Coil, play with Egg, rinse and repeat every single time. You do want to start hunting Gabby down though. He's just been farming around. He's not been contested on the CK. He's gonna have his Echo Saber up along with the Armlet into the BKB next. Once that CK hits BKB, none of your spells will stop it. So you do have to keep an eye on Gabby. You mentioned Jackie farming faster than anyone else. Right now, Gabby's just having free reign on the map, though.
I mean, this guy's a veteran, right, in the SCA scene. We've seen this man so many times at so many majors and so many TIs. You can't underestimate Gabby in this POS 1 role as Yopaj going to move in with FBZ once again onto Cuckoo, but a nice swap out. Karl is going to move in, but he's a bit too early. He gets Dream caught up. Surfboard's dropped. Gabby, he'll show up. He'll try to help out. Karl, he's going to drop on the Storm Spirit as Yopaj. He'll go for a run. Gabby going to chase him down with Cuckoo, but Yopaj still trying to find a way out, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, FBZ comes back in for Cuckoo. They do find a 2-for-2 trade. Not too bad. Both mid laners do go down, and well, I believe Boom actually end up coming out on top.
It feels rather even. I'd say it's actually favorable for T1 because you're getting some activity out from Gabby. You're getting him to use those early items he picked up, and you're starting to get that investment back from your CK. So he shows up. He's a massive presence. You don't have the damage to deal with him yet. And in contrast, your Jug is just kind of trying to farm up where he can. So you're not getting that added presence yet from Jackie. You are still waiting for the Battle Fury. And even after the Battle Fury, it does feel like the Jug's gonna need 1 or 2 more items on top. You know, you're not in a solid position yet. I'd say the Ags feels like it's gonna be necessary if you are focusing on that right click on the Jug. T1 for their part, I mean, they're not dissuaded, Mike. They're still running around as 3, running around as 4. You've got the Arcane Rune up for Karl now. So he is pretty much ready to go. Triple Null, Arcane Rune and Bottle. Nothing will stop this man.
Oh, certainly not. Jonathan Karl going to move up towards the north immediately. We'll find Schem. Be a nice pick off here. And a Schem. You kind of talked about this earlier, John, but it's not going to be so easy to be able to farm up something like a Blink Aether on the POS 5 Shadow Shaman. And for T1, they're doing a great job of being able to constantly hunt this man down and make that timing even slower. But there is going to be a smoke. Boom Esports, they see T1. They want to force the fight. They've hit some great timings here with their Mars and their Puck. Plenty of damage available, as they will find Whitemon immediately. Whitemon, he won't have a tether target, so he does get locked down. But he does do a successful job of tanking the gank for the rest of the team. You'd have to argue for Boom. That's not a great smoke attempt at all.
No, and it's a valiant attempt. They don't manage to find the right here to cut off. You really want to pin down Karl or Gabby. I'd say your point about Venge is a bigger one, Mike. He is 2 parts into the Ags. Cuckoo's got a lot of room to farm up, not showing up to these fights and not dying as much. So your Venge is about to hit critical mass as well, on top of your CK getting into that BKB, and even Karl getting into his BKB. Once that spell immunity's up, Boom's strategy of just running and gunning with her ults, it's not going to pan out. And that's when the draft starts to feel really shaky. Level 25 for Puck is still a long ways off.
Oh, Cuckoo gonna get caught. Do they have a stun? Yeah, they will. Yopaj, he'll show up with the Dream Call, and once again, they'll be able to hunt down the Vengeful Spirit. Happy days. That's a much better gank attempt there for Boom, and it's something we talked about during the draft as well, John. It's going to be heavily reliant here for Yopaj and the Mars on FBZ to try and make sure they can set a tempo in this game. Right now with a 5k net worth lead, it's looking down good for them.
Yeah, they're really managing to just force all the resources of T1 onto Gabby alone. But again, you've got the other cores are just so sacrificial. It's Avenge, it's a Storm. They don't need much to really get going. So despite that 5k lead, it still feels like T1 has a lot going for them. BKB for Carl is not too far off now. And the Ags again for Avenge, one part away.
Oh, Carl's going to be very careful. He's low on mana. He'll be able to back off in time. John, another point we've got to make here as well. Like, you talked about Gabby with all the net worth. Look at Jackie. Look how fast he's caught up.
Man. Yeah, it's the difference of having that battle free up on your jug. So he's managed to catch up to a CK who, you know, before the Echo Saber just wasn't fighting, wasn't showing up to anything, just farming up. And Jackie's had a rough time from the start. You know, his lane wasn't the best. He didn't manage to get that initial farm. If this does keep up, the Jug will have a really nice power spike by the time he gets 2 items in. Bit of a smoke play out from Boom though. And then, again, really good read of their draft, just playing with her team fight spells. Gotta find bigger heroes with this gank though.
Oh, you go up the top lane. Deploy going to be on the front side here for the team. Oh, they're going to find Gabby. That's the target they wanted. Yopaj will make the jump in, but Whitemon already with the relocate, trying to find a way out. Tether is there. Oh, he got stunned up. Oh, he snapped the coil, John. He didn't time it right.
Yep.
Yopaj, he made sure to commit the dream call on the IO. And Whitemon, he tried to time it perfectly before the coil snaps with the tether. I think he was like 0.1 of a millisecond. It was so tight.
Yeah, not tight enough, and they managed to find that big corb. So they get the big kill that they've really neglected this entire game, giving that first death out onto Gabby. And now you're even comfy enough for Jack to start showing up here. So just rinse and repeat. Boom has been finding fights every minute, Mike.
Yeah.
Every single time Dream Coil's off cooldown, Yopaj is on the case, and they have to maintain that pace for, again, up until the 25-minute mark, it feels like. Once those BKB start rolling in, as we're already seeing Carl's BKB, it starts to get tough. Like, your Puck's level 25 is still 10 levels away. That's, what, 20, 25 minutes down the line. They are gunning for the Roche. You do have the Shadow Shaman on your side, so no wards up. But Jug can still get the work done, at least. Not as fast, though. There's some opportunity here for T1 to respond if they want.
Well, they've got to hurry up, John. It's already halfway there. T1, are they coming? It seems like they are.
Oh, they smoked in the reward.
Oh, boy. That's a bit rough for him. See what they can get done as they are going to try and move in. Carl, he's going to be there. They do jump in. Great Hex out. Cuckoo, he's going to try and swap him out. He's done a great job of it, but can they get out of there? Jackie, he'll be rooted up, but it's not looking good. T1, they've got to try and find a way to fight back. On FBZ they go. He'll fight back, though. He'll stand his ground. There's the egg out from Tim's, stunning them up. They can't get the Mars. Whitemon's down. Gabby can't get out either. A triple kill out for Yopaj. And a happy days here for Boom Esports. So they'll take the Roshan down. Aegis up on Jackie. You couldn't have asked for much more.
That was some perfect timing on the smoke break. Yopaj jumping out right as they wanted to come in, using that ward that scouted out the smoke in such a big way. And you can see that again, that fight was just perfectly executed. The patience from FBZ to get the spear back, to lock in Gabby at the end of the fight, his positioning to dodge off that damage walking through the arena walls, just so much at work. And T1, again, it looked like they had a smooth ride in this game. They were getting some good farm on our course, just
oh boy,
dropping like flies now.
Yeah, now Zephyr to drop as well. Very, very painful here so far for T1. 10k behind. They had such an aggressive draft to get started. We loved the draft during the draft phase, but Boom Esports, they came to play today, and my God, are they playing.
Now they have, it feels like T1's just not getting on the aggression anymore. They're not as confident perhaps with where their heroes are at. Maybe once they get this BKB on their CK, that starts to feel a lot better. You do have the Ags up on Cuckoo, so you're willing to be much more sacrificial on Avenge. We need to see T1 take initiative. You know, they've got that relocate play. We haven't seen that in a while, and I think they've got to be able to get that done. Just be the aggressors. Maybe not while this Aegis is up. Once it does settle down, you could have that opportunity. You know that the Jug can't fight without the Omni Slash.
Yeah.
With only spin, he's not safe. There's so many ways to go through that spell immunity. So you can punish Jackie, and you do have those BKBs piling up on T1. So you're dropping losses here and there right now, But with the spell immunity on the CK and Storm, it's a different story.
Cuckoo, he's been caught out again. He's got the axe up, but he's going to lose his first life immediately. Maybe he can keep the Remnant alive, but no, FBZ, not going to allow it. He wants everything. As Cuckoo, he'll swap his way back in. They're going to try and fight. Carl, he'll go in on the Shaman, but with the BKB, it's just not going to work. He's got to get out of there. And so Jackie, he'll move high ground now. You've got no BKB available on the Storm. It's a very hard defense for T1.
It's a toughie. I mean, you could run in with your CK with his fresh BKB. They need to find a really good angle for the overgrowth here. You don't have anything like a blink up yet. On Zephyr, he's saving up for a Hex. He's not even going for a blink or any utility here on hand.
Oh, Yopaj trying to move in and snipe somebody. That'll be the top lane of Barracks to go down. Luckily, they can't go for too much more. They're just going to have to back their way out.
Mike, click on Zephyr. Like, he has 3.3k in the bank. He's just going for...
Well, I apologize, Jonathan. It seems like the minimap's kind of messed up right now, so sadly it's fogged up at the moment. I apologize for that. I've pressed the wrong button, apparently. Have no idea what the right button is to fix it now.
No problem. You know, it happens. But I want to point out, Zephyr right now is sitting on 3.4k worth of gold. He's rushing that Hex. So he's going Hex on the Treant first. No blink, no utility, no refresh, no Ags. Just wants that instant lockdown for, I'm assuming, Yopaj, who has been slippery. So we'll see if that pays off. It does feel like T1 doesn't have a clear way of starting fights. They've got Relocate, they've got Swap, they haven't seen those opportunities. Overgrowth could be a big way in that.
Oh, Gabby, he's in the middle of all this. Omni slashes out. He's popped his BKB, but the damage is flying in, Gabby. He's going to be able to get his way out, but now onto Zephyr they go. Cuckoo, he's going to try to have to run. FBZ, that's a great spear out. Onto the tier 3 tower. Lock him down. Cuckoo, he'll at least get the Remnant away. But he's going to lose his initial life once again as they'll move onto the high ground. They want that second lane of Barracks. Boom. They know how powerful they are right now. There's just no stopping them. They won't wait for these Storm shenanigans later on. So you are still seeing the zip through here from Cuckoo. But eventually, Boom, going to look to get their way out. Or do they stick around, perhaps? It doesn't seem like it.
And they've still got time on that Aegis, about 50 seconds left, so they could make maybe a play onto the tier 2 bot, start to open up the high ground a little bit more. On the side of T1, without Overgrowth being popped, it just doesn't feel like you're finding these fights anymore. Again, you've got the BKBs ready. You've got to use them on both of your cores at the right opportune moment to get that jump onto Boom. They don't have a way of piercing through that spell immunity. You just need to be able to pin someone down, but Boom's aggression has just been so consistently coming out. Like, almost every single minute, they've been forcing that aggression out, and T1 just, it doesn't feel like they have an answer. It doesn't feel like they're ready to fight yet, despite having that early BKB, despite having the Ags on the bench. They're still on the defensive, and I think it goes back to something we heard from regional finals there, Mike. You know, we were talking to the teams for the interviews. Everyone pointed out T1 likes to play a slower game, even with Gabby in, and it does feel like we're seeing that here, that big distinction in the playstyle. Boom, just constant aggression every single minute of fight. Whereas T1's just sitting back and farming. It's not holding up well against that aggression here.
Right. Update on the minimap issue, ladies and gentlemen. I am currently trying to get it resolved, but turns out we might have to wait for the second game, so I'll do the old switcheroony just to be able to see what the hell's going on here between these two teams. But as you can see, Boom, we're in a very confident position now. Jackie just so far ahead of Gabby, just about 5k net worth ahead, in fact. Pretty rough affair. See if they want to go high ground again. It does seem like Boom want to try and make it happen. They aren't making their way up yet. It's still scary against the Storm, but top lane, Yopaj, he's going to find Gabby. Dreamcall is not up at the moment. Gabby still trying to fight back, does have to stun, but a nice juke out, and now FBZ, great spear out. They've got the Chaos Knight. Gabby, he needs a way out of this, but oh, he pops his BKB. He has buyback, John, but he doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, it's tough. He didn't use it earlier. And if he just popped BKB and ran while Yopaj was playing around with him, he would have been perfectly safe. Again, no BKB piercing from any hero from Boom until he hit that level 25 mark on the puck. But it just doesn't matter. Boom, they're in their heads. Good swap out, but it's on the job.
Here we go. Jackie gonna move in. Not gonna be able to finish off Cuckoo. Meanwhile, Tims. No, Tims does get Cuckoo. Never mind. The Fire Spirit damage is gonna be enough. They move in once again. Boom Esports. Swap out, Jackie. Gonna be fine, it's just the remnant of Cuckoo trying to pick somebody off, but there's FBZ to drag it back, try to take it down. Jackie, he'll move in. Carl trying to help out. Coil's there. Cuckoo gonna try and survive, but he's down. Zephyr in the meantime has the scythe device up. They're trying onto FBZ, but he's still alive. Great Spear out. The Sun Ray, it'll keep him up the whole time. They just can't deal with the spine of Boom Esports. FBZ, the FB CEO, is not going down, Jonathan.
No, he definitely isn't. Mike just been setting up all the plays with his spears. I have to say, T1's targeting is a bit... It's not ideal. They're swapping in the Jug. He's always got the spin. Jackie's been very patient with when to pop that spin in these pushes, knowing that, all right, just wait for the swap, spin afterwards, you're good to go. They're going to have to expend Overgrowth if they really want that kill, and it's a massive cooldown to commit. You do have the Hex up on Zephyr now, so he does have that capability to just instantly lock someone down, and T1 is smoking around that item here.
But they are... See what they can find here, T1. They're going to wait very patiently. Boom Esports, of course, on the high ground of the Radiant Triangle right now. They understand the smoke is probably happening. T1 still very, very patient. Trying to hold that high ground. Boom. Gonna go for a counter smoke here. This could be a very scary scenario now. T1, are they gonna expect this? Running towards the right direction. Gabby, he cannot afford to die. He can't afford it. He does have the BKB TP away if he does need to.
Oh, Yopaj.
Not gonna find anyone either. While we do have a second John, I believe I can actually fix the fog if we do get there.
Let's get to it, Mike. Get to it. We all see your settings. We'll pretend it's not you.
Yeah.
Go on, Observer.
I'm trying to find out where it is.
It's the Observer. It's not you, Mike.
Yeah, the Observer. Can't be me. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Just trying to find out exactly where the hell this damn button is.
Spectator.
Where is it, John?
Spectator. Lower right. Lower right window. There. Lower right. Lower.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, John.
There you go. Fog for both teams.
Oh, there
F1.
it is. F1. There
Yes,
we go.
sir.
Look at that. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you are getting a live tutorial on how to do observing in Dota 2. Don't follow my instructions, though. As you can see, we've had a bit of a rough time. Maybe ask John.
You could try. Chances are I won't see. Still, Roche goes the way of Boom once more. Aegis on hand now for Jackie, ready to go onto that high ground. Still a challenge, though, Mike. You've still got that Storm zipping in and out, clearing out the creep waves. 4 nulls, a bottle, and BKB into the Ags. I mean, what more can you ask for this hero, Mike? It's perfectly set for the high ground siege.
Jackie gonna take one already. No problem. He'll stick around for the next. Healing ward already out. Cuckoo, he'll go for a swap. They want FBZ once again with the Dream Core. Yopaj in with a big one. Now the Omni Slash out. Just going right to the backside. Zephyr's gone. They do at least find FBZ though. Cuckoo dropping low is gonna drop to boot. That'll be 2 down, but they do still have the Venge Remnant. Carl, all he can do right now is keep zipping through and hoping for the best. They will swap in Jackie. That's a big pick-off. They'll get the Aegis down. That'll be 1. Yopaj in the meantime, right onto Whitemon, but is unable to finish off the kill. But now with the Aegis down, Boom Esports, they probably won't stick around. Oh, Jackie, he's stuck. Oh, Jackie's stuck. He's all right. He'll phase shift. He'll be fine, John. My good, I was a little bit worried there for a second.
gotta keep that tension up. You know, Boom likes making things exciting. T1 on a bit of a bad spot right now, Mike. I mean, they can get some good defense out. I like that change up from Coop. He stops swapping Jackie. He starts to look for FBZ. You need to pin down those playmakers. Stop the Mars, stop the puck, and then the fight opens up for T1. So gotta find that angle. Really difficult with Yopaj again, just going in and out on this puck, making this hero look so damn good right now. Smoke's out though.
Gabby, he's in. The Phoenix being caught out. Scam gonna try and help out as Tim's. He's surviving, at least for now, but the scythe device is there. Boom, Jackie, he will at least try for 1. They do get the Venge. The respawn is coming. Meanwhile, Gabby back onto the Juggernaut, but FBZ, he's back into the team fight. Scythe device is there. They've got the CK locked down. Gabby, he needs some help, but he's not gonna get it. Zephyr down to boot. 2 down without buyback. Zephyr, he can commit his own, but it's a very, very rough defense to come now for T1 as they go for more. The Idol. Again, John, you don't tip this man early. He's on the hunt. He wants a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you tip him that early, you end up sometimes regretting it. Carl been having a bit of a rough time. They do get to swap out.
They've got the Yags on Carl. They want that AoE Vortex, but they're going to lose Cuckoo again as Carl. He'll jump in, but where's your backup damage? It's not there. In goes the Sunray. In goes the Carl. Oh, he gets caught out. He's down without buyback. That's it. GG's called. They've had enough. Boom Esports. They woke up on the right side of the bed today, Jonathan. A great game one from this team.
Yeah, they play spectacularly well. No, the draft, you and I thought maybe it was a little bit better. We're seeing some good relocate plays early on from T1. Their aggression was ramping up. Gabby was finding the farm, and Jackie was going battlefield. You know, it just felt like the game was going a bit too slow. Yopach starts running around. FBZ gets his blink. He's on top of everyone. The arena egg combinations, the dream coil egg combinations, all on point. And again, Boom played almost every minute. Every single time dream coil was off, they would just go hunting.
Yeah. And
they'd start to punish. And for T1, it felt like there was that window where double BKBs were up, Ags on the Venge was up. They didn't manage
GG.
force these fights onto Boom. They were always
GG muna T1.
onto them.
Tingnan natin kung makakabawi game 2.
It was a very rough affair there for T1. I mean, what do you do, right? Like, they tried their absolute best. I thought their draft was fantastic. I mean, Gabby...
Na GG agad.
Got to give props to Yopaj and FBZ. We talked about it during the draft. If they were going to win this game...
Uy. Wala eh. Medyo Eagles. Medyo Eagles ang ating ano dun ah. Balikan natin next game. Ano nanalo? Uy, talo na naman EJ. Ang bihira oh. So, talo na naman EJ mga sir. Beast Coast. Pinan nga natin to. Ay, tapos na rin. Ay, hindi. EJ rin yung caster nito. Tignan nga natin to. Tignan natin tong Tundra. Tundra Esports. Yung ano ba to?
That was not
He's thunder.
Namang pala Tundra dito. Ano to? Ba't ganun? May damit naman. Ba't sa... Ba't nakaubad to? Oh? Kawawa naman si Panggo. Kawawa ng damit. Gaya na agad ah.
Monster kill! Double kill! Double kill!
Worth it.
May caster ba to? Check na natin. Wala yata.
Radiant's middle tower
Mas
triple
talaga yung
kill!
Tundra.
You wither on the vine.
Agan ang Tundra.
Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Ay, na talaga sa Tundra Esports. Check Regions. Sakit to. Skitter. Regions. Wala. Walang boses. Tingnan nga natin sa Twitch. Tingnan ko lang sa Twitch saglit ah. 1 minute pa pala to. 1 minute pa yung ano natin. Pero game na yata ito agad. Ang bilis lang ng T1 bomb ah. Game na agad sila. Tundra versus Beast Coast. Pinapanood natin yan. Yung sa EG wala eh. Saksa. We have Saksa, Snaking, Tundra 33, 9, and Skeeter. Skeeter Spectre.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Talaga na-expect ngayon, no?
They're beating on Dire's top tower.
Ano growling mo? Okay. Nakakayari yata dito, Biscos.
Holy shit!
Your flesh.
More, more! Show me more!
1 minute na lang yung sa T1 natin, mga sir. Mag-start na rin. T1 at saka Boom Esports game number 2 panalo sa game number 1 ang T1. Ang
Dire's
Boom
middle tower isn't going to last long.
Yan, welcome guys. GG T1 kanina,
Dire's
panalo
middle
Boom.
tower is under attack.
Live on.
Tinam, uy, sabay tinip.
นักช่วงแดง
What a tip. Smile, paaga names. Gamer cape. Ito naman ang radiance na yun. Ano, pags na to. May shard, wala. Panggo, diffusal.
That should help.
Panggo on diffusal. We have Wyvern, Glimmer cape na. Okay na. Paaga names, 3k pa, 2.5. Ito, walang damit oh. Ayaw na tuloy. BKB, Doom. Nagka-shard na ito eh. Double stun. Double stun. Multiple up 3 pala.
Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
Ito yung may multiplier. Silipin ko lang yung T1 ah. Kung ban pace na. Wala pa. Dito muna tayo manood. Wala nang ban. Wala pang banning session dun sa kabila. Dito muna tayo sa Beast Coast at saka Tundra. Tingnan na dito na CK. Hindi naman ganun kalakas yung nerf dito kay CK. Malakas pa rin daw ngayon. Okay, I see. Ganims na Spectre dito. 5k gold din ng Tundra. Whisper, BTW. Uy, nahuli. Nahuli yata yun. Ayun na nga. Tapos sa boxing.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
To your keeper.
Si EK ko din yan farming. Medyo delicate. Uy, nakita niya na dito.
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Tapos sa
Holy
boxing.
shit!
Wala.
You played me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kaso wala rin yan eh. Ayun eh. Na-stun ka tuloy. Yan ah. Ay, walang dust. Yan pala.
You'll never
Ay,
find my
sentry.
lord.
Sentry sila dito. Galing.
Right about me.
Pero may first tower pa dito ang Beast Coast. Sa complete, ay di na, basag na pala yung torre dito, wala na. First erosion. Silip lang ako sa kabila, baka meron na eh. Pa-banning pace na. Wala pa rin. Tuloy ang saya.
Radiant's top tower is
pa rin dito. Okay.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as Roshan's down.
Roshan's down.
I touched an Aegis once.
Wala pa eh. Lang BKB. Patay. Medyo maasim ang Tundra doon. Dalawa down. Natong dito sa pangko. Okay, comeback ng Beast Coast. Huli ang Negro dito. Hindi maultihan ba ito? TP na lang. Pero nahuli ng Winter's Curse. Wala siya na lang naiwan dito.
Radiant's top tower
Nice
is
one.
better.
Medyo tag-asin ko ang Tundra. Yeah. Tingnan ko muna sa abila. Wala pa naman. Wala pa naman. Okay, wala pa naman nga. Wala pa. Hindi pa nag-start yung kabila. Pa-start pa lang ata. Para sa banning phase. Lipat na lang natin mamaya. Yan. Balik tayo sa Dota.
มีหนังแดงเราจะกินหนังส้วงมีหนังส้วงเราจะกินหนังแดง
Don't mind if I do.
Dominating! Someone better help Dire's middle tower! Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom.
Check lang natin yung kabila.
Radiant's top tower has
T1.
fallen.
Banning phase na ba kayo? Hindi pa rin. Hindi pa sila nagbaban. Wala pa.
Or my connection to the void.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Mega kill! Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has unstoppable double kill. Radiant structures are fortified.
Kasi yata dito.
Get sick!
You taste your
Beast Coast.
own rotting
GG
tongue.
Beast Coast. Sakit na 19
Radiant's
9k
middle
gold.
tower shouldn't have to take this abuse. Radiant's middle tower could use some help. Where did Radiant's middle tower go?
Buyback, Rubik. Ayun lang. Tayo SEAGATE dito. GG sir.
Radiant's middle tower is under a monster kill!
GG sir. Nakuha ng Rubik yung ulti. Yung hunt. Nakuha niya yung hunt ni Spec. Kasi di pa na-push. Wait lang, check natin yung T1 at saka Boom Esports. Kung ano nang lagay. Wala pa. Puro ads pa. Balik tayo dito. Wala pa. Dito muna tayo. Sa Tundra at saka Beast Coast. Di alam nung camera ko sa napunta. GG na to mga sir.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Copy me, Rubik. But you'll
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Last ng Tundra, no? Panoorin nyo rin to, Tundra.
Radiant's middle
Malas
tower
din to mga to,
could
sila
use
9
Radiant's middle
speeder.
tower go.
Pabuhay na ang CK, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Nakap na.
Look what they're doing to Radiant's middle barracks. Radiant's
Erekta na
middle
yata
barracks
to.
have fallen.
Kaya na erekta to. Tingnan natin sa mga ano natin. Ayun, ang gulo. Na-bind. Bind na BKB. Ako. Yun lang. Patay. Sobrang maasim ang laban. Okay, tignan na natin kung nagbaban na yung dalawa. Kung nagbanning pace na. Oh, wala pa. Another 1 minute. 1.5 minute pa. Sa T1 at saka both esports. Pwede pa natin i-cast no? Okay, jump micropose. Okay, dito si 9. Ano si 9 yun? Oh,
Bang.
33 pala. 9 pala yung ano. Oh, siya kaya. Ito, si Panggo. Si Panggo. Ito. Panggo na yun.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
Doom. Si Saksa.
That should
Dating
help.
OG. Ayan.
Dire's bottom tower has shattered to little pieces.
Sabi ng tropa natin. Kasama daw ito. Wait lang.
Dire's bottom tower.
To the seven hells. You were not the object of my quest.
Dire Snow fortified their structures. Are those cracks in Dire's top tower? Dire's top tower is gone. Just a cold fog left behind.
Check lang natin kung ano na yung T1 ah. Kung nag-i-start na. Chabom Esports. Mag-i-start na ito, banning pace na. Ayun na, game to daw, game to.
1-0 so far. We talked to Zach earlier.
Okay,
He needs
game
his
to na
2-0
tayo,
victory
game to.
stuck climbing through the ladder. Talking to us, he was getting a little bit nervous about the standings for Boom Esports. They're off to a good start.
Game to na daw,
They're
game to.
definitely setting pace.
Gusto
If they
natin.
drop here a draw, not the worst.
Right.
This kind of stabilizes their
Game to
position,
na daw
still
sila,
looking
game
good.
to.
Still gonna have to hope for a draw at the least in their next matchup. But you want that 2-0.
Game
You're
to na
Boom,
daw
you're the
to, game
hungry
to.
beast. You want to get that win in
Ready,
T1.
mga sir,
Wants to
game
find
to.
that draw. We're already having a bit of the draft on hand here, Mike. Already seeing that Nature's Treant Protector once more for T1 coming out. So it's that stable here. They
Ready,
love the
game
flex
to.
between Zephyr and Whitemon on the 4 and 5. But Boom, though. Shadow Shaman, the FBZ special, one of his
Shoutout sa
specials. He
inyong
has so
lahat,
many
mga sir.
specialties. But the
Magandang gabi,
Brewmaster
welcome
coming out
to
again.
my
Every
YouTube
single
channel.
time we see this guy brew, it's just complete and utter madness. Like, FBZ's just always on point with a micro. He always gets his itemization right on time, and he dominates the lane as well.
He certainly does, John. It's very tough going against that Brewmaster. And well, T1, they're going to go into the Razor and Train Protectors. You're going to see Cook having a bit of a laugh to himself there. What's going on there? What are they laughing about?
I don't know, you know them.
Yeah.
Those guys are always having fun. I mean, even March is having fun. We talked about him being disciplinarian.
Surprising.
Yeah, he's having fun. Looks like a bit of a lighter tone here for T1. Maybe they were like, all right, we just woke up. You know, we didn't see them at breakfast.
Yeah.
We saw Boom, we saw Fanatic. You know, they were having fun, but T1 didn't quite have breakfast yet. So maybe this is their wake-up call, warming up a bit. We do see the Razor picked up by T1 as well. Could be ARGB here on the safe lane all ready to deal with a Brewmaster lane matchup. Pretty good for the Razor. You could play with Nature's Prophet really, Nature's Prophet, the Treant Protector really well. I've been mixing that up for such a long time, Mike.
Yeah, you certainly have, Jonathan.
They're just about tree people, you know?
They are tree people, Jonathan, but you
very
can't
confusing.
you can't just mix them up. They're not all the same, John.
That's true.
You can't do that.
I'm just bad with names and faces.
I mean, they are both garbage heroes, though. Let's be fair. They are both trash heroes.
Hey, Nature's Prophet is fun. Level 20 talent, I will stand by it. When that came out, when we saw it in not even CDPC, like Pro Series 10, or even before that, when we first saw it there, I was like, this level 20 talent's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it is.
Yeah.
So, you know, don't put Nature's Prophet down there. He does have some use, Mike.
Yeah, you know what an actual trash hero looks like, John?
What?
Earth Spirit.
Straight to the
I don't
bin.
even remember what the level 25 talent is because I never get there, John. At level 25, they probably give you +1 boulder or something. Just like, here's a rock. Enjoy.
Use a rock. Have fun with yourself.
Don't use it too quick. Don't use it too quick. You're not going to get any more.
But the strength scaling, Mike.
Oh, that's good.
On mid.
Yeah. Oh. So good.
God, I love that we did get to see that, and that we'll never see it again until it gets buffed.
Yeah.
Just never again.
Nope. Never again. And we're never going to see it get buffed, John, because it's Earth Spirit. God forbid. Still, we'll see some more bans to come out. I doubt we see an Earth Spirit coming out here by the side, but I suppose you'd never know. One of these teams might overhear us and go, hold on a minute. These idiots are talking again when we prove them wrong.
I would love to see the Yopaj at Spirit Mid. You know, it was Yopaj and Abed when he was staying in C for a while.
Yeah.
That really ran it like 2 years ago. So I would love to see it.
Yeah.
But we're probably not going to see it. Boom needs to win, Mike.
Yeah.
That's not a winning move.
No, it certainly is not a winning move, let me tell you, guys. An Earth Spirit spam, I'd say. There's no winning with this hero. Still, more bans to come out. Pos 1's being focused here by T1. The Chaos Knight Terrorblade being removed. What else do they want? Seems like all the focus is on Jackie, and this is something we've always said against Boom. You've got to decide who to focus on. Do we want to focus on... In fact, there's 3 people, really. Jackie, Yopaj, or FBZ. Which one's more scary? Which one do we want to shut down? So far, T1 seems like they want to shut down Jackie in the second phase of bans. Fair enough. But then you've got the Idol to worry about.
Yep.
Then you've got the FBZ Brewmaster to worry about. God forbid Tim's gets a Mirana, which was already banned out, mind you. But God forbid it happens. It's scary.
It is scary. Like, you have to watch out for everyone. I think the only person you don't specifically ban on Boomset tends to be Skem, because he's the Pos 5. You don't really want to waste those bans there. Do you see the Grimstroke coming out now for Boom? So, again, a bit of a toss-up. Maybe Skem plays that Pos 5 Shadow Shaman once more, but double Shackles, double Hex, and if you do use the ward properly, I believe double wards, right? If you point target, not area target the wards, it might reflect. I feel like I've been told it does work, but I've just never seen it. So potentially there, probably wrong. But you do have that early Roche as well, and just double Hex, double Shackles is already pretty big.
It certainly is, John. And even I believe you can double Tornado some with the Brewmaster split as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. Double Stones.
Yeah, it is a thing. So you got to be a bit wary, because you imagine, you know how long that Tornado lasts. In the middle of a team fight, you're just removing someone for what, like 8 seconds?
Yeah.
2 people, just gone.
Ooh.
Spectre comes out though. This hero's made a reappearance during the major, to everyone's surprise.
Oh yeah.
Such a low win rate in pubs right now, but I suppose pubs don't really matter when it comes to the pro meta. Spectre's back. You've got 2 very squishy supports on the side of Boom Esports that should be very easy to take out with the Spectre. Problem is, you do have the counter lockdown. You do have a Brewmaster who can just let the Spectre fly in the air for a while. But I still think the Spectre is a pretty darn good pick here for T1.
Yeah, it allows them to really play aggressive, play around a haunt. You've got the option to always work towards the Ags. You know, that old aggressive buildup is still available for T1. And I like that they take this Jakiro as well. So they've got push coming through, something their lineup severely lacks with Razor and Spec, at least until Razor gets some like his own Ags, which is way down the line.
Look at the Twitch chat, John. They can't decide. Very, very even affair.
Yeah. It really is close, though. Like, again, historically, these 2 teams, when they play a best of 3s, by game 2, it's 1-1. And this is a best of 2. Boom doesn't want that 1-1, but that tends to happen. T1 always seems to find a way to bounce back by game 2.
Yeah, that they do. And look at this. I mean, 48%. Oh, it's going up. Boom Esports, and the fans are covered. The T1, where's the T1 fans? Where are they? Get in there.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Void Spirit, here it comes.
Yeah.
I believe the stat yesterday was 6 out of 7. Void Spirit did lose yesterday.
Yeah.
Before yesterday, it was 6 out of 6 in terms of win.
Yeah.
Now 6 out of 7 during the major.
It's been doing well in the majors, but we were having that conversation with, again, you know, a few of the C boys. I think Pow was the one who was like, I can't believe Void Spirit's back, you know. Killed a major, Fanatic was like, Can't believe this hero is back. None of my players like it.
Yeah.
But it's apparently back and it's good, so hey. Boom, of course, Yopaj plays a very mean Void Spirit. I am keen to see what they expect on mid, because you could run Razor mid now for Carl. You could run that off lane for Kuku. So it's still pretty open as to where you want to toss a Razor. Even the Spectre, like Mizu used to run that off lane spec as a 1.
Yeah.
And with a Razor on hand, you can play that greedy off lane, have the Razor just BKB and run around and fight. So T1 has that lane flexibility on hand here.
That's what they do. Final banouts to come though, John. Anti-Mage being removed surprisingly from T1. That seems like a free win if they did pick up Anti-Mage, but you know, what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why you do that. Like, are you eyeing something really greedy? Like, I don't see anything with high mana pool left unless they go like Dusa.
Uh-oh, look at that, Jonathan.
Oh.
T1, the fans have come along. T1 fighting. Where's the Boom fans? Get that Boom fans, get in there.
Yeah,
Come on,
jump in.
We've got to get going. They are moving their way back up. I mean, it's not about who you're actually thinking it's going to win. When it comes to SEA fans, it's all about just winning.
Yes.
Right? If you're a Boom fan, you're a T1 fan, who cares who wins? I've got to win this this prediction vote. That's
Yep.
all that matters.
That's what you got to do. Get those votes in for your side. I mean, if you like T1, go ahead. But if you're a Boom fan, you guys are falling behind a bit. Get on it. Gary's not pleased with his numbers. Gary's a numbers guy.
Yeah.
And that
Well-
CEO means, you know, if it ain't going his way, he's going to get pretty upset.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of numbers not going his way, John, don't look at the crypto market right now. It's a rather depressing scene.
Oh, poor Gary.
Sorry, Gary. Hope you didn't lose too much, Gary. I certainly did. Still, DP to be picked up here from T1. Boom Esports. Final pickup. Pos 1 necessary here for Jackie. Anything kind of come out to you, John? Any kind of pick here against the Spectre DP that looks good for you?
It's a bit of a tough one. Both of these heroes really jump onto those big cores really nicely. They collapse onto those big physical cores Jackie loves really well. Deuce is an option if they want to go that route.
50-50.
So they
Thank
could
you,
get
thank you,
in.
thank you
It's
for the
so
subs,
dead even.
guys.
This is what we want to see. Just leave it there.
Fight
That's
to
the
the
magic
death.
number.
Fight to the death, boys.
No, stay calm. It's fine now.
No.
Cool down, guys.
Fight
50-50.
to the death. Fight.
There you go. 51 for Boom.
Your Boom's
Oh,
support. Whoever wins gets trash talking rights in the chat.
Absolutely.
It's an SEA pub. Right?
Absolutely.
It's all about winning. This is the post game chat after the game where you won and you spam easy game. Ha ha ha. Wook. You know how it goes, John.
I mean, it's still the draft, but you know they start saying there anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
Like easy game 2-0 already. It's like, all right, guys, you guys know it. Our job's done. We're gonna walk away now. It's all set.
Oh god, I love this game. It's always just the best, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's the best region. Like, what can you do?
It certainly is the best region, John. No bias.
No
Don't let
bias.
the Europeans hear that, John. They get very upset.
They would.
Oh! Wow. Faceless Void to come out here for Jackie. A very unexpected pickup. John, I don't know how to feel about this. Into Spectre, we've seen the matchup before. Void versus Spec, it can be a bit of a rough affair, I feel. That dispersion just kind of knocking so much damage back your way, and it might feel a little bit slow. Mind you, you don't have a great way of locking down this Faceless Void this game. You've got a DP Silence, you've got Ice Path from Jakiro, and you've got the Overgrowth Treant Protect. That's about it. It's not the most sustainable way of holding down Jackie.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. But my worry is the early game fights for Jackie aren't going to feel great. Right? Even if you itemize, say, Maelstrom and Mask of Madness, you don't tend to get both. Sometimes you do. But even with that, if you don't manage to catch, like, say, the Treant in that chrono, you try to jump in the Spec. Like you said, Dispersion will just do its job. You can't burst down the Spectre too fast. If the Razor does manage to get the static link before the chrono comes in, your damage is completely gone as well. T1 does have the answers, but we kind of said the same thing about Boom in the first game draft, right? Like, it felt like their draft was harder to do.
Yeah.
They still did it really well anyway. I think compared to game 1, though, T1 does have a much stronger draft overall. Like,
Yeah.
the draft advantage feels bigger. It's all going to come down to execution.
Hold on, but before we do get into the game, do we have a winner for the predictions? Because the chat is going to want to know exactly who won. I believe Boom was ahead last time we checked by like 53%. Do we have an indefinite winner? Do we have the stat? We need trash talking rights right now. It's very important, let me tell you.
Those fans are waiting. If not, they'll just get to it, you know?
I think it was Boom. I think it was Boom that won the prediction.
Yeah, it looked like 53 at the end. suppose. So it's pretty close, but...
Oh, boy.
Whoa, that swing.
Boy.
The draft.
I've debated the boom support.
They're not going to be happy, Mike. You
Get
already
him,
said
T1.
it.
Go get him.
You
Let him
already
know.
said it. Gary's having a bad day on the market. You're baiting him in to believe he won the chat war, and now they don't.
Oh, I'm so sorry, boom supporters. I completely debated the...
Oh, dude. Scam is just already asking, give the tip. He's saying, the guy went out, give the tip. Give it. Give it already. Let's go.
We'll see if Carl can get his revenge. So there's going to be a big team fight, it seems. Zephyr going to spawn out Jackie. This is a classic SEA 5v5 situation before the game even starts. They are going to hang around that T1 top tower as Boom. They're actually the ones backing off. Carl. He's an expert with the voice lines, Carl. He always finds the right one.
That he does. Every single time, every opportunity he does have, he always pops his voice lines. You do have good vision here from T1 to watch that wraparound from Boom. So they're going to be in a position where they can snag more bounties. Boom not quite in a very good forward position. FBZ can at least maybe snag that bot Reveroon. They kind of cover their bases here.
Yeah, but they do. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade, I believe, on the bounties, as you will be able to get a double bounty here for FPZ. Is I love you too, White. I can't help myself. I've got to say it.
Yeah. The moment you stop, it's going to be the moment when your wife says I love you. So you got to keep going, Mike.
Yeah.
You got to stay consistent there.
I'm getting people messaging me right now saying I love you. I mean, shout out to Christian, I suppose, who just messaged me saying the same thing. There you go, Christian. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to the boys as well. They know who they are.
Absolutely. You do see the lanes break out here, Mike. No love in these lanes left as they are going to start fighting through for the creeps. Do have FBZ on that Brewmaster once more, along with Tim's on his Grimstroke up against Gabby on that Spectre safe lane, along with Whitemon on the Jakiro. It can be a really aggressive lane here for Boom. You've got Inkswell combination, Stroke of Fate to line up on a melee carry trying to farm. Really easy to line up. Whitemon and Gabby do have some options, though. If you can get the dagger off, maybe by level 3 with the damage output of the Jakiro and the slows, that could be a good chase opportunity. Maybe not onto the Brewmaster, but certainly onto the Grimstroke. Much more squishy target to pin off in the backline.
Yeah, certainly could be. We'll see how this bot lane goes a little bit later on, John. Of course, we've got to keep an eye out for the mid lane. This is the one. Skem was asking for the tips to fly out again. High fives going around here between Carl and the tower. Carl, obviously after that game 1, needs revenge. We know how SEA games go. You've got to get that revenge play going.
Yeah, you've got to get that done. And it's a stable lane for the DP. It's not something you lose out on, but Yopaj is getting some good aggression going his way. He knows level 1, level 2 Spirit Siphon, cooldowns are massive. That means the uptime for Carl to stay in that lane is a lot lower. You can get some really good damage out, and you can just get going. Rune control can be important.
They're just all chatting. Oh.
He got left hanging, man.
Yeah,
he gave the high five.
He certainly did. Carl, gonna move in. Yopaj, take a bit of damage here from the Spirit Siphons. He's gonna be okay. It is a bit of a rough matchup for the Void Spirit. Against DP, not the greatest time. You are gonna get siphoned quite a bit, and he doesn't have the Dissimulate right now to try and get away from it, so Carl should have the inherent advantage, I believe.
Yeah, it just feels really good for DP. You stand back, you play with Crypt Swarm. Carl is still forced to go Spirit Siphon. He knows that Yopaj wants to play this lane really aggressive, so he's got to have that Spirit Siphon ready. He's got to have that sustain to play against the Void Spirit, and even if you only have level 1 Crypt Swarm, it's still a pretty good time for Carl to keep farming. So rather even, which is good news for Yopaj, but Rune Control is a much bigger issue, it feels like, for the Void Spirit. And again, you have to expect Boom and T1 to send those supports out. Last time we saw that happen, like in game 1, T1 did have stronger presence out from those 2 supports at the 4-6 minute mark.
Yeah, and of course that final lane, up at top lane, you are going to have Cuckoo and Zephyr against Jackie and Skem once again. Cuckoo, you'd imagine, should have a pretty good lane here on this Razor along with Zephyr. I said the same thing last game though, and it doesn't really pan out that way. What are you thinking, John? How does this top lane go?
It's pretty hard for Jackie to just feel safe. He does go for a 1-1-1 build, so going for the value point and time dilation to slow down, the time lock to harass back, but you can't really be aggressive. You can't fully commit yourself onto the Treant or the Razor, although...
Yeah, bot lane, Whitemon, gonna drop. They have plenty of damage with the Stroke of Fate and the Cinder Brew. It's just so hard to get away, and you really can't underestimate how much magical damage that is.
Yeah, it's a lot of burn. And again, there's an opportunity for Jakiro and for Spectre to play aggressive, but you're always going to be targeting out Tims. You're not going to be gunning FBZ. The Brewmaster's way too tanky, and FBZ's always there to cut you off. So even if you manage to land the Chikiro spells, it's not a sure thing that Gabby can come in. You do want to play a farmy game on the Spectre, get that build-up up. It does look like Gabby is gunning for the Radiance build, so not going for early Ags.
Ooh. Scam. 30 HP he'll get out on. Very close call here for the Shaman. Not going to be giving away that kill, though. Back the way of Cuckoo, so definitely good news for Scam. Still, like you mentioned, John, for Jackie, it's a very rough time.
Yeah, it's not smooth going. 12 CS on the board, even behind FBZ. In fact, all the lanes for Boom does feel like it's going a lot slower. T1, despite dropping that death, are ahead on the economy, at least in managing those creeps. So the build-up is coming out for Gabby, the levels are coming out for Carl, the farm's coming out for Cuckoo. And once again, if they hit that critical mass with a couple of early BKBs, Boom does have ways to counterplay, mainly on Chrono. They don't have good follow-up damage for that Chrono until the Void's really up and running. So it doesn't feel like a great solution, even with Chrono, to deal with the BKBs, just because Void takes some time to get damage off.
Yeah, that it does. You haven't really seen any rotations coming out from Carl or Yopaj yet either. Mind you, they are only at the level 5 mark, so you don't really expect them yet. Scam, he's going to show up, but it's just going to be a full bottle out for Yopaj. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Gabby, he was getting jumped. Again, that Cinder Brew damage, it just hurts so darn much. But he will be salved up, he'll get a reset, and he'll be fine. Thing is, FBZ, he'll be looking for a kill now to get those urn charges up on that new urn he has just purchased. And once you have that, it becomes almost impossible to lane against this duo.
Yeah, it just feels really, really oppressive, the constant burn damage. There's not much you can really do on Whitemon anymore. He's just down to a Tango and a Mango. Still stuck at level 2. His output doesn't feel great. They've not been able to play around the slows with the Dagger and the Chikiro Breath. So your window for aggression's kind of gone, and the FBZ can just manage the lane one-on-one. Again, you are still getting the farm out for Gabby anyway. So despite not slowing down the Brewmaster, your Spectre's also not too slowing down, and at the end of the day, T1 loves this kind of playstyle. They want to take it slow. As long as their lanes aren't losing, they'll always find a position to build that farm up and go for the late game.
They might go for a bit of a big push here in the mid lane, John. They've got Exorcism up now on Carl. Siege Creep is available. We did see a bit of a group up here with Zephyr. Skem is going to be around to try and help out Yopaj, make sure he can push the creep wave back, and Yopaj does hit that level 6 mark now. Jump in on Carl. Very aggressive kind of jump in, but just wanted the creep wave, I believe, just not allowing him to try and abuse the siege creep. As Carl going to keep going in. Yopaj will astral step right back out. Meanwhile, towards the bottom side of the map, Gabby copying so much damage in the stroke of fate. Is going to connect, but Gabby is going to be able to survive through it. He'll be fine.
Yeah, again, he's still managing the lane really well, finding the CS despite being so low. They actually haven't really managed to stop the Spectre farm. He's still up there, 34 last hits on the board. Still a lot better than what Jackie's getting. Kind of the same situation we saw in Game 1, right? Like, it was a slower start for Boom. You weren't getting that great safe lane farm you want. And speaking of Jackie's, just constantly being forced away. Lots of aggression out from T1.
That is certainly so. Jackie chased down as we speak. Zephyr to already use the Nature's Grasp to try and slow him down. Wasn't quite enough that time around. Meanwhile, mid lane, Carl still has that siege creep available, but they are going to try and make the jump in. Yopaj, get the Inksport connection. Carl dropping low, but not quite low enough. He just kind of Spirit Siphons a creep and is going to be able to survive. Heal himself up as Yopaj. Going to give him the high five this time around, but Yopaj is trying to send a message. That was the 5-minute siege creep you needed to abuse with that level 6 exorcism, and it never comes out. They've done a great job of holding back.
Yeah, they stopped that potential push that puts a dent in T1's spacing. They are starting to drag some supports towards mid. You do have Whitemon hanging around. Zephyr did take a quick trip down. Does opt to head back top. The static state of the game, I mean, it does look good for Boom, right? 1-0. But T1, again, they're still farming. I don't think it matters too much, even if they miss that tower opportunity.
Nice setup here from Tims. That'll be an easy kill onto Whitemon. The Chikiro does go down. Yopaj got to help out with that one, and once again, I'm kind of worried here a bit for Carl. Like, he's gotten some great net worth going, but you haven't popped Exorcism yet, and there's no structure damage happening.
Yeah, looks like he is gunning for the top. Starting to hook up here with Cuckoo. And that's going to be a really good lane to shove in. Jackie still off to a slow start, still trying to find that Mask of Madness. and your farming pace just doesn't feel great. He's lagging further and further behind Gabby. Gabby's just building up and up and up in that Spectre, and there goes that push. EXO out. They do have the Chrono to play with if they want to, but can be a bit tough.
You know, Jackie, I'm just trying to avoid Zephyr right now. Zephyr, not at the level 6 mark yet, but Cuckoo is going to make his way in. Jackie, very patient with the time walk, trying to find the right angle. Will walk. Zephyr, going to chase him down. Meanwhile, Japoy going to show up. They'll go on to the DP. The Exorcism, though, still going. Scam, he needs to back out of there, but he's going to drop. A nice start for T1 in this team fight. Still chase down Tims on that Grimstroke. They should have a secondary. As Tims does drop, T1 able to punish the defense to come out from Boom. And they still have some time to just chip away at this T1 top tower.
Yeah, they get the push going and start to play with the aggression they have on hand with the early haunt. It's a bit of a weird reversal because Boom has
defense. Chrono comes out, Jackie. He's caught 3 targets. He's locked FBZ in though. He didn't get the primal split off, but they may not need it. Carl is dropping low. Yopaj, he's in. There's your primal split out. They've got the DP locked down and he's just gone. In fact, Gabby, he needs a way out of this, but the stun is going to connect in the tree line. Gabby, who'll try to juke them out, but Scam is there with the vision. 8th Remnant is going to connect with the shackles out and the dissimulate. They will be able to burst him down, and they somehow protect the top T1 tower.
And that was such a great angle out from Jack. He was just so patient. He didn't look for it in the earlier fight. He's willing to drop the supports to look for that good angle. And they just managed to get it done. They defend their top tier 1. It's still above deny range. They can't just take it out themselves, but that will take commitment from T1 to get back up there. Again, it's a bit of a role reversal. T1 starting to be a bit aggressive, although Zephyr.
Yeah, in trouble. FBZ though, he may have gone a bit too far. Whitemon is going to rotate over on the Jack. FBZ, yeah, he's definitely gone a bit too far. Tips out from Cuckoo. I'll be frank, John, he deserved that one.
Yeah, a bit greedy, you know, trying to go for the Treant, and that should give T1 the opportunity now to finally clear top. Scam is around the area, not really going to be able to do much, not even going to go for the deny. So you do manage to get that tower done on T1's end. Boom haven't managed to apply their own tower pressure yet. You know, mid still healthy, bot still healthy. T1 still has a lot of the map under their control, and they start to invade that jungle. This is going to be a bit tough for Jackie and to an extent even FBZ. These two heroes need a lot of farm. Brewmaster, we're eyeing that Ags, we're eyeing the refresh, maybe even Blink down the line. So much gold you have to really have that maximum impact on that hero. And the face is void. Not even the Mask of Madness done yet, so it's still a lot for Boom to have to wait for. Again, a bit of a role reversal from game 1. T1's the aggressors, Boom having to play a little bit more defensively here, although when they have Chrono, it does look like they're willing to go.
Well, they do spot out Gabby. Yopaj, does he want to make the jump in? I mean, you are still by the bottom T1 tower, so the rotation potential from T1 is certainly there if they need it. And in the meantime, T1 already trying to set up for the mid-tier 1 tower. In we go. T1, they're going to go for the T1 mid tower now. Exorcism up. Yopaj, he's going to try and jump in. The Razor already getting caught out. Cuckoo taking so much damage. Yopaj, he does have a way out. Cuckoo may not be so lucky. FBZ going to keep the chase up. Does he have enough to finish Cuckoo off? Not quite, as now Gabby is going to remnant in. They've already found Tims on the Grimstroke. Yopaj needs a way out himself. Doesn't have any mana. Doesn't have any step charges. There's one available now. FBZ in the meantime still getting chased down. Cuckoo, he'll rejoin the team fight as Schem. He will hold down Carl. And somehow, Boom, they only lose the Grimstroke.
A really good hold considering what that ended up being. They don't manage to really find anything in exchange. They still lose their mid-tier 1, but they made T1 work hard for it. And they're buying space out for Jackie. So it's the same thing that we saw T1 kind of do in game 1. Just stall out for your big core. They have managed to keep that farm game going now. For Jackie to get going, Mask of Madness up and running. Now we have to see that magic come true from Jackie, Mike. He's got to be able to work the map. He's got to be able to catch up here in network, overwhelm Gabby's network, overcome Cuckoo's network, and just become that massive core. For T1, they're about to hit some item timings themselves. BKB for Cuckoo's lining up. They could start to think about the top tier 2 into Roshan. Very big possibility for them. And as this game just keeps going, if you don't hunt Gabby down once more, eventually he'll have that Radiance up and he'll just be a big nuisance with a mischance up against Void.
Already inside jungle, Zephyr gonna get caught immediately with the Inkswell. They'll be able to burst one down with the Void Spirit as T1. Well, they do try to find a way to punish, but they're unable to lock down the Void Spirit. Paj is gonna be fine, and well, while that was happening, Jackie, he does eventually take care of that bottom tier 1 tower. Mind you, you look at the net worth graph, it's a bit of a rough affair here for the side of Boom Esports. As you see T1 all the way on top, but Boom, they are slowly making their way back up.
Yeah, it's not too big of a disparity, right? The graphs are fairly even, only really Carl's pulling ahead. So you are doing a great job from Boom to manage this weaker, slightly weaker early game where their presence just isn't as strong. Again, they did have that big chrono opportunity top. It's hard to find those opportunities. T1's been much more on point with how they split themselves up, and they understand Jackie doesn't want to join these fights anyway. He is going for the Maelstrom next. So he's trying to look for that additional attack speed and damage procs in the chrono, and of course farming speed. So once you have that, it starts to feel better. Playing tag a little bit with Gabby up top. They do have the X, so they see Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie. I mean, he's got the chrono available, but doesn't really want to commit it in this instance. Instead, he'll let Tims die, and that's fine. It's a 4-hero rotation for a pos 4 Grimstroke. It's not that big of a deal as long as Jackie gets his way out, and well, for the rest of Boom, they're just across the map farming, which is something they desperately need right now. So T1, while they do infiltrate the dire triangle, they are not finding the hero pickoffs they want with this timing.
No, and they don't even find any massive stacks. Not many built up by Boom. They've been working the map a little bit more. Jackie's just been farming the bot jungle anyway. So you're not taking too many resources away from this Face's Void. Still having that time to meet. And for the side of T1, I think you're fine with that just because Gabby is still farming. Like, he's still saving up for Radiance. You don't really mind. Spectre can always join these fights with Haunt. If you just find a support, that's fine. You just save the Haunt for the next one. So the waiting game is favorable for both sides. I do worry about handling the Spectre down the line, but Boom looks like they're starting to set with their invasions as well, going into that opposite triangle. Don't find anyone themselves. No major stacks as well, though.
Yeah, Whitemon, first target here. Not the biggest deal for T1 to lose, but we'll end up dropping the Jakiro as Yopaj, once again with the Inkswell combination, has a very easy time to jump in on the supports. They do want to try and go after that T1 mid tower now, I'm sure. They've got the Serpent Wards available on that Shadow Shaman. Zephyr is going to make it rather hard though on that tree. You're going to have the Living Armor, you're going to have the Nature's Grasp to take care of the creep wave, and it's not going to be that easy of an affair for Boom Esports here in the mid-tier 1.
Definitely not. I think for Boom, they might actually want to hold on to the wards just to go for Roshan instead. It feels like a bigger, safer objective to take, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about the Living Armor. There is some teamfight potential from T1 with a Haunt.
Yeah, he's not having a great time here, Whitemon. Jakiro, not the fastest moving hero in the world, and well, every time they see him, they will just chase him down for a very free kill.
Yeah, and then just, I mean, it's as you said, not the biggest kills, but that is racking up for Yopaj. That's racking up for even Tims to start working on to what he wants as well. And our Void Spirit's reaching a pretty nice point. Yule's up now on Yopaj. He can set up with the Remnants. He can start to isolate these bigger cores before the BKBs come online. And BKBs are about to come online though. Cuckoo, Recipe away. Carl, pretty much Recipe, it's pretty much done, flying out his BKB. So the spell immunity time is there for T1, but they have to recognize that power spike. Because they had that same timing in game 1. They didn't capitalize on it. If they don't capitalize here, you're playing right into what Boom wants, to build up big on the Void.
I mean, they're still huge in terms of net worth. I think it's a great time for T1 to go, and they will get it done now. T1 gonna wrap around with a smoke, maybe into the dire triangle, but no, they're gonna head down south. Boom, they do get scanned out. Jackie, Yopaj, they're making the jump in onto Gabby, but this could be terrible timing. Meanwhile, FBZ, he does have the Aghanim Scepter. It could be great timing for him. Scam is going to get jumped. Gabby wants to get rid of the Shaman. Hex is out. Serpent Wards are down, but he is going to die. Meanwhile, Tims will follow. They want more, though. They found both supports, but can they find Yopaj? There's no step charges available for the Void Spirit. He does get silenced up, and they found him. That's a great kill for T1. That's what you want to see. Not just both supports going down, but rather that mid laner. And with that T1, they'll move into the bot T1 tower.
I like seeing this aggression. They know they've got a bit of an edge. With the BKBs up, they just fully commit for the fight. Force the issue. Boom doesn't quite have the response. Very staggered. Coming in to jump Gabby. not respecting the Haunt as a disengaged tool, and they get caught off guard by it. Boom. Still need time for Jack to build up here, Mike. Maelstrom up. Farm is racking up for a Void, but still going to be a bit longer there.
It certainly is. You've seen the replay of that last team fight, and we talked about this during the drafting phase, John, but it's very, very difficult playing these kind of supports into a Spectre. Gabby's been doing a fantastic job every time he pops that ulti at just finding it where both supports are. And he does have the Radiance up, so he's got plenty of damage to deal with both those supports. But now at least, boom, they just cannot deal with the Spec. Every time that Haunt's available, you just can't fight.
Yeah, they've got to force these fights when they know Haunt's been expended. This is a window for them if they want to go. The mischance is making it pretty hard for Jackie to commit, though. Like the burn damage, the burn chance, the burn mischance, and then the evasion on top of it does make the Spec really tanky, and we're a long ways away from seeing Jackie go for something like an MKB. Still working towards his own BKB, still a ways off. T1, all T1 needs to do now is just take a tier 2, perhaps top, take the outpost, secure Roche, and then it starts to feel pretty scary for Boom. Yeah, you've got the Ags up on FBZ. He has been having a lot of impact. It does feel like we need to see his talent tree build up here as well, Mike. The Brewlings are starting to feel pretty squishy against that Spectre, against the DPXO, and against Razor.
Oh, it's not the jump in. Skem does get caught. Carl is going to get stunned up. Yokash going to protect the Shaman, but not for long. Skem, he's burning out. FBZ, Chrono out. Jackie, he's got 2. Carl in big trouble. The overgrowth, it'll save for now. Yokash, he's back in. The DP, though, he's not dying. Spirit Siphons are there. Carl, he'll survive another day. FBZ still trying to chase him down, but they haven't got the damage output. Can they get it? FBZ surely no. Carl, he'll siphon again. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Another split out, but Carl, he's going to be very happy with himself there, as they will try to turn around. Maybe he's gone too far this time, Carl. He'll try to reinitiate. Big silence out. Yopaj this time. He's gone too far. The Void Spirit in big trouble. Siphons out. Carl still alive somehow. They'll chase for a bit more. Onto Yopaj. The dagger's not going to connect, but they're chasing him down very well as the Aether Remnant is going to kind of give away that he is still around. Crypt Swarm. Oh, it's right on target. Right on target. And there's your voice lines. Carl, do you want to tip, sir? It's a great time to tip, Carl.
It would be a perfect time. They're having issues with that EHP here, Mike. Damage issues for Boom. Chrono with a double damage. They couldn't get enough. DD on the Void was just not enough to get anything done. And I think the side of T1 are starting to recognize that, yeah, Boom needs way more. We are very strong right now. We're going to run up with our spell immunity, going to run up with his timing we have on Gabby. And Boom, for their part, need to kind of sit back. They need a Spirit Vessel up here, Mike. They need a wave mitigating that regen on the Death Prophet. Maybe you could go Scotty as well for Jackie, but again, that's so far away. For the next 5 to 10 minutes, just feels like T1's always going to be able to dictate how these fights go.
Oh, it's been an incredible game here for T1, at least for game 2, as they are trying once again to make the jump on Gabby here down at bot lane, but they just don't have the damage. They just don't have enough damage. I mean, Jackie, he's farming BKB, but John, there's an old saying in SEA Dota, BKB, no damage.
It really doesn't. I mean, it gives a little, right? Like, from Midrow Hammer, just not enough.
Literally 0, John.
0 in the eyes of our pub players. Pros know better. At the least, they know better. Still, like, yeah, the BKB is going to be nice, but you are right, though. Where is the damage? Because it doesn't feel like they have control issues right now. It just feels like the output's not enough. Perhaps, you know, saving that BKB for Overgrowth's going to be big. T1 are going for a pretty big smoke around here, though, Mike.
Where are they going? Towards the north they go. Cuckoo, your front line. Who are they going to find? Jackie. He'd be a great target, but the scans are out. They know exactly where they are. Jackie's going to be fine. The smoke. Oh, Cuckoo still having a look. Eventually does give up on it. Immediately, Boom will rotate over to the Void to make sure that he is going to be just fine. Boom in back. They're going to smoke up themselves now. Mid lane, who are they going to find? Gabby, once again, he's a tough target. You haven't got the damage for that man. They'll drop the Serpentwards defensively, trying to block the pathway as Zephyr. He's going to be chased himself now, but the overgrowth should keep him safe as here come the rotations. Here come the cavalry. T1, they're going to zone in from the backside. Yopaj in trouble already. Cuckoo, he'll drain a bit of damage, but does eventually back off as Zephyr. Somehow still alive. We'll have the Holy Locket. Meanwhile, Gabby, where's he gone? He'll chase them the supports once again. Tims, they are trying to survive with Skem. The Soulbind is going to come out. The Shadow Amulet keeping him alive, but not for long. T1 at least able to find the Grimstroke. And mind you, John, that was a smoke rotation from Boom.
Yeah, they really force out the aggression. Yopaj in the initial jump kind of missed out on the Remnant, so they couldn't get the chain lockdown, and they do want to kill off the Spec. It doesn't feel like they have enough output to really handle that. It just feels like such a tanky hero with the dispersion up, and I think you have to set your eyes elsewhere. Maybe you just manage Cuckoo, maybe you try to isolate Carl, try to stop that sustain out, and maybe at least waste an exorcism. Boom haven't been finding those openings. A 4K lead up now for T1 as they have found ways to start fights. You know, they're coming in, they run up, they're the ones dictating these engagements, and it's Boom that's been responding a little bit more here. You need a lot more time still to build up.
Well, Carl's going to move in. FBZ gets silenced up, doesn't have a way to purge that off. He needs to get the split off, but he can't get it in time. Well, Carl, they're having a very good game, T1. Roshan's up. It's time to go.
You know, still have the Exo running, still a lot of duration on that. With the Arcane Rune as well, so gonna have a pretty short cooldown that go onto the high ground with that Aegis up. Boom do have really good high ground. Every single time we see that Void, high ground defense is one of their shining points, and they could even contest Roche if they make it in time here.
I mean, Yopaj could go for the steal right here. We know he's done it many times before. Roshan, though, not low enough yet. It looks like they won't even risk it. They'll try for the team fight instead. Who are they chasing? They'll find Tims on the Grimstroke. X will be there, Jackie. He'll pop the Chrono onto 2. They'll try for the Zephyr. Cream protect them, they'll find it. That's 1 down. Cuckoo now getting bashed up, but the BKB's about to wear off. Jackie, he might move back in. Yopaj, he certainly will. They want the Razor. They might just have him. Primal split out. FBZ, he should have the damage, but Cuckoo still walking away. Here comes Gabby. Here comes Carl. They found Yopaj. FBZ, he's lost all his Brewlings. He'll split back to the main one, but it's not going to be enough. FBZ, he's gone too far. They just don't have the damage, and there's your tip out. There's your tip out from Carl. You love to see it.
Yeah, he's coming out with the tips. He's been more patient, not tipping so early on. But T1 are feeling it now. Great team fight coming out. It did cost them a buyback out from Zephyr, but the overgrowth was very impactful at the end. They know that once Chrono's gone, Boom doesn't have the best ways of running up anymore. Like, yeah, BKBs fade, but you're not at the point where you can just consistently get the Ink Swells off anymore. Combine that with your Void Spirit jumping around, and it gives a massive opportunity for T1 to just get that ball rolling. So secondary life up for Gabby. He's working towards the Ags now, Mike. Even more uptime on that Haunt, because that's still a thing.
Look at
they
this.
can look at that fight again.
How did Yopaj die? Silence came out. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage, Gabby. He's hitting like a truck right now. With the Desolate, it's just too much.
Yeah, and that overgrowth at the end, locking in Yopaj just for that one last attack, not giving him the opportunity to jump away, did manage to snag them that kill. So the buyback from Zephyr ended up paying off. 15-8, 7K lead for T1. Boom. I mean, it just feels like they need to play for time. You have to maybe accept that you're going to lose some tier 2s at this point. You have to accept that you need way more in your Faceless Void to get going. You need way more, even on your Brewmaster. Like, the refresh has to come out. Spirit Vessel still has to come in as well for FBZ. Yopaj, one part away from the Ags. That could be the turning point. Early way to force out some BKBs, retreat, rewind for the next fight.
Well, T1 gonna go for that bottom tier 2 tower. Jackie trying to farm up an Eye of Skadi right now, but again, damage is lacking. T1, nothing to be afraid of. They'll just keep going. They understand how powerful they are at the moment. And Gabby gonna have the X up himself, John. That's a scary, scary time. If you are one of these supports of Boom, I mean, it's already been so rough for them. Now you just have a guaranteed way of picking off anyone across the map. Especially when that Axe is there. They might not even need it, John. They're onto the tier 3 bottom tower now. T1 looking for that draw here against Boom Esports. See if they can slow this down or defend. Yopaj They'll get the ink swell back into the backside. Not going to be able to connect on anyone. Not a great start for Boom. They'll hold down the Spectre. But the Shaman is going to have to back off this Gabby. He'll just keep going. He's got the secondary life anyway. There's your Chrono out. They want Carl on the DP. They'll drop everything, but they've got the roots out. Jackie still trying to get it done. Carl, he can't survive this time around. He's gone. It's a 4v5 situation. In fact, make that a 4v4. They've got the Shaman. They've got Tim's down. Yopaj, he's going to back out of there, but Gabby, he's all over him. Dissimulate out. Cuckoo, he's got the damage right by the fountain. Tim's, he will drop another time. That's a dieback, but Jackie, he'll get the bash. Mid TP out. They might at least find the Razor. FBZ, have they gone too far here on T1, or have they not, Jonathan? They are still fighting. They're almost thinking about fountain diving here. They are going to back off. FBZ going to try and hold them back, as Scam's going to die back as well. Oh, that's terrible. Tips out again for Yopaj. Carl's really giving it to him, John, as FBZ gets caught out. He's the fourth. It's just Jackie left. He touches the rewind button. It's not going to be enough. Jackie's gone. No buyback available. Tips out for T1. Is that just it?
They're still protected from Megas. Tier 2 still stand there, Mike. So their high ground's not under immediate threat. Boom still has something to play for. The game's gotten infinitely harder, though. And they kept forcing that fight in. I do like that Jackie is focusing on these bigger heroes, but he doesn't have the items to get that damage done. He popped his BKB way too early. Right before the overgrowth came out, he had to pop BKB. Didn't catch Zephyr in that chrono, so that opportunity came out. And then all those small things, when you're reliant on that void to do damage, is just adding up. Like, you don't have that play in the chrono. You don't have a hero that just stands outside, does damage, like, say, Alina, to kind of contribute there. You don't have those combinations, so it's all in on just Jack.
Goodness, look at Tim's. He'll Glimmer Cape in time, but it just, the amount of damage. He used Haunt and the Shadow Step, and he just melted it.
Yep. It just rips through, and those supports, as you said, Mike, they're not very durable. So you've got to watch yourself there on Boom. High ground still being pierced. Yopaj.
Jump in. They're going to try and deal with Gabby, but again, he's got that secondary life available. Aegis is still up. They've got to try and find the backside. It's just not that easy. You see how long it takes them to try and take down Carl. He's got his BKB up. Exorcism popped. Confident days. There's your chrono though. Jackie, he's going to give it his best shot. On to the DP they go. Maybe they have the damage this time. Carl still dropping. Does end up going down. Onto Cuckoo. They want that Razor. Jackie, he should have the bashes. He should have the control, but a great ice path. Whitemon onto 3, as now Gabby will jump in with the Haunt out, but has he gone too far? They'll tornado him up. Meanwhile, FBZ, Zephyr jumping in. Another great ice path out from Whitemon. It's complete chaos in the mid lane. Yopaj, he does pick off the Zephyr protector, but now he's in big trouble. Gabby will try to chase him down. There's another ice path out from Whitemon. He just can't miss. Is it just me, John, or is it cold in here?
Sure is getting chilly in that high ground of Boom. Whitemon's been on point with landing that control. Boom do still hold on to their high ground, though. They managed to play well enough. They get another good chrono out. Great double shackles out as well with the Soulbind. And they hold on to those mid racks. They lose the tier 3. Rack still intact. That means that they can still keep trying to play. The Scotty eventually going to form up here for Jackie, mitigating that healing coming out onto our DP in particular. It still does feel like handling the Spectre is just a task that's very, very difficult right now for Boom. Right, like you're inching towards that refresh now in FBZ. You've got the Ags up on Yopaj. He does need that BKB for protection. So some of these items are coming online. But now it's starting to go to that point once more for Boom where it has to be executed nearly perfectly considering this network disadvantage. They've got to be on point with the Chronos. They've got to be able to back up Jackie, and FBZ has to be as disruptive as possible on that backline here.
Yeah, he does. He's been trying his absolute best, but the Brewlings, John, they just haven't been surviving. Within that Exorcism, within the Spectre Illusions, it's just so much damage flying out. And now into the mid lane they go. They found Japoi. They want the Void Spirit, but he's going to be fine to dissimulate out. Mid-racks, though, under siege once again. How do you defend with that chrono up? They need 15 seconds for the chrono to be available, so Yopaj is going to make the jump in onto the Spectre. With the stun out, they'll just chip away. This time, Gabby does not have Aegis, so he will need to be a little bit more cautious with his positioning. is they'll pop the BKB on Cuckoo. They'll make sure they get the mid-racks. That's going to be enough for them. They'll play for next Roshan.
Play for next Roche, play for the next high ground Siege. The side of Boom, pretty solid defense, all things considered. He managed to get some good chip damage away. The area denial of T1 is just really shining. Whitemon again, good macro power in between, forcing Yopaj to not be able to jump in and commit. And it's just starting to feel like it's all in and trying to get some big chronos. Jackie is inching towards that Scotty. It should be done after this Ancient Camp clears out. That is going to leave him without buyback. So it's a massive risk. It does feel necessary for Boom to take that risk. Even with buyback, the Void doesn't feel useless. Doesn't feel useful that faces Void.
Yeah.
He has to find that damage in the chrono now. So we'll see if they will find that opportunity. Roshan, timer, 10 seconds away until we see that respawn.
Ooh,
And both sides are smoking.
fight. This could be the last one, John. No buyback available on Jackie. T1, they just need one more good fight. FBZ gonna see them, but a quick blink up from Zephyr. T1, they'll reposition, but they're still looking very confident as Jackie jumps in. There's your two-man chrono. Overgrowth's not going to connect Jackie. He's got free reign in this chrono. Cuckoo in big trouble. Somehow still alive. Inkswell out. They've got the damage this time, but Gabby, he's the main problem on the Spectre. They'll tornado him up. Meanwhile, Japoi, he's been caught out. No step charges available. Just trapped up. Is going to go down surely, or have they left him? No, he's alive. Japoi, he's somehow out of there. Oh, Zephyr.
Wait, what? What?
Zephyr doesn't have the damage.
Japoi, he makes it out. Barely in the nick of time, does survive. They are still playing tag. FBZ will manage to TP out here as well. No, does get stunned up, and FBZ.
Easy. Oh, he's going to try for the split. He committed the refresher orb, John. He's going down without buyback.
Yeah, that's a good kill coming out from T1. You managed to take away the big aspect in these team fights now from Boom's end. That's caused them, a bit of a buyback from Kufu, but not the biggest deal in the world. Roshan is up. So T1 could play for that, knowing that there's no disruptive elements left, and knowing that the chrono's still down for a minute 10. There's no counterplay from Boom. 2 lives up, free Ag Shard as well. Inside of T1 should start to find that footing now onto the last set of racks, onto that tier 2, into the high ground.
Yeah. Here we go again, Roshan. I mean, I don't think Boom can allow this to go the way of T1, but it seems like they've got no choice in the matter. It's happening way too fast. T1 gonna happily take the shards and Aegis. Gabby will probably just take the Aegis once again. Shards? Gem? Anyone? Whitemon? It's always the supports that have to do it, John. They always have to pick up the trash that was left behind.
That is true. I'm curious about, like, the shard. Who did they maybe just give it to Zephyr? Oh. No, just haunting around. Cuckoo was holding on to that shard. I don't know if the Storm Surge is really useful here. I mean, it's pretty nice, I guess. It's his old passive.
Yeah.
On Razor, so,
It's something.
It's something.
Better than nothing, Jonathan. But, well, currently is nothing because it's in the backpack. So I guess it's not better than nothing.
It's getting scary though. You've got the Basher up now on Gabby, so you can just chain stun as well through the BKBs. Boom, they've got to do something special for the guy on defense. Got perfect Chronos and all the follow through here, Mike.
Yeah, Horn and Shadow step now back up. These four supports on Boom, they are in for a very rough time. Scam actually across the map right now. He's not even in the base. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be near the Spectre, but I don't think you can hide Scam. It doesn't matter where you go. Gabby's always watching. Gabby, he'll hold out for the Haunt for now. Quite frankly, John, I reckon if he just pops it, he'll probably get at least 1-2 kills. Again, onto the supports, but he won't use it yet. He'll wait for the next team fight. In fact, it seems like they're in no rush. Gabby even going to go farm up a little bit more, so not looking to rush towards the top lane to push in that final lane of barracks. Boom Esports, I'm sure they'll be very thankful for that time.
They've got time to build up. They've got time to group.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Jackie being caught out. Scam gonna save the day with the Shaman. Jackie, though, will go for a bit of a run. Gabby still on the chase, still with the Basher, but not getting lucky. He won't chase any further. But now that they know Jackie is down for bot lane, they might start pressuring top lane here for T1. In fact, everyone from Boom's not around to defend this base at the moment. They've got to get back. T1, oh, they're not gonna rush. It's like Yopaj, he's going to be around in the Void Spirit to try and defend this. Is that ward going to be a bit of a bait? Nah, Gabby will take care of it, no problem. Here we go. Tier 3 tower, top lane, they'll try Skem. Immediately being jumped on here, but we'll be able to force staff away. They can't blow off the Shaman quite yet as Gabby gonna move in, but there's your Chrono. It's all about Karl. Overgrowth is out though, locking down the Void. He cannot hit Karl at the moment, so it's free reign for T1 to turn around. They've got Jackie down. He's got buyback available, but they've got no Chrono. In they go towards a fountain. Buyback's being committed by Boom, but how do you defend this?
I mean, without the Chrono, it just feels like you can't.
Oh, Jackie's copping the tips now, John. FBZ's getting jumped on. Just so much damage here for Boom. FBZ, he'll get a second primal split off. Gabby into the backside. He's got Tim's down. Skem is gone as well. It's not looking good for Boom. They are still trying. Gabby is getting low. They're still trying to just chip away, get at least the Aegis down, but Gabby, he's got so much sustain. This man just does not believe in dying. As FBZ, he's into the backside, onto the Razor. Cuckoo dropping low, does eventually go down. Meanwhile, Shackle's out on Karl. They'll try to deal with the DP, but Cuckoo is eventually going to drop a Zephyr. Will drop as well. Boom. Are they doing it? Are they defending their base? Back with the Tornado. Out onto Gabby. There goes Jackie in the backside. Onto Whitemon. It's a 3v4 situation here. Boom have the advantage. Karl, he's getting too low. They've driven too deep. They'll take down another. Here we go. Gabby, the only one left in the base right now. Zephyr's trying to make his way back over, but they've got unlimited control. They've got Gabby down without buyback, but they are up against Mega Creeps. They're against Megas, but they have a chance.
You know what would make this really Southeast Asian, Mike? This is when you all chat on T1s and then say defend. That's it. You know, it's like, oh, okay, go defend, fine. You killed us there, great job. What are you gonna do now? You are 14k behind on Boom's end. T1's still in a really good position. You are getting that build up now on Jackie. He's catching up onto Karl. Still a fair bit behind Gabby's net worth. But they have nothing to play for. There's no Roshan to take here for Boom to kind of solidify their position. They have to eat through a tier 1 mid. There's still tier 2s on every single lane.
Oh, look at this.
There's just no options here.
There's a tier 1 mid still standing. Yeah. Jeez. It's rough. There's no chance going high. Look at this Zephyr. He'll just commit the overgrowth. Just not gonna let Jay. Look at this.
Oh my.
He's just dragging it out. He's just buying more time for Gabby to be back up, and Gabby, he's having a great laugh to himself about it.
Yeah, they're stalling, and there's just nothing on the map, Mike. You take the tier 1, so what? You can't go for the tier 2s at that point. Roshan's still a mile away. T1 would have to make major mistakes for Boom to really bounce back. They need to repeat that sort of fight on that fountain dive. And they kind of need to just go look for a good Chrono once more, get the damage focused in, dance around him a bit, kite around the Spectre if possible, and run from there.
Yo, thank you.
Respawns are
Thank you for
fairly
the subs,
short.
guys.
Kuki's already
Enjoy the
back
stream.
up. Gabby not too far off. The tier 2s feel impossible to take. They will at least maybe just go for a bit of a warding run. But Roche, I mean, there's just nothing. I'm not sure what you can really do except just farm. T1 gonna go smoke up. They can just haunt around with the Spectre again.
Yeah, they're going to try T1. They want to put a lid on this game right here, right now. Buybacks are rather low for both teams, but you've only got your Page buyback available right now for Boom, so if you can find a couple kills, it's basically as good as GG, at least for T1, to finish off this game, as they are going to try and loop around into the Dire base, but they need a way in. They're not feeling too safe to just walk up blindly. Keep in mind, FBZ will have the Refresher Orb back up now, so you are going to have 4 charges of Primal Split very soon. He does also end up buying a Radiant, so that's a nice way of being able to deal with the Mega Creeps for the Brewmaster. So they are planning to try and defend this as best as possible. And again, we did talk with Boom earlier. They need the 2-0 victory right here to feel a bit safer about their group stage standing. Naturally, T1, I mean, these two teams are rivals right now in the SEA scene. They don't want to give that over.
Definitely not. Again, historically, every single time these teams go up against each other, it's at least a 1-1 by game 2.
Yeah.
You know, it always goes that way, and then it's the game 3 decider. So in a best of 2 like this, where that 2-0 or 1-1 difference counts in a big way, kind of makes it tough for these teams. You know, it just feels like neither one's ever going to find that 2-0. Boom in a very tough position to try to find that here, Mike. They are still trying. They're going to have this. They have the refresh up on Jackie, so double Chrono available, or at least the option to buy back after first Chrono if you do die and have the gold. You do have that play now for Boom. Still working against the Mega Creeps here. And their backs are against the wall. They have been doing a good job of shoving out the waves at the least, making T1 work into that high ground. Smoke play from T1 doesn't quite pay off. they've still got all the tools under their belt. They still have Haunt, they still have the Shadow Step as well, and they have a lot of options in just going in. They could hold out until next Roshan, which we'll find out in about 25 seconds when it'll be up. So no rush, and they've got the entire map in their hand.
They do. The T1 still a huge advantage here. 12k net worth lead, Mega Creeps against Boom, but you know when you get that feeling, John, that the game's just not over? You might see something special here, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen this many, many times in the SCA DPC. These Mega Creep comebacks, they tend to happen more often than you'd think. Keep your eyes peeled as T1. They're looking for that draw here, but it's not over yet. Abyssal Blade to come out soon on Gabby. That'll certainly help the cause. What else are we having, though? Shiver's Guard on Carl. That'll definitely help. Cuckoo, nothing queued up yet for him. You've got the Guardian Greaves coming out on Zephyr for a bit more sustain. That's always going to be quite nice. And, well, for Whitemon, he's got nothing queued up either, Jonathan. But he just needs to spam Ice Path. And he's been doing a great job of it.
Yeah, just keep getting that control off. The BKBs are pretty low now on both sides. So the Ice Pad can be really devastating in that choke point on the high ground as we saw before. Getting chilly for Boom.
Smoke up, Johnny's got double chrono available. They might commit one to just pick off one target. Zephyr. It's going to be around to cut off this smoke here from Jackie, but it's going to happen yet, and they will see Gabby TPing in. They just wanted to get some wards down. Problem is, Roshan's back up. Aghanim Scepter available, Cheese available, Aegis more importantly available, and it doesn't seem like Boom are going to try and fight this.
Yeah, I think they understand it's a massive risk. Despite even just having double chrono, they've got to surrender it. 3 Ags coming out here as well. So, Cuckoo with the Ags, and your Ancient's going to be gone, way. I don't know if you can even hold with a refresh up on Cuckoo as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be able to focus down the Carl DP and the Cuckoo Razor here to try and protect that Ancient. And then you've got Creeps to worry about, you've got Gabby to worry about. It's not an easy scenario now, and oh boy, it's tough. If they can pull off this, it'll be a darn miracle, Jonathan, let me tell you. See what they can do. T1, they are still in no rush to try and make their way over. Shiver's Guards, multiple being built up here on Boom Esports to try and just slow down the Mega Creeps coming in. Mjolnir being built up on Jackie to have a bit more damage, and of course, again, against the Megas, very, very effective. Skem, looks like he's just trying to go for a Glimmer Cape. This man just wants to survive, and well, Tim's. He's currently AFK in base, it seems. He's chilling out. Why the hell not? And we go, though. T1, Jackie. We'll get back. He's got the rewind button. The shards up, but Jackie, can he get jumped? Bash is there. They lock him down. Abyssal Blade is out, but it's not enough yet. Even with the silence, Jackie is going to be able to go for a reset back in the fountain. FBZ. He'll pop the Primal Split. Tornado out onto the Spectre. Just hold him in the air as they want Cuckoo first. BKB is going to be forced, but there's Jackie. He'll jump in with the Chrono. It's up to Carl. Overgrowth is out, Jackie. He'll refresh. He needs another. Carl, he'll eat the cheese, Jackie. He's taking too much damage. They've silenced him up. He'll get the time walk just in time. He'll survive. But now the tier 4 towers are under siege. Boom. They've got to be desperately defending this one as they'll tornado up the Spectre once again with FBZ as Gabby. He'll move in onto Skem. He wants that Shaman. Another tornado. But they've got the Shaman down. Onto Cuckoo they go. FBZ still trying. So is the Idol. Yopaj so close yet so far. They can't take Cuckoo out. Another Primal Split here from the Brewmaster. They'll refresh onto the Razor. Can they finally get him? Cuckoo. How is he still alive? He'll finally drop, but now Yopaj is gone. He'll buy back Jackie. They've got to protect that Ancient. There's your Chrono out. Onto Carl again. They need the DP dead. Carl gonna get locked down with the 8th Remnant. Ice Path gonna try and protect, but he's in trouble. Carl, he'll get the Siphons onto the Jakiro White Mod. He'll drop, but the Ancient, it's still exposed. Japoi, he'll try to protect, but now Jackie's gone. No buyback available. T1, they'll get FBZ. GG's called. Japoi's in enough. It's gonna be another draw for Boom Esports. They are not safe. They are not safe here on Boom. You can see their faces, John. They are not looking happy.
No, definitely not. T1 does bounce back in really strong form. They take the aggression this game.
What a game.
They play around and push. They force the issue really early on.
Let's go, let's go. Thank you for those people who subs to our channel.
They go for the farming game. They get that build up.
Carl.
Yeah,
he's happy, John. He doesn't look happy, but he's happy.
Yes,
There it
it
is.
is. It
There
is a
is.
crazy
That
game,
time I
man.
tipped your Paj.
I mean, it did pay off in the end. You know, they did manage to get it working.
Mega
Having big
Crips,
issues there
ganda
for
ng
Team.
laban. Never
They
fail
went for the
talaga ang
Shadow
Boom
Shaman
Esports
and
tsaka
Venture
T1
Sport
pag
duo. It's one of those things,
ganitong
you have
mga
to play this out
laban.
when Tim's
Solid,
trying to
solid.
score passive fours.
Salamat sa mga
It's
nanood at
not
saka sa
something he's
nag-subscribe
playmaking.
sa
It's not
channel
Link, it's
natin.
not his Mirana.
We
He
are
doesn't
now
like his weakness.
800.
So he doesn't get to
830.
dictate the game as much
Gerald,
as he
ako,
would on his
Heda.
heroes, and then that puts the burden of play
Yo,
onto
yo,
FBC
yo.
and Yopaj. Not even on Jack.
Big shout out to you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The best, the best.
Because he's working on Ags, he's working on refresh. So that just left Yopaj.
Man, what a game by Boom Esports and T1.
It's just
Classic C. Solid, no? Napakaganda. Solid. May next stream pa, boss? Yes, sir. Meron pa. Ano ba gusto nyo? Ano ba naglalaban ngayon? Meron pang laban to eh. Boom Tundra. Pwede rin natin i-stream yun. Boom Tundra. Pwede natin siyang i-stream. 8:30. Boom Tundra yata to. Yan. Crusader lang ako pare. Crusader 4 lang ako eh. Hindi ganun kataas rank ko pare. Baba lang ano ko eh. Sakto lang rank natin. Nasa kakalagitnaan. Abangan natin to mga sir. Boom Esports at saka Tundra. Yo, hello. Shout out from the Wild Ones. Yo, TWO. Hello, the Wild Ones. Yes, GG, ang ganda ng laro. To maganda rin to, Boom Esports at saka Tundra. 8:30 mga sir, 8:30. Solid, no? Grabe. Ang dami mong iisipin, yung hero, yung creep wave, binabanatan na yung throne, buyback. Grabe. What a game. Solid naman eh. T1 at saka Boom, galing talaga. Paano kaya kung andito rin sa group nila yung Fanatic, no? Tatlong C. Ay, salamat. Wala yan. Pag di mo malaman, puro team. Oo nga eh. Ang galing nila mag-pick. Pero isa't isa na kasi yun, sir eh. Wala na yun, isa't isa na yung laban na yun. Do or die na yun, ika nga. EG versus OG. Jerax versus Seb to. Jerax versus Seb and Notail. Ito. EG OG. Ayan. Naawa ako, sabi ni Gerald. Naawa ako sa EG, kina-cancer ni Bulb. Oo nga. Ba't kasi puro Storm yung EG, no? Di ko alam kung ba't puro EG. Vent Galarde, hello, welcome to the channel. Best of 3 or best of 2 lang. Series. Still on the group stage. Pagdating yata ng playoffs, dun yung best of 3. And thank you sa mga nag-subscribe sa channel natin. Thank you for all your subscribes. For the subscribes, man. Thank you so much. Let's see this one. Boom. Tapos na kasi ito eh. Boom Esports, Tundra Esports. Ito i-stream natin. Boom Esports. Dito lang naman maganda ng panoorin dito yung laning ni Jerax at saka ni Seb. Pagalingan sila mag post 5, post 4. Si Misha kasi pinalitan ni Seb eh. Si Amar. Tingnan natin kung ano makukuha natin ngayon na live. Thanks for the sub, man. Tonda Esports? Wala pa yata eh. Ay, matagal pa to. Bakit pa wala China team? Dahil sa ano, sir? Sa pandemic po. Yun yata yung issue nun. Dahil sa pandemic pa rin po. Wala pong mga CN servers. Marami ding mga players na hindi nakapunta due to visa problems. Ayan. Tingin ko mamaya pa tong ano. Mamaya pa tong Tundra. Wait lang, let's see. Wait natin. Tingin ko mamaya pa tong Boom Esports at saka Tundra. Di pa kasi tapos yung laban nila. Ito po, naglalaban pa yung Beast Coast eh. 10 minutes pa lang oh. Mamaya pa to tingin ko. Yan, dinner muna kayo, dinner. Kain muna, kain. Yan, dinner muna kayo mga sir. Huwag masyadong addict. Kain-kain din. Yan, maya-maya pa to. Mga 15 minutes pa. Hindi pa tapos yung katapat nila eh. Gusto nyo ba, ano muna, EG versus OG? Wala pa tong T1 bet boom eh. Baka mauna nga rin to eh. Teka lang, check ko sa, sa Twitch. Check ko lang sa Twitch kung meron na. Ayan, COVID related yung sa ano eh. Wait lang natin, wait lang. While. Panoorin muna natin to. Alam niya naman. Si Seb. Ano, te? Sir Action Slacks nga pala pangalan yan. Sir Action Slacks. Sa mga di pa nakakilala, Sir Action Slacks. Loko talaga Action Slacks eh. Okay, wait lang natin. Tingin muna tayo kung ano nangyayari sa next stream natin. Matagal pa eh, 8:30 pa. 11 minutes to go. Naglalaro pa yung Tundra at saka Beast Coast. So probably mauna muna ang T1 at saka Ano, panoorin muna natin. Hindi pa EG. Tundra muna tayo, gusto nyo? Tundra Esports. Biscos habang nag-aantay. Wala pa naman matagal pa naman sila. Dito muna tayo, sige. Biscos muna tayo, Biscos.
Okay, whatever. You thought maybe it would go a little bit better, but the last two that also became feeds were just excessive.
Biscos muna tayo.
So
I don't know why Hector chose to,
Yes, sir,
teleport
mahina po
in when you
talaga
can
yan.
clearly see that this Enchantress is...
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a pro player. I just know what I see from watching all these games. This is looking like a dead stinger.
I do not need to be a pro player to recognize tilt, and that was some tilt that we saw.
Yeah.
That was some trying to save things. Didn't work out. Toss back. They're going to maybe get a Pugna kill
Okay,
at
I mean,
least.
that's good. They could use a pug to kill.
Check natin.
But in comes the Chaos Knight. Long range shelling coming in hot. They need to get their hands over onto Whisper. Despite the BKB, they managed to get some decent damage. The Soulbind out over on Skeeter. He's absolutely fine. He's just going to teleport out. He's got the BKB. There's nothing that they can do to stop him.
Yes,
Soulbind not maybe the most useless skill in this game.
Hello, Dun
This
King.
is nice. They get the BKB
Yeah,
out.
shout out
fine.
sa'yo, sir. Thank
He
you,
has to
thank you.
use it
Update nyo lang ako
defensively,
pagka
so that's
medyo may
something,
problem
but
sa inyo. Pero pagka
It is-
internet,
they are still
wala na
It's
akong
11-0
magagawa
and
dyan.
15 on
Eh,
this.
yung mga
on
volume,
this
kaya
game.
natin yan. Pero yung mga internet
3Q's a
connection,
monster. Absolute
medyo
monster.
ano tayo.
He's got a BKB. He's got a
Node na tayo,
Shiva's
node.
Guard. He's got a Refresher Orb.
He's at like Cell Midas territory.
Scout
Yeah.
natin yung Tundra Esports.
Too big
Malakas
to
din
fail.
to.
This one.
Actually, yes.
Ito yung next na
He
kalaban
just
ng
killed
Boom.
Doom at level 24
ng
for
Boom
second
Esports.
point. He's like, I don't need this damage. I'm here for stats. Got the-
All right, Beast Coast. I'm not sure. It's gonna take some very out of place heroes for on the side of Tundra to get Beast Coast back into this game right now. It's gonna take a full
Yeah.
force on one hero. 33 is jumping forward here. They put the Glimmer Cape over onto Gojira. And again, it's very fun. He's just mad. He's just like, all right, I can't hit the stupid Enchantress. We'll just doom her, whatever. Do get the Inkswell off, though, which will heal quite a bit. Whisper going. He drops down that ultimate. He's got to run, though, immediately.
Those illusions immediately died, and they're turning. Maybe
They're
this is the moment.
They're trying to get in there, but they've got to be careful. Stinger very, very far forward.
Still got
They survived the
Refresher.
Doom. That's a big deal. Going for the chase, but no,
Oh,
they're
boy.
going to back off on the side of Tundra. They go for a smoke immediately,
Yeah.
too. They realize that.
It's a good
They've
time to
used a
fight.
lot of things. Fling forward here from Gojira. He's a little bit off the mark. They'll go and they'll drop those Serpent Wards. Saksa, though, is going to stay alive just a little bit longer. Eventually, he will pop. And Gojira's still alive. Chase is on. They can see 9. They don't have any really ways to get over there quite quickly enough. Gojira, though, he's fast. He's got the Blink Dagger, but I don't think he's going to be able to close this gap.
A 9 blinks out. He was thinking about going hesitate a little bit. Nah, I guess in for a TP.
They'll get themselves a tier 1 tower. So the big bit of a turnaround here coming out from Beast Coast, and
Yeah, I'm surprised
they needed that.
They stemmed the bleeding. Genuinely surprised on that. There was a lot of bad stuff, like a lot of really catastrophic, sloppy play that happened in that 5-minute period, and I was like, man, it's only gonna get worse. But they've recovered. They really have.
They've stabilized. I wouldn't say they've recovered, but they've stabilized a little bit.
Yeah,
It's not a 97% win probability now. It's only a 92%.
Okay, yeah, they've gotten a couple kills. They got that Pugna pick off that allowed them to fight some of the other heroes a bit more.
All
Skeeter
right.
goes in.
Yeah, he just finds himself Stinger.
He's got the attack speed to help offset a lot of what Enchant is doing now. Mindbreaker, Armlet, a little Echo Saber action, the Orchid, all great for it.
Oh, Ektor. Oh, barely makes it out there.
Yeah, can't doom him through BKB and Lincoln's. Would have to double doom, I guess.
Yeah, Whisper's trying to do some cheeky plays. They have their eyes on Ektor over here. Pop the Lincolns.
crap.
Look at the damage coming out from 9. That's actually bonkers with that Daedalus. And the
got-
double damage.
Yeah, the little Shredder uses your attack damage, the DD, the Daedalus, so much damage. And it's only going to get better when he gets a little Shredder multi-shot. It's a great way to transition for the late game Snapfires. Skeeter gonna force BKB. No!
All right. No, he does. He does force the...
Force the death.
Yeah. I thought you meant that Skeeter didn't pop his BKB. I was like, no, he did.
I thought Whisper was gonna
Uh.
press it to get to safety, but I think he assumed maybe it was just Skeeter. He'd get away with it.
Perhaps.
So, high ground they go.
Yeah, ward's getting dropped again. They'll push out that fortification. They'll fort that one creep that they have. They know that they have this opening. They find themselves Stinger. The load is coming through, but 9, oh my god, look at 9 on the back line here. Look at this damage. It's a double kill. Buyback coming out from Stinger. There's just so much with that. That level 25, the multi-shot. Good god.
It is a fun talent, especially with the set he's got here. It's truly swagged out. The little shredder looks very cool. So they get the racks.
He gets fashion points now. Granny has
Big
fashion points.
fashion points for the Granny. Her guns are very cool. That's fashion, baby. I can appreciate that as an American.
I was waiting for that part of it. I knew, I was like, it's coming.
Is he buying a rapier on Snapfire?
I don't know. He's got a nullifier coming.
A boring nullifier. Disgusting.
No fashion points for that.
Rapier would have been truly ballsy.
Have you been watching Spy X Family?
I've never even heard of that.
Okay, well, hold that thought because they immediately find themselves Whisper, and they're gonna blow them up. Another refresh turning around. They can see Hector. They go in for another Doom. Stinger is taking too much damage. They just called GG. They've had enough. Tundra just looking so incredibly dominant.
They genuinely have. Beast Coast trying to dissect the draft a little bit as well. Did not work. Put them in a weird spot. They stole the Grimstroke away from their opponents. For good reason. You don't want to let Tundra have that and the Chaos Knight. But then later on, as the draft went on, they're kind of like, I guess we're doing Grim mid with no combos. And it worked okay, but there's this like gap of items that feel...
Wala, tapos na rin. Nanalo na yan. Yun yung hintayin natin. Yun yung kalaro...
But if you don't have allies that
yun yung kalaro ng ano.
normal items you buy to make the hero viable are just not good.
Yun yung kalaro ng Boom Esports.
So, and then they just threw a shitload.
Tapos T1 Bet Boom. Wait lang, check ko lang yung T1 Bet Boom. Pero ano tayo? Boom E, ano tayo? Boom EG ba? Wait lang, check ko lang.
Their safe lane went a little bit rough, but just across the board, great performance by.
Check natin kung online na yung ibang ano natin. Beast Coast katapos lang. EGOG, panoorin natin EGOG muna. Abangan ko lang yung ano. Boom Esports ba? Nahiwalay na naman eh. Wait lang ah. Wala pa to kasi magpapahinga pa yung Tundra eh. 8:30. Sabagay, 8:30 na rin. Wait a minute mga sir. Yan. Nagsimula na ba EGOG? Wait lang ah. Check ko. Wala pa. Hindi pa. Wala pa nag-i-start. Yan. Wala pa nag-i-start sa mga ano natin, sa mga games. Boom. Wala pa. Kakatapos lang halos. Boom Tundra pa lang. Ayun, wala pa halos. Pero delay kasi dito. Ayun. Boom Tundra. Kakapatapos lang nung game eh. Baka mauna pa nga tong T1. T1 Bet Boom. Baka mauna tong T1 Bet Boom dito. Ayun, check lang natin baka mauna tong T1 Bet Boom or yung tawag nito. Boom at saka wait lang. Baka mauna yung Boom at saka Tundra. Maganda yung laban na to ng Tundra at saka ano. Tundra at saka Boom. Tingin ko ito na lang yung i-stream natin. Yung Tundra at saka Boom. Wait lang, hanapin muna natin sila. Wala pa yata. Maya pa yan. Boom. Ayan na. Banning na yata EGOG. Banning na yata. Second series starting soon. Wala pa. Wala pa mga sir. Ayan. Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa mga nagsasubscribe sa ating YouTube channel. Meron din tayong Twitch at saka Facebook. Yan. Sa Facebook, ano ba yan? Lagay ko na lang din. I-comment ko na lang din. Sa Facebook natin. Meron ako sa Facebook eh. Ano yun? Yan. Baka mapadaan kayo. Yan, baka mapadaan kayo. Yan ang ating link sa Facebook and sa Twitch meron din. Sa Twitch natin, ito yung Twitch ano natin, Twitch link natin. Baka may Twitch din po kayo. Yan, ito yung sa Twitch natin. The Jeak Show. Right, so antay lang natin to. Wala pa yata ito eh. Ayan, so Tundra at saka Boom tayo ang i-stream natin. Dito muna tayo sa Dota. Wala pa naman eh. Mahina talaga yung volume ko talaga in-game kasi tignan nyo yung volume natin. Volume, audio. Ayan, mahina. Hinihinaan ko talaga dito kasi yun. Sakit sa tenga. Wala na dito, tapos na ito eh. EGOG, tas parang tayo second series na. Ito na lang ang i-stream natin na Boom Esports at saka Tundra. Sabay kasi sila ng T1 eh. Sabay sila ng T1. Hop. Baka na-copyright tayo sa mga tunog. Hindi naman copyright strike. Copy. Yan. Baka maklaim ulit tayo. Wait lang natin ah. Yan. Pati nga nung ano natin, parang na-boost niya yata yung page natin. Sorry. Ayan. Ilan na ba yung ano? Wow, 274. Thank you sa mga nag-subscribe. Kanina nasa 250 something lang yan eh. Thank you. Yan, thank you sa mga nag-subscribe. Kung alin sa kanila mauna, yun na lang po. Mukhang mauna EGOG. Gusto nyo ba yun? Mukhang mauna EGOG. Pero Boom Esports at saka Tundra gusto kong panoorin. Ayan. Mayroon mauna to eh. EGOG. Alam naman na natin to, di ba? Parang alam mo na dito yung mangyayari. Kaya wag na natin silang pakailaman. Tingin ko. Yan, itong dalawa na lang. T1 at saka Boom. Pero tingin ko to talaga. Kaya ng T1 to, bet Boom eh. Pero malakas din mambulog tong bet Boom eh. Ayan, nagsisimula na sila. Mauna to kasi kakatapos lang. Sige, dito muna tayo habang nagbaban sila siguro. Ayan. Malakas na ba? Malakas na ba? Ayan. Yan, tingnan natin yung audio natin. Lipat tayo mamaya. Para di lang kayo maboryong. Dito muna tayo. Pero inaabangan ko naman yung ano. Tawag nito. Inaabangan ko naman yung Boom at saka Tundra. Sana yung TI-11 sa Pilipinas, no? Pa-comment nyo nga dyan kung gusto nyo yung TI-11 sa Pilipinas gaganapin. Gusto ko yung TI-11 sa Pilipinas eh. Kasi alam ko major pa lang yung naano sa atin eh. TI-6. Parang 2016 major lang yata yan. Yung nag-champion yung OG. Yan. Sana TI-11 dito sa Pilipinas. Sa Pilipinas nga pre, pero com shop tapos mga headset ha. Wala lang, ubos na mga com shop dito eh. Pinag-ano na yung mga, binenta na yung mga parts eh. Mahirap din kasi dahil sa pandemya. Walang income. Blurred ba? Blurred, oo. Hindi, ano yan sa Dota to mismo. Dahil walang income boss pag sa Pilipinas. Wag. Lipat tayo mamaya pag nagsimula na yung Tundra tsaka Boom. Ito pa lang yung naka-live ngayon eh. EG versus OG. Oh, di sila nag-i-storm. Ay, binan pala yung storm. Binan ng OG yung storm. Naawa yung OG. Tinanggal lahat yung ano, mga mid hero. Storm, Ember, tinanggal agad. Mahirap kasi PLDC. Sa bagay. Yan, shoutout daw po PLDC. Baka naman. Mhm. Uy, sinotel, oh. Iniisip ni Notel dito asan kaya si Ana. Iniisip niya dito asan kaya si Ana at si Thompson. Ayan, sabi niya, titigas ng ulo nito mga to. Saan na kaya yung mga yung kakampi ko? Si Jerax kasi nasa EG. Hinahanap niya si Ana at si Thompson. Tigas ng ulo nito mga to. Asan ba yung dalawa? Si Notel ba may-ari ng OG Coast? Di ko alam eh. Di ko alam kung sino may-ari ng OG pero tingin ko naging core sila ng OG. Idle lang sila, idle. Si Seb oh. Si Seb nga napalaban eh. Napa-major biglaan si Seb dahil sa ano nga ni Misha. Coach yata. Coach in hotel na ito ngayon eh. Si OG. Ayun na si OG Diaz daw. Yo, Michael John Loma. Yan, shoutout daw po from Davao City. Hello. Yan, may Ay. Nag-error yung Dota. Nakita nyo? Connected to the Dota game. Maglolo ko yung Dota natin ah. Ayan. I think EG win. Anong oras na dyan sa Davao, pre? I think EG win, sabi ni Why? Sorry, di ko mabasa yung name. Welcome to the channel, ma'am. Or sir. Ayan, welcome to the channel. Check ko lang yung ano, Tundra. Wala pa. EGOG. Mm. Yan, malapit na magsimula yung boom. Esports at saka Tundra. Mm. Sino kaya Sino kaya mananola dito? Off ko na yung cam ko mga sir ha. Ayan, nood na lang kayo. Disband na yung EG. Madaming magagaling sa EG boss. Sinotel yung bida ng Apocalypse. Okay naman ang EG, ewan ko lang. Nagkakansiran lang itong mga to ata eh. Magaling naman si ano eh, si Abed eh. RTZ, Jerax, 2-time TI. Iba to talaga pagka may chemistry yung ano. Okay naman, mga pro naman to mga to. Tingin ko magsisimula na maya-maya lang yung ano. Yung boom at saka tundra. Dalawang talo na lang airport na. First time ba na maglalaban ang Boom Esports at saka Tundra? Parang ngayon lang, no? Parang ngayon lang maglalaban to eh. Yung Boom at saka Tundra. Kaya gusto ko siyang panoorin. Hmm. Di naman niya ginagamit mipo niya. Little Tiara. Hmm. Ayun, ayan, thank you parang Jerome. Sila naglaban ng championship sa last LAN. Okay, Boom nanalo. Hmm. Alright. Tapos si Play pa yung magkakast, no? Di natalo na ng Boom sa Grand Finals ng last tour na nila. Oh, yun, tama nga. Thank you, Cornflakes and Sir Jerome De Vera. Thank you mga pre. Di ko alam kung balik laro na ako niyan o ano, wala akong idea. Yan ba yung Animajor? Animajor ba yan o DPC? Hmm. Ganyan din kalaki katawan ko kay Fly. Yo, Michael Simoran, welcome to the channel, man. Lahat ng Dota player, mga cute, patay tayo dyan. Walang DPC. Baka Animajor nga. Tingin ko magsisimula na yung boom. At saka... Ready ko lang yung kabila nating papanoorin.
I mean, Tundra again though, Jonathan. I mean, even if Tundra feel confident now with their standing being first place. Not only is it about keeping first place, but it's a revenge match. It's a grudge match here for Tundra. They lost the grand finals. That wasn't a great time. I believe they had a 2-0 lead in the second grand finals, and suddenly there was a reverse sweep happening. So now, not only do you want to beat this team, you want to destroy Boomies. You want to make sure they have to go through lower bracket. They've got to sweat their way to the lower bracket here, and we'll see if Boom. I mean, Boom. They did beat them, right, in the last matchup. It's just not going to be easy. And as you can see, it's a very handsome, fine-looking lads here.
Esports, Jackie, visit Team Scam, your podcast is snaking, Saxas, Geeters, 9 sa Tundra.
I'm very excited. I can't wait for this draft to start.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a close one. I expect most people are expecting a 1-1. I think even Tundra fans or Boom fans are expecting.
Okay na tayo sa 1-1 o kaya 2-0 ng
It's
Boom.
likely, because of how close it is, likely to go 1-1. But as you mentioned, last time we faced off, Tundra did get a 2-0 lead.
Yeah.
And this is the best of 2. A 2-0 lead means they basically take the series win.
Exactly.
Boom can't allow that. They can't allow themselves to get caught up here. Last time around, it felt like they were allowing things like the Monkey King to come through for snaking. His scouting potential was through the roof. The use of Abaddon and the Ags and the situations that's good in for Tundra in those situations. I mean, they have a really good read of the game. They have a really good read of the draft. I think this is where it comes down to, as you mentioned, Aoi up against Mushi. That feels like where a lot of the brain power is going to be focused on for that drafting phase.
That's what I was about to say, John. I feel like both teams, they're just so mechanically gifted on pretty much every single player. They've got great team coordination. They're both well-oiled machines. There's no doubt about that. But it's about the coaching now. AUI 2000 versus Mushi. That's what it's all about here. The drafting. How calm can you keep your teams during this matchup? Tundra, again, they're in first place right now. They're probably very happy. Boom Esports, on the other hand, are they happy, John? Probably not. Probably sweating a little bit, probably a little bit nervous, probably wanting to get a 2-0 victory. Knowing Gary, he's probably on the phone right now, not very happy with Boom, right? Gary's probably calling him up, letting him know what's happening. He needs a 2-0 victory right here, right now. Otherwise, well, things are going to happen when they get back home. They might not even get back home knowing Gary.
Yeah, I mean, Gary's a man of business. And if he's not seeing that return, he cuts you off like his crypto right now. I'm sure he's having a great time there.
He's just following the strategy, John. You sell high, buy
low.
Sell low, buy high.
Si John,
always sell low.
Hindi tahimik.
Sell low. That's
Kala ko dyan tahimik lang.
We'll see if Gary manages to get that done. Do want to say, though, one last thing. You have to know, Boom, it feels like they've been cursed since Tour 2, right?
Yeah.
First series in that DPC.
Stop laughing, Jonathan. This is a major.
First series in that DPC, they get a rainstorm.
Alam ko galing din sa Talon Esports si John.
They had to rush through the visa process.
Shoutout nga pala sa Talon Esports. Thank you. Nakakuha ko na yung napanalunan kong giveaway sa inyo. Suot ko ba yung t-shirt? Nanalo tayo sa giveaway ng Talon.
For game number 1 between Boom Esports and Tundra. Don't go anywhere.
Di pa pala tapos, makapiright tayo na naman ng audio nun. Ilang minuto pa? Walang oras oh. Walang oras eh. Di pa naman tayo na sa audio. Naiilagan natin yung mga audio eh. Pero yun. Maganda na yung nag-iingat. Partners. Walang oras. Paabukas pa to. Tignan ko sa Tignan ko nga sa Dota. Kailangan ng Boom ang 2-0. Alanganin sila sa standing. Baka ma-lower bracket pa pag puro 1-1 nilaro nila. Oo nga, kailangan nga nila itong manalo. Kasi sila, lagi silang tie series eh. Parang 5-5 ata sila. Ngayon, 5-5 na yata standing. Lagi silang yun nga, sabi nga ng tropa natin. Yan, shoutout kay Boss Jaron. 1-1 lagi sila. Hindi sila nakaka-isang buong series. Or 2 game wins. Lagi silang 1-1. Yung tong 14-48. Tagal ah. At mabilis lang. Darong nood na kami oh. Nagsimula na din ba yung ano? Parang nagsimula na rin ata. Ayan, 2 minutes pa. Antayin na natin to. Ayan, magkwentuhan muna tayo habang wala pa. Ayan, 2-1. 2-1. Ano ba standing ng Tundra? Tignan ko sa Dota. Wait lang, tignan ko sa Dota kung ano standing ng Tundra ngayon. Nagawa naman sila ng Beast Coast eh. 7-1. Naku, 7-1 pa lang Tundra. Sila yata ang number 1 ngayon sa Group A. Nako, kailangan madalawahan to. Kailangan mapunitan to ng boom. Pati hindi sila yung 0-2. 7-1 pala standing mga sir ng Tundra Esports dahil tie lang sila ng Beast Coast. Tama ba? Oo, tama yun nga. Nag-1-1 sila, hindi din naset. Ayan. Medyo mahirap-hirap nga to. 2-1 ang 7-1 ang standing ng Tundra Esports. Tapos ang T1 natin 6-2. Ayun, Boom Esports 5-5 nga. Kaya kailangan madalawahan to ng Boom. Kasi ang standing nila yata nasa 5th. 5th yata sila or 4th. Sa boom tayo, sa boom. Wait lang. Wala pa dyan lalabas sa inyo. Blank pa yan. Tignan ko sa Dota. Wala pa rin pala. Ayan, ito na yata.
Is upon us here. Boom Esports against Tundra in their rematch after that grand finals here.
Let's go, let's go.
It is MLP Dota. It's an absolute pleasure to be with
Boom
you here
Esports
today for this
versus
hype matchup,
Tundra.
Jonathan. Before I ask you
7-1
how
ang
you're doing,
Tundra,
I've got to ask
5-5
Twitch chat,
ang
is
Boom.
there any bat chest enjoys?
Tingnan natin,
That's what I've got to ask. Any bat chest enjoys?
There's got to be bat chest enjoyers, cool cat enjoyers as well, as you can see there in the ticker.
Any XD enjoys?
XD is fine.
Love myself an XD, Jonathan.
It's basic. It's
Yeah.
basic. It's multi-purpose. It can be,
It's basic but cultured.
Exactly. It's cultured. A low caps one can be very, very, like an offensively used in all chat. So very versatile. There you go. XD's out. All caps here. No shade.
I
if it
love
was
this
low
team.
caps.
I love this team.
Oh yeah.
We were worried. You and I, we're idiots,
Yeah.
right? They hired us for the major. I'm like, these guys are crazy. Do they know how we cast? Turns out, ESL team, they're pretty damn good, John. They like to go with us.
Absolutely. They know what to do. And these two teams know what to do as well, Mike. Not just our producers, but the teams playing here today. Boom up against Tundra. Again, as you said, a rematch from Dubai. Gonna be exciting to see whether or not Boom's learned something new, whether or not Tundra's learned something new about Boom, and how both teams adjust for this one.
Oh, I can't wait. I believe the draft is going to get underway. I just want to get into it, John. Again, it's going to be the matchup of the coaches. AUI 2000 against Mushi. I mean, it feels like we're going back in time a little bit here, Jonathan. It was a long time ago when these two players were at their primes, but my God, I'm happy to see it once again here, just going back, or rather just 1v1 almost during this draft, as we do have Tundra with an opening here. CK into the Pangali. Boom Esports right into one of your favorites, the Pugna, John.
Oh yeah. I mean, you gotta love the Pugna. And the life drain healing's been really big a lot. We've seen a lot of Pugna Storm combinations.
Can I just ask you, John,
Yeah.
what does the life drain look like again?
Life drain has a really special animation. Pugna just goes, yeah, baby,
Oh, you missed
yeah!
it. You missed it.
They missed it. It's all right. Little Pugna. He has a lovely animation, and he's a very solid position 5 position. Well, not 4. I'd say 5 and offlane to have on hand. You have that flexibility to throw it around. Doesn't really feel like the FBZ hero, though. So this should be our Schem hero on the 5. Some combinations on hand. They could try for the Storm. They will go for the Timber Saw. So
I like that.
That's your big frontliner to heal with a life drain. Not just the heal, even the mana Timbersaw gets back there enables him to be much more aggressive early on.
Yeah, I mean, against the CK, against the Pango as well, John, 2 strength heroes, they're not going to feel too good going against the Timber. More so the CK, right? Like, you want to dominate the lane against the CK. Reactive armor, obviously going to make it so you don't necessarily care too much about the high base damage of the Chaos Knight, and as well as that Whirling Death, just going to ruin you. CHAKRAM later on, great way of dealing with the Phantasm Illusions. Yeah, I think it's a great pick, and well, this is something you talked about last series. FBZ Timbersaw, John, this is his specialty.
Yeah, it's something he's been playing for almost every iteration of Boom at this point.
Yeah.
All the way back. It's something he's been known for in the offlane. Very situational hero. As you mentioned, though, this does look like a good situation for it. So 2 strength heroes already up. They have decent stunts to stop him, though. Like, Chaos Bolt is pretty good. Rolling Thunder is pretty nice. So you can kind of stop him if you do get that opportunity. I am keen to see now what Boom will get for, say, the follow-up here. Like, say, our Tim's hero on hand. Because I don't expect Tim's to play the Pugna.
Yeah.
Pugna, Timbersaw, you could be aggressive. It doesn't sound like the best lane to really bully out the CK. So I'm wondering if we can start to get those more active hero for Tims. You know, like Mirana, maybe a Hoodwink sounds a little bit better in that combination. I think that synergy with Timbersaw ties in really well.
Yeah, I mean, look, for now, Tundra, they have not banned that Mirana. Mind you, generally when we see Boom running the Mirana, while Tims does tend to just never miss, you do like to see the Kunkka come out for Yopaj or Jackie. They like to go for the X back into the arrow. It's a nice way to set up. I doubt they'll go down this route for now, but we'll see if the Mirana is left. I do agree with the point, though. When you see Tims, you want him to play, mate. You want to see him roaming around, harassing the enemy mid, making their life a living hell. That's where the pos for a Boom really shines. And last game, it was a bit passive. You and I agreed, the Phoenix, and then I believe, what was it, the Shaman or the Grimstroke in second game coming out. It just wasn't the Tim style we're used to. So I'm certainly agreeing with you on this one, John. I am hoping Boom go for a more Timsy kind of hero where he can just set up the team fights every single time.
Yeah, I think one hero that stands out on that pause for both teams is something like the Monkey King. We saw Snake King perform to a high level with a Monkey. It was a big part of what gave Tundra a lot of those wins over Boom. Yeah. His scouting potential, his movement, his decision making on that hero. Tims also plays that mean Monkey, but Boom hasn't been picking it up as often. So I think if they don't pick it up, there's a chance Tundra could go for it. It's still a bit dicey. Monkey into Timb. You have a lot of ways of chasing the Monkey down, cutting the tree line. So you can catch out that support and punish the vision game.
Yeah.
But it's still a lot of value for Tundra, and they know how to play that to the max.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the other things I kind of want to talk about here for Tundra, John, I mean, one of my favorite players, right? Just when he came out, I just couldn't believe how good this guy was. 33. This man is an absolute weapon. I mean, he's a monster. I remember he was part of Alliance, and I was watching those games back in those days when he was in Alliance. This man was carrying the team. I'll be just frank, John. He was straight up carrying the team forward. He ended up getting kind of kicked. That kind of happened. I was a little bit confused at the time. I thought he was the best player. To me, he's the best player in Tundra. At 33, he just does everything.
Yeah, he really does. I think all the chorus of Tundra play really well. I mean, all of them play really well.
Of course.
Like, 33 is amazing on the offlane.
Incredible.
Just plays insanely well. I think for me, what stands out is something like Skitter's hero pool.
Right.
It's just so diverse. He was picking up Gyrocopter when not many people were really enjoying it and playing really fast with it. You know, he's got his CK now as well on hand. And we do see the Bane come true now as well for Tundra. So they've got that solid hold. It looks like a block pick just to prevent Boom from picking it up, you know, just to prevent any way of stopping Pangolier here. Right, so you are pretty secure and having a strong game for 33. Not much to block him unless Boom goes something for like a Bloodseeker, Mike.
Yeah, oh, John, don't. Don't.
I mean, they could.
If they choose Bloodseeker, I will go slap Zach myself right now.
Oh, they picked something we like, though.
Yeah, we called it, John. Mirana Kunkka is coming out. There you go. I mean, that's exactly what we kind of said, right? If you're going to go the Mirana route, you go for the Kunkka. It's a great setup. Only question is it going to be the safe lane Kunkka? Is it going to be the mid lane Kunkka? I don't think safe lane Kunkka's that good anymore. I think you've got to go mid lane, let Yopaj set the tempo here for Boom Esports, give Jackie that space. This man, he farms faster than anyone else. We've seen it. He just skyrockets. He disappears for 5 minutes, comes back, and you just wonder how he got 6 slotted.
Yeah. It's just that quick. Even in that Void game in the last series where it went a bit slower, he still managed to catch up. He was bottom net vert at some point across the course and just climbed up the tree.
Yeah.
So there's still that recovery process even on heroes that go slow. And I would like that to come out for Jackie. I'm not sure what is left for him. I mean, I guess you have an option for something like the Deuce down the line if you really wanted to.
What about Tundra though, John? 4th pickup. What are you thinking? Anything kind of pop out to you here? It does seem like they need a pos 4. Maybe they run the pos 4 Pango. Maybe go for a pos 3. Could be a pos 3 CK though. Very flexible stuff. What are you thinking?
I'm expecting the CK to go safe lane, actually, in this matchup. It just feels really strong. We've seen that hero just dominate, although last time we saw it from Gabby, not quite.
Against Timber, though?
It's not the worst in the laning phase.
Sure.
Like, towards the late game, it can get dicey. They pick up the Snapfire now on Tundra's end, so maybe some potential for shenanigans. It's still looking like Snapfire support could be mid up against Kunkka. That is a melee hero matchup for Snapfire.
Yeah.
So it does feel favorable, but the hero did get nerfed, you know? Like, your scatter blast damage is lower. You can't self-kiss, so you could literally just walk up the Snapfire now and cancel her off, so it's not the worst thing in the world for melee heroes anymore.
Yeah, certainly isn't. See how that does go here. Boom Esports, Tundra. They're going to have to get 2 more bans out before we get going. They'll get rid of the Brewmaster here for Boom. It seems like Mushi agrees with you, John. He does believe the CK should be off. Maybe a mid-Pango to come out here for Skeeter, and you could just throw something like an off-lane Brew, but it already is banned out here for 33. From what I remember about 33, he loves those kind of Zooey heroes. He loves that micro. Do we still have Visage in the pool? No, it was banned out. Forget about it. What else are we thinking?
I mean, you have an option for something like, say, Lycan if you want that.
Oh, don't get me too excited, John. Don't get me too excited.
It's an option. They could go for it. Might get a little bit greedy. Their team fight control hangs on the Pangolier for the most part there, so it can get a bit dicey in these big 5v5 fights, especially up against the mobility of the Timbersaw, even the Mirana, and to an extent the Kunkka with the X. So that can make things a little bit complicated. I think you could potentially just run your Pango and CKs as the cores, settle in with the Snapfire support, and just pick a stronger mid matchup. Maybe they're waiting here on Tundra just to see what the actual lock-in for Boom is. It does look like, though, Tundra is expecting... Well, they're just banning Yopaj heroes. The Ember's gone, Puck's gone, Storm gone, TA gone. It's all just Yopaj.
Yeah, it's about that time. You got to focus on the idol. Tundra, they know how good this man is. I mean, he's a prodigy in SCA. We all know it. There's a reason they call him the idol. You've got to watch out for this guy. I still think it should be the Kunkka mid. We have seen Jackie play a lot of Kunkka safe lane, though, but again, is it that good as a POS 1 right now? It does feel a bit weak.
Yeah, it feels like it's faded out a bit. I think as you mentioned, you want Jackie in something that can just build up, be your win condition towards the ultra late game. Not the Siren band out. That's a bit different there.
Fun fact though, John, Jackie, 10 games, 10 different POS 1 so far. Has not played a position 1 for twice. There are no second heroes. He's only played different heroes.
That's great.
Which, considering the fact that the meme back in SCA was Jackie's hero puddle, not hero pool, hero puddle, right? He's played 10 different heroes so far. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's just really versatile. I think people always forget when he was on Motivate Trust early days, he was playing a lot of different heroes. Not the Dusa, not the Raid King. He was playing like AM and going for the SNY disassembly play that we were seeing God King do at that time.
Oh, yeah.
He was playing Spectre a lot, and he was playing a lot of heroes. So Jackie's always been versatile. I think that was a bit of a dig on him unfairly, considering that Motivate Trust was struggling at the time. You know, kind of made sense as well.
Yeah, certainly so. But here we go, John. Last pick. Give me the prediction. Yopaj, Jackie. Which player's getting the last hero?
Jackie. Like, it's
right.
got to be the Jackie hero last. You kind of figure the Kunkka up against Snap, not the worst thing because of those nerfs, so you could accept that mid matchup if it is. If it's not, then you're still kind of fine. Kunkka's a hard hero to beat out. You already took care of some of the bigger Spirit Brothers anyway. Tundra's done you that service to ban them out. So it feels like there's a lot of room here for a great Jackie hero to come out. I still see the Deuce and I still feel like it's good. Up against CK, we've seen that before. It does feel like in the early point of the game, CK overtakes.
There
they
it
go
is.
with the Ursa here.
There it is. That's a special, John. That's a Jackie special right there. He's going to be feeling good about that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen the Ursa really overtake with how cheap the Fusels are. Build up there isn't too bad. You get even just a Morbid Mask, go Roshan as well. Very big option. You do have some weird counter synergy with the Pugna, with, say, Decrep, but you're likely not looking for offensive Decreps here anyway. And now you have these 3 big tanky heroes up front that benefit from Life Drain. Because Timbersaw's not going to die fast, Kunkka with Boat Buff, Ursa with Enrage plus Boat Buff. None of them are dying fast, and then you have that Punk to stand back and Life Drain. Bursting them down with Tundra's lineup is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, certainly so. And you look at the Boom draft, this is probably the most standard draft from Boom, right? Like, carry Ursa, FBZ Timber, you get the Mirana Kunkka on top of... This is as Boom as it gets. This is where this is like the safety net for Boom. They always go back to this when they're in trouble. When they're not feeling so safe. They're feeling a bit vulnerable. Meanwhile, Tundra, Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Wow.
So likely our Snapfire mid now coming through here for Tundra. And of course, you'd have the Bane and Shadow Demon support duo. Not the worst thing in the world. You can start stacking up pretty damn fast here. We will have the Skitter CK.
Right.
And the 9 Pango on mid.
Love it.
So 33 takes the Snapfire. 33 takes the offlane
What?
Shadow Demon?
I think he's run this before. I just can't remember exactly what he gets done with this. It's a bit different. It's a bit left field. I guess it's really good against the Ursa, though, because think about it, John. You get the Aghanim Scepter, 3 charges of the Demonic Purge against Ursa, who gets kited easily anyway. That's going to be rough.
Yeah.
If you rush the Ags, it's a tough time.
Yeah, it's a really tough game for Jackie if that does come in line fast. And on the offlane, you're going to be able to find that farm really quick. So it's a great way of handling that Ursa. It does tie into your draft really well. Your win condition in CK doesn't really care. Right? And you do have enough team fight on Pangolier roll and the Kisses to follow you up with solid single target control on the CK and Bane. That, yeah, something left field like this doesn't feel too bad. I'd actually say it's genius. Again, down to that drafting, down to Mushi and Aoi reading each other. They see this opportunity to take that offlane Shadow Demon. If Jackie's not ready, we've seen him struggle when he's kited around as well. Could be a rough one if that timing's there.
I mean, I can't wait to get started. This is such an interesting draft from Tundra. I can't doubt it. That's the thing. I know we've got the very safe kind of draft from Boom, and I'm very confident they're going to do well. But these kind of weird drafts from Tundra, these pos 3 Shadow Demons, it kind of looks silly, but when you really think about it, it makes a lot of sense. And think about this, John. Not only the Ags, but disruption on the CK illusions.
Oh.
Even more illusions, Jonathan.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Definitely nothing wrong with that. It's a lot of output there for the side of Tundra to work with. And Boom's got to be really cautious. You know, if they do allow 33 to actually hit that Ags timing, it doesn't feel like a great game for Jackie. Because we've seen him take this Ursa before in range matchups. We've seen him take it against a Shadow Demon already. It's a tough one to really break out of. Unless you go for something like triple 4 staffs just to help your Ursa. If 33 is online, then your big win condition doesn't do damage here, Mike.
I'm very excited. Here we go, John. Game number 1 here between these two juggernauts, Tundra versus Boom Esports. It's, again, these scary drafts from Tundra. You just don't know what to expect. It's the genius of AUI 2000, along with having such a versatile player base, really, in this team. So hard to know how they draft and see what Boom can get done about it. Again, Tundra, they're not the ones with the backs against the wall right now. Boom is. They're the ones that kind of have to be a little bit more paranoid about how this game goes and how the series goes overall. I can't wait to see how this one breaks out. Do we have a level 1 team fight in the way? You never know. Tundra, they might be feeling spicy.
Yeah, they're in a good position. Both teams dropping really good forward wards on both ends of the jungle.
Skitter. He's going to show up top side, but FBZ's not the man you really want to see here. Snaking. Doesn't really end up going for the Nightmare anyway. Probably just completely pointless. They will be able to get a 2 for 2 on the bounties anyways. We will see Saxa going for a bit of a chase there onto Jackie. Jackie going to be just fine, but again, I really do wonder how this bottom lane goes. Like, it's something you and I don't get to see very often in the SEA region. Shadow Demon and Snapfire together in an off lane.
There's a lot of synergy. You could use that disruption to set up for the cookie stunt, to set up for the scatter blast. It's a lot of damage early on. You can still play around with the Shadow Poison as well if you want to. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Issue is, maybe finding CS in here is kind of clunky, but he does have pretty good animation and decent base damage. So you can play around with that. I do like the response from Ludo. Yeah, you pick Shadow Demon into a Pugna, another ward takes away a lot of your bite, especially if you do focus on that for leveling. So it does feel like Scam on the support 5 goes for a 1-1-3 build. Even by level 2 or by level 3 or level 4 with level 2 ward, it does feel pretty stable to play it for Jackie.
Certainly does. See how this one goes. We'll have a look back in just a moment here, Jonathan, as we are going to have to look over to the mid lane, of course. You have the Kunkka by Japoi against 9 on that Pango. And 9, he is a great Pango player in the mid lane. Loves running this hero and tends to carry quite a few games as he does get the courier of Yopaj already. Yopaj not going to be too happy about that. 9, already off to a great start.
And he's having a great time in terms of finding his CS. You do have to watch for the aggression out from Yopaj. Just playing with Tidebringer is a lot easier. Yopaj even gets the value point in X over, say, the Torrent, knowing that you've always got that swash potential. And as long as you've got the X, you can always force the issue. So we'll see how far 9 decides to pull it. very even so far. I think that's to be expected with this melee versus melee matchup. Both sides do have a way of playing around. Bottle might be more important for 9 though. So rune control for the Pangoliers, a lot higher priority.
Oh, FBZ very, very low at the top lane. Is going to be able to hide in the tree line and does survive for now. Not what you want to see as a Boom fan though, like Skitter and Snaking doing a great job of forcing back the timber. Mind you, FBZ, still only level 2. Does have to be very wary of the amount of damage they can pump out. But John, how should this top lane be going?
I think it's going as expected. Like, right? Like we talked about this potential there, right? Running the CK up against Timbersaw. It's not the worst thing in the world. Like Timbersaw needs a lot of time to build up the charges on reactive, early points of damage in the whirling. That's not insane. And once CK hits like level 3, level 4 with a value point in Chaos Strike or going to level 2 Chaos Strike, he can trade blows. So it's not a simple process for the Timbersaw to overtake. Snaking's doing a great job of just cutting off as well. Has a Nightmare to threaten, has a Brain Sap to trade blows as well. And it's down to the Mirana pick. Like Mirana, Timbersaw just isn't a lane that does anything. Like you mentioned, Tims is the Filipino sniper.
Yeah.
But you need a lot of levels on the Tim to really start to dish the damage out. You want that value point in chain. You want much more in reactive armor. It feels like level 4 is when you can start looking for those kills. And by level 4, again, the CK is pretty solidly tanky there.
TB. The mid lane, 9. Oh, here comes the Yopaj. Gonna be able to time it perfectly into the turret, 9. You say he needed level 4, John. He's still the sniper. And with the Kunkka setup, they've perfected this over many years.
Oh yeah, they just play onto mid instead. That's exactly what Tims needs to do. Focus in on the mid. You don't really do much in a Timbersaw lane. Let FBZ soak, let him get his EXP, hit level 4, hit level 5, and just keep carrying on. Be a disruptive force. That is the benefit of that Timbersaw. You can leave it solo for the most part, although FBZ's dropping fairly low here.
He's going to be all right. Snaking already using the Brain Sap. Meanwhile, bottom lane, though, looks like Skem's going to be in trouble with Saxa. We'll try to chase him down, but doesn't seem to have any abilities left to throw out. By the way, John, I did say many years for Boom Esports. I meant many months. Naturally, they haven't been around for that many years. I'm sure some of the people in the Twitch chat would have corrected me on that one. Excuse me.
Well, you know, Tims has refined his Mirana for many years, so you're right there.
True. Thank you, John. It feels very good for you to support me for once.
What do you mean by support you in my games? You're the one who gets mad at me in our support games, Mike.
Well, yeah, that's because you're not doing the right job, Jonathan. I tell you to pull the damn large cap, please pull the damn large cap.
No, you're not telling me to pull the large cap. You're telling me, how do I see us on gyrocopter? I can't do this.
All right, we're back to mid lane. Yopaj, he's having a very good time now, John. Of course, he did manage to get that first blood onto the Pango. 9, now having to deal with that level 3 Tidebringer is not going to be very fun whatsoever. It does seem like the Pango may be kind of relegated now to just trying to hit up the jungle, but it is still Pango. It's not exactly a jungle hero.
It can jungle. It's very mana intensive. You can already see 9 kind of forced back, refill his bottle, come back in. Lots of free space for Yopaj is scary. They do manage to catch out FBZ.
Yeah, Skitter does find the kill. Tim's going to try and find a trade with the leap charges. Skitter still surviving somehow. All leap charges are out. Tims does manage to secure the kill, but Snaking, he'll be happy with that. It's a 2-for-1 trade to go the way of Tundra.
It feels costly though. Like, yes, you find FBZ, you trade away Skitter. It's a pretty big hero to give out, and I think Tims is just more than happy to find some way to equalize that. You are still being really disruptive on FBZ. Snaking cannot leave the lane, so you're never under threat of the Bane going mid, trying to go for a safe play on 9. You've always got that opportunity to play here.
Arrow to come in, 9. This time around, we'll have the Rolling Thunder. He'll go with that instead. Back Yopaj, gonna get trapped up in the mid lane, not getting knocked to the low ground, but now he finally does. It's just too late. Yopaj, he'll get the boat out, but it's not gonna do too much for him. Meanwhile, Skem, what a cookie out Saxa. Lands it onto Skem. Skem still finds the kill, but they do secure the Pugner in the end. Another 2-for-1 here from Tundra. Another successful rotation. They'll be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, that's a much bigger movement out. You kill off Yopaj, you kill the one guy who's going to be setting that temple, who's going to be looking to be that active playmaker along with Tims, and you punish him for going for the X-play once more. You've got the roll. It is an ult, but it's not the longest cooldown. You don't really mind using it that way. And FBZ, again, every time he's left alone, starts to drop low. The CK's hitting hard. Level 3 Chaos Strike, Mike. He doesn't care too much about getting hurt by the Timbersaw.
No, certainly not, John. Definitely great times here for Tundra. They go again. Rift out FBZ. I mean, he's a specialist on this Timber, John, but it's a very tough lane for him, it seems. Snaking and Skitter, they're just doing a fantastic job of just constantly threatening his life. Even Skem just forced to rotate to try and help out, but it's not going to be that easy. You've got 3 up here from Boom. Snaking, still going for the small camp pull. Might still be able to get it, and does. So they are really just continuing to hold this lane, but now with the siege creep up for Boom, they might be able to start a bit of a tower push. They might try it. The Lee Skitter gonna be in a bit of danger. Meanwhile, Yopaj actually dies to 9 mid lane as Skitter is gonna go for a run. Tims, he'll show up. Snaking, he'll go for the Nightmare. It's Tims, he's looking for an arrow opportunity, but Snaking, he'll block the way. They will not be able to land the arrow on Skitter.
It's a lot of resources out from Boom to get that done, and because they're so tied up top, they couldn't help Yopaj getting dived down bot. Really good movement out from Saksa. Does eat the arrow, but not quite enough damage just from Tims to find a full kill. Does have stick charges as well to bail out.
Oh, here comes Skitter though. He sees Skem. Loves himself a Pugna for dinner. Skem will be able to back off to the high ground. Tims, he'll keep trying to move in, but they won't be able to get a kill going as the arrow doesn't connect. Skitter doing a great job of just kind of juking that one out. Meanwhile, bottom side 33 dropping very low here to Jackie is going to end up going down. That's off the back of the rotation there from Yopaj.
They're starting to buy some space out for Jackie. He's going for Battle Fury again.
Oh boy.
We've seen this before from Boom, haven't we? In the CDPC, he has tried this build. He did go for, you know, a slower build-up. It does make sense against the CK, but you have to worry about that kiting. You have to worry about that matchup.
Oh, Tims gonna try and juke them out. 9, he has no way to get to the low ground. It almost feels like an SCA matchup, doesn't it, John? In fact, Sux is here now. 9, he's still able to get the kill.
Yeah, has the patience. Tims ran out of leap charges, kind of stuck in that area. Does get taken out.
Oh, Yopaj. 9, he's just so effective on this Pango. Look at this, Jonathan. Constantly locking him down. Sux is going to show up. Do they have the damage output? Oh, 9.
Yeah, he's just been a beast on that Pango. Every single time he's got the roll, he's just on the map, ready to make a play. Your supports can't really help you when you're being dived like that. You don't have level 6 up yet on Skem. That's the big breaking point for the Pugna. He needs that life drain. If you can stall out the fight a little bit longer, the boat comes through, maybe Yopaj finds himself in a better spot. Maybe you can start saving your bigger cores. Tundra's not giving them that opening. 4-8, 1k lead for Tundra, 9 at the top. Jackie not too far behind though. And again, Battle Fury build for Ursa does mean they could go in for the long game. Just
that's a great arrow, Tims. Oh, Timmy. Oh, there's a sniper in the building, Jonathan. He doesn't miss this. He doesn't miss this bloke. He just doesn't miss.
He has such great game sense to always land it, seeing that camp, finding the angle, and that does help out. We were talking about Skitter getting all what?
Tims, stop it! You're showing off now, Tims. That's enough.
Back to back for Tims. No follow through, but you know they're putting the fear of God on the side of Tundra. At least the fear of Marana on their side. And they will be able to get a little bit of a shove up top now. FBZ is at the level 7 mark, level 3 reactive armor. They are starting to clump down bot here though, Mike. Jackie, not the safest position.
He's got the enrage up. He doesn't want to die right now. Snaking trying to move in for the Fiend's Grip. Nice cookie setup. Saksa into the Fiend's Grip and the Rolling Thunder. No playing around. Get rid of him. 9 on a mega kill streak already. Unbelievable performance on this Pangolier. 5-1-1. Considering he gave the first blood away, it really is incredible how fast he's caught up.
He's just so active on the map. He's just so willing to go forward. He knows he's really strong right now. He knows there's no counter to the Pangolier. You don't have a way of stopping that roll. You don't have the grip on your side. You don't have something like Grimstroke. They'll try here though on Boom's end.
Get the X off. Nightmare will be there. Won't be timed well. Arrow naturally going to land. Boat will fly in and that should be Sux's life gone. They'll hand it over to Yopaj, who has fallen slightly behind here on this Kunkka. I say that he is still second in net worth, but he certainly needs a little bit more.
Yeah, it does feel like Yopaj is going to need that BKB, and I think we have to expect him to go for like that old school damage. He's got to go for the Silver Edge. He's got to be able to try and burst down these heroes, help the Ursa out, because they're not getting that damage output from the Ursa anytime soon. Again, Battle Fury build here, Mike, kind of reminiscent of when they played Jug. Right? Jackie still went for Battle Fury, still farmed up, and did eclipse the side of T1 in that series. Whether or not Tundra is going to rest and let them do that, it doesn't seem likely as they're going for a smoke play.
Every time they've got that Rolling Thunder up, Don, they're just going. I love the aggression here from Tundra. It's 9. Looking for a target. Down at bot lane, you've got Tims, but he's not so easy. Instead, they might try to go after Yopaj, and that's a much better target of snaking. Could land a nightmare, but Yopaj, he'll go for a run with the pig stick. He'll be all right. They won't be able to capitalize off this smoke this time, and boom. While they do hold that very slight net worth lead, they are still the ones with the backs against the wall right now in this game one. They can't really afford to fight right now.
They've just got to relax, buy space out for their Ursa. And
oh, look at this. 9, he's stalking Yopaj. He will not leave this man alone. Mortimer's Kiss is out. They'll try to life drain. Yopaj, he's still alive, but 9, he'll chase down the Pugner now. Just won't find him. In fact, can they turn? Boom. They're thinking about it. They won't have the lockdown. So Tundra this time won't find the kill they wanted. But my God, again, they are instilling that fear of God into them.
They certainly are. You are seeing that effect now, though. Level 6 up on Scam, both buff plus life drain. It's going to be hard to kill these heroes off.
Yopaj gets caught out again, 9. He'll take him down. They can't protect him. Arrow is there from Tims, but it's not going to be enough, 9. He'll keep the chase going. Just won't dive T2 towers yet, though. But they get the Kunkka down once again.
Yeah, they certainly are slowing down Yopaj's game. They are allowing a lot of farm onto Jack. I think that trade-off works for Boom, because again, you've got Battle Fury Ursa, you're fine with trading your heroes like this.
FBZ gonna be able to back off. I mean, just this Pango, John, just with the Diffusal Blade, it's just so much damage. Your saving grace right now, though, for Boom is the fact that Jackie is farming so darn well on this Ursa. Battle Fury up. I think Tundra now, they might be on a bit of a timer.
I'd say so. I think the CK does feel like it scales into the Ursa really well. And again, you've always got that Shadow Demon answer, so I'm not sure how heavy of a timer they have on them. It does feel like they have to watch for that Ursa, though. Snaking.
They get a chains off. Oh, may not need it. CHAKRAM does land, but it's not going to be enough. Snaking, able to get himself out of that one. Let's play there from the Bane as Skidder did even rotate just in case he needed it. Meanwhile, top side, 9 and Saxa gonna be together once again, trying to chase down Jackie, but Tims is gonna be there to protect on the Mirana. They're just not gonna allow them to get too close to that Ursa. And again, we said this last series, but if you allow Jackie to just keep that farm going, chances are he is gonna be able to outfarm everyone on the map.
Yeah, and he's going for a really aggressive follow-through after that Battle Fury. Blink BKB, just wants to be on top, wants to have that window where you don't have the Ags up on 33, and he can just do what he wants in the middle of these fights. The Shadow Demon has been relegated bottom net worth now, which isn't too bad, but he is eating space away from the CK, especially in that jungle. So they are investing into that Ags timing here for 33. It's still a ways off, and that is going to provide a bit of a window for Jackie with a blink. And whether or not that's a big enough window is a different question. Again, sure, you're putting all your eggs onto Jackie, but the matchup for Ursa against CK isn't clear-cut. And then you have the answer with Shadow Demon. It just doesn't feel easy for the Ursa to escape that kiting that will come out from Thunder regardless.
All snaking. Gonna get X back. They did not land the torrent though, so snaking. Again, gonna be able to walk away. Very, very good play there from the Bane, just making it as hard as humanly possible and just kind of wasting the time of Boom here. Meanwhile, top side, Jackie gonna be chased down. Saxa, 9, they'll be there. There's your Mortimer's Kisses, 9. He doesn't have a blink up yet, but he's got the Diffusal to perch him up. Jackie gonna get stunned up immediately, 9. He's got the damn Tumbler's Toy just knocking forward. Jackie cannot get away, 9. He just has all the angles. Tims, he will be able to leap away, but now Skem's been caught out. Boom. They might keep this fight going. They'll try, but they'll lose the Pugner immediately. It's just FBZ trying for this fight, and it's not gonna work out. In fact, now with the banish, they might be in trouble, FBZ. He'll have to chain out of there. Can he get out, though? Another chain's away. That'll be enough, Tundra. They'll take 2, and they'll probably be happy with it, John. They got the Ursa.
Yeah, they got the massive kill they needed, putting a dent in Jackie's build-up. 9 again, just being so active on Panglier, setting up these kills for his team. Boom, it feels like it's as you said, you know, they're on the back foot, their backs are against the wall, they're not the ones taking these fights. They'll try again.
They will try again. 9 this time does not have the Rolling Thunder, though. He may have made a bit of a mistake here, but he will be able to back off with the Haze Rune. Instead, they want to try after Saxa. He's still alive, though. Chains forward, FBZ, he's going to try, but there's your Fiend's Grip out, Snake King. does catch him out. FBZ going way too far, and now 9. He'll turn back in. He wants a team fight. Rolling Thunder's back up. Skem, he'll get knocked back. Yopaj, he is just having so much trouble with this Pango. He can't get away, John. They're going to lock him down again. 9, please stop it. That's enough. You're torturing the poor boy.
Oh, yeah. It's been slow going for Yopaj, Mike. Not able to find the angles. 9 has just been dominating. Like his mid matchup, a bit back and forth. You know, Yopaj was finding those kills with Tims. But past that point, like, he's just been so active. It's not like he even has a blink. He's just running up, rolling up, and he finds the angles. His team's ready to back him up. We're seeing Boom again play a bit slower here, Mike. They're playing a more defensive game, as we saw them do in Game 2 up against T1. And it always feels like when Boom plays a slower game, it just feels like they're scared, right? Like, and we've talked with Boom multiple times in interviews. They always say this: we were scared for some reason, we don't know why. We come back and fix it. It feels like we're seeing that fear once more, and I think that's something Tundra can capitalize on. They're looking great. They're confident. They're coming in. They're the initiators. They're the ones setting up these fights, and Boom just has no answers.
They certainly don't, John. At least for now. The only answer is Jackie. Just keep hitting creeps, snaking. He'll go for a nightmare. They'll find Tims. There's your cookie setup. Oh boy, they've got so much damage. They have got way too much damage. Tundra, they'll take another. And I'll tell you what, John, Boom, they're on a timer now. They've got an Ursa. They want that first Roshan. But with the way this game's going, I don't think Tundra are gonna allow them to get close to that Roshan pit.
No, not at all. They've held a good spot here. They've got good wards to watch that Roach. And it just feels really tough for Boom to try to come in. They've always got heroes on hand here from Tundra to make sure the Roche doesn't happen. Again, they understand what to do up against the Ursa. They've managed to buy a lot of space out for Skitter. He's got that armlet, Echo Saber up now on the CK. So while they're forcing these fights, the CK is still climbing up and up. And again, core matchup for CK up against Ursa. It's not the cleanest thing for an Ursa. Like, yes, you can cleave through, you can use Fury swipes with a Battle Fury and try to melt the Phantasm Illusions. But the CK can still melt you, especially if you don't manage to get Enrage off. So it's a lot of back and forth and ifs there.
Oh, 9. He thought about it. He didn't have the dust available. Oh, never mind. They've got the Sentry down. They've got the Fiend Rip. They've got the Nightmare, but the arrow, it's going to save for now. Jackie, though, he's perma-stunned up. He can't get out, surely. He's going to try win the Enrage. He is safe for now, as now Boom. They might try to reinitiate, but who can they go on? They don't have the lockdown without Yopaj. He's not forward enough yet. It's just FBZ chasing them down, trying his best to catch somebody as they'll get 33 on the Shadow Demon. They'll take him out. Roshan's open. Boom, they might have to rush for it.
It's a risky proposition there, Mike. No roll. They do still have to deal with the kisses. There's a CK that could just pop out. They haven't seen him for a while. So they have to play it safe. They are getting the top up, though. You are seeing the value in that Pugna again, although down mid.
Oh, this is a big one. 9 ends up going down. That was a godlike spree going the way of Yopaj. Over 1k gold to the Kunkka. You've got to be wary. Tim's gonna get stunned up, Skitter. He'll get rid of the Mirana. Nice pickoffs here, though, for Boom. Finally, some signs of life from the Radiant side. And suddenly, Tundra, they've got to be sweating a little bit, John. You've got to be careful.
And got to be a little bit cautious. Tundra is still in a really decent position, although Jackie is building up. But you're still really strong with your CK. You're about to hit that BKB on 9. He's still saving up for it. The Ags is the one that's a bit slower on 33. I think the Shadow Demon's just not been off to that start you want it to. It's still looking like... it's still above support farm, but it doesn't feel that much above. You need that Ags up on that Shadow Demon. You've got to have those charges on Demonic Purge. You want to be able to constantly kite out the Ursa, even if you have to commit multiple charges. As long as you find Jackie at the end, it's always worthwhile.
Well, he's getting closer and closer, John. I mean, that Aghanim Scepter, that's going to be the big key, I think. And we talked about this during the draft, but once you do have that up, suddenly 33 can just constantly kite around this Ursa. And speaking of the devil, Jackie, to try and bait mid, or the rest of his team, they'll hang around with the smoke. Make their way through to the dire triangle, but nobody's going to be around there from Tundra. Yopaj looking for the X back into the arrow. Again, not going to find the target he's looking for. So instead, they'll just farm up the triangle. They'll take their time. Tundra, very good map movement, just reading exactly what's happening. Do back off, and I could see them even going for a counter smoke very soon.
Yeah, they've got that opportunity, rolls back up. I'm sure 9 would love to get that on cooldown. They will go for the smoke play. Not spotted out by any wards. Scam could break.
Not the target they want though, John. They want a core at least. Tundra, they'll hold the high ground. Oh, Jackie. Is he gonna know? He will back off the right way. Instead, they're gonna find Tims with the Mirana. He'll tank the gank. Tundra not quite getting what they wanted, but they are holding the triangle now as the buyback is there. Mirana gonna come back into this as Snaking does get just blown up completely. Rolling Thunder is committed, but 9, he just wants to get out. They want to waste the buyback of Tims. So now, boom, if they can't find another pickoff, they are forced to Roche.
Yeah, they need to find something. Yopaj still in good position. Fresh BKB here.
They're gonna try, it's still risky. You've got no Rolling Thunder. You've got Mortimer's Kisses though. It's a lot of damage, but boom, they're gonna try. Again, they bought back, they have to Roshan. There's no choice.
Really good position for them. Kisses do come through though.
That they do. Can they get in for the Roshan pit? Not quite, Jackie. He'll take the Aegis away. Boom. They'll walk out. Yopaj, not so much yet. Still trying, but they do purge him up. He's still trying though with the BKB and the boat out. It might just be enough. Though 9, he'll go for a bit of a chase here. Does end up finding FBZ. Onto the Kunkka they go. Skidder, he'll cop the arrow, but they got the stun out in time. That'll be Yopaj gone. There's Tundra still in a smother the side of Boom. There's Jackie. He'll be forced to pop the Enrage to run his way out. The Tundra, they at least do get a bit of punishment away on 2 cores on the side of Boom Esports.
I'd say those are way bigger kills than the Aegis value right now. Jackie, he is #1 in that fort, but you kind of want to have Yopaj very close by. He is going for more of the utility Kunkka going for
arrow.
Oh.
Yeah, it does land. Snaking's right behind to try and help out though. They aren't going to be able to follow up.
Yeah, you need those 2 cores. And right now they're just pretty choked out in that word. FBC's having a better time than Yopaj. And the investment's going all in on Jackie, but you do want to see that utility come out here for Yopaj, you know, and to an extent the supports as well. We were talking about the potential for multiple 4 stabs. That has to become a reality. You have to help out Jackie, you have to help out Yopaj from all the kiting that can happen through them.
Oh boy. They've got a Fiend's Grip available here, Jonathan. Is their help coming in time? Jackie, he's still okay. In fact, they're going to back off. They don't want to deal with FBZ. I suppose you do have the Aegis still up. In fact, there's your Fiend's Grip now onto the Timbersaw. They'll just hold him down long enough, take him out. Can they keep going? They'll see Japoi. They've got the Ags up on 33 now, so he's got 3 charges into the stun. The Kunkka, so much damage being taken. He popped the BKB, but he's going to go down anyway. In fact, Skidder, he'll find the Aegis as well. They might be able to lock him down. Have they got the Purge? Yeah, they do. 33. Just going to make it a living hell for the side of Boom in this bot team fight. As Tundra, they'll pull off an almost team wipe. The only survivor being Tims. But you see the effect of the Aghanim Scepter on that Demonic Purge, Sean. 3 charges, 3 different heroes. It's just too painful.
It really is too painful for Boom. They straggle in one by one to that fight as well. I mean, you can see it, just perfect setup onto FBZ. He has a BKB he can't even use, gets blown up. Yopaj tries to come in and help the cause, just gets controlled as well. Those charges are way too much, and they set up on it. They've got the damage coming through from Skidder, instantly blown up. Jackie, he pops his BKB before Aegis. Like,
yeah.
He had no play on the second life, and that's what I'm saying. That secondary life on the Ursa, that Aegis take was not worth the 2 lives of their cores.
It wasn't.
Just because your Ursa doesn't do enough. And you're already up against that Ags on 33 anyway, so it's already a tough game for Jackie to just be that win condition. Now it does feel like Boom, you kind of have to shift gears. You have to equalize farm across all of your cores so that if they do get caught out, someone can still do something.
Well, they might have the Bane. Nightmare's there, but eventually Snaking will drop. They'll find another. So 11 to 24, 7k advantage the way of Tundra. It's their game to lose right now. They've held a lead for such a long time. And Jackie, he's falling behind now on that Ursa. And again, it's just so tough to imagine not just being kited around every fight now. 33, just so good with positioning himself ready at all times to have that Purge available. And John, he's got the Cleanse too.
Yeah, that Ag Shard coming through, the defensive capabilities of that, saving out the CK, saving out the Pangolier to get the roll-off. You don't have great answers on Boom. Yopaj? No. Roll not going to be committed from 9. Was thinking about it. I guess right now for Boom, what they can do is try to solidify their position around Roche, keep trying to get farm up, shove out the lanes with FBZ, and just try to gun for Roshan every time. They will go for a smoke play, but so is Tundra.
Oh, we've got a smoke-on-smoke situation here right through the mid lane. Tundra, where are we headed? Into the Radiant Triangle they go. Boom, they'll go the exact opposite way. Down towards the bot lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Surely they show themselves soon on this outpost, and Tundra, we'll see if they want to run back the other way. It doesn't seem like they do. Seems like they might just accept being up at the top side. Moonlight Shadow will be popped anyway by Tims. Perhaps they'll be the one to rotate over. But they'll be trying to fight into the high ground of that Radiant Triangle, and for Boom, that's not going to be a great idea. They'll try to wrap around through the mid lane, maybe meet there. Yopaj, he'll show himself. Stun is out. Oh, that's a great pushback. He's got the X back as well, but Disruption is going to hold him in place. Do they have the disable with the Fiend Grip? Snaking, who'll hold him down. Rolling Thunder's out. Here we go. 9 right to the backside. Yopaj is already gone. Scam in big trouble. He should be dead. Where's 9 going? He'll try to find another. He's not going to be able to. And somehow Scam, he's still running and has made it out. So the only player they find is Yopaj. It's still a mid-clunker though. It's a big pick-off here for Tundra.
Yeah, it really is. Like, they are keeping that progression down for the Kunkka. Hasn't made any inways into that Ags. Feels like they need that Torrent Storm. They need more teamfight presence out. They have nothing comparable to that Rolling Thunder. Nothing as disruptive as that. The Torrent Storm will fix those slight issues. Still miles way off here for Yopaj. They are getting the space out for Jackie. He's just playing bot. Going for the Scotty next. I just don't know what you do on the Ursa anymore. Like, even if you have that Scotty, what do you do about the Demonic Purge? It's always going to be a massive issue.
Oh, here we go. Scam this time around surely doesn't get out, and he won't. FBZ, he might try to fight, but he's just being surrounded. Yopaj going to try and help, but no, the boat, it does finally come out. They'll nightmare him up, though. Here comes Jackie. He'll join the team fight this time around. Snaking, he'll drop to the arrow. Maybe this time they've gone too far. Can they keep the punishment? 9 just jumps in, but just wants to protect this Chaos Knight. In fact, never mind. They're reinitiating. Skidder onto FBZ they go. The Timber is already gone as Yopaj forced to pop the BKB, trying to get his way out. But there's your Purge from 33, just locking him down. Another Purge out from 33. He's not having it. Yopaj, you are mine. As they do go for the Rift. They've got the control, Yopaj. He's down with that buyback. Onto the Ursa. Jackie gonna get dived into the T3 tower. Tundra making it so hard for Boom Esports this game 1. Into the tier 2 they go.
Yeah, just massive fights. And again, it's that decision-making at the end there, going in and out, choosing when to re-engage, knowing the BKB's fade. They've got that really good angle to come in, and they just do the work. You know, you've got the Ags up in Shadow Demon.
Skidder, he's just so aggressive on the CK. Jump right in, snaking with no hesitation. Does pop the Fiend Grip, and look at that Nightmare. They got Tims. They don't have the disable though, Tims. He'll try to defend. Back in onto Skidder he goes, but it's not going to be enough damage. No, with just the Mirana. So Tundra into the mid-racks. A confident game 1 so far. They'll walk with their heads held high, back towards their own base, but they will be 1 racks up now against Boom.
Yeah, it's a massive lead now for Tundra, building up to 10k, 13 to 30 on the scoreboard. The CK is becoming massive. 9's just been amazing on the Pangolier. And 33's been doing his job, just going for those demonic purges on the cores as they come in. Doesn't mind wasting a few charges on the same hero, as long as any of these big cores don't manage to walk up. They have a tough time. It's 3 melee heroes against Shadow Demon, Mike. Like, there is no way you're not getting kiting around here. And I just don't see any solution for Boom. Like, the Ags might come true for Yopaj, still 3 parts away. That could come out, and Torrent Storm could break up the fights more, but it just doesn't feel like there's a quick fix for the woes that they're facing right now up against Tundra.
It's that last pick Shadow Demon, John. I mean, we kind of talked about it. These coaches, they've been going at each other's throats here in this game 1 draft, and you know, you and I, a little bit confused at the start of the draft seeing that SD, but my God, is it effective? Once you get that Ags up, it just feels impossible to fight against. Still, Boom, they're not out of it yet. Only 1 racks down, but 10k net worth behind. It's a very rough position. 13 to 30. Jackie, he's been farming great, but he just can't get the damage in. They've got so much control. And speaking of Jackie, he's too far forward. That is not the position Jackie. He's already been perched up. Saksa, get the fake grenade out. Skidder with the lockdown. Jackie, you're too far forward. In for more they go. Tims, using all his leaf charges. They'll find Scam, but 9, he will not give up. Do they have detection? Not quite. Not yet. In fact, never mind. They don't need it. They don't need it. They'll just wait for the expiry.
Yeah, it's a roughie for Boom. I mean, they're just trying to find form where they can. A bit greedy from Jackie, but he does love to play a little bit greedier. Tries to push the limit as to where he can go in a pause 1. And Tundra get a good read. We talked about this before the game even kicked off. There was a lot of opportunities for both sides to study each other. Looks like Tundra has picked up the right books, Mike. They've managed to read Boom really well. Boom just not able to play the way they'd want to with this draft. Now they're gonna lose that Roshan as well. They've got the Ursa here on Boom's side. Every single Rosh that doesn't go your way feels pretty bad for the side of Boom.
That it does. That Roshan, the second one of the game with the Aegis and the shards up, will go the way of Skitter, of course. We'll take both items. Oh, you've got the axe up at the Snapfire now as well. You've got the spit up, or rather spit out. There's your tip out from Skitter. He's happy about that one. Bit more mobility for the CK. Thank you very much, Grandma. See what happens. How do you defend this high ground now, though, Jonathan? I mean, Boom Esports are in a tough position.
Their high ground defense doesn't feel amazing. Like, you've got a Timbersaw who can maybe wreak havoc with a boat on top of you. You don't have that Torrent Storm up yet for Yopaj. He is about 130 gold away, 120 gold, so it is coming out, and he does finally pick up the axe. So maybe that's the turning point. Maybe Torrent Storm is the fix to all of their woes. It doesn't feel like it, but it could give that opening for Jackie to start laying the damage on. Tundra, they are smoking out. Looking for that kill outside. Don't quite have anyone under their sights. Boom playing a lot safer now. So perhaps, yeah, now the axe is up on Yopaj. High ground defense feels a little bit more feasible. They'll smoke up now in Boom. Lines are drawn, but Tundra's not there.
They certainly are not. They're across the map in the Radiant side jungle. On the right side, they might try to go through the bottom lane. Nullify now up on Skitter to boot, so things get even harder, even against the Pugna. You're not so worried about the Decrepify anymore. Skitter gonna run right into that Radiant high ground. There is the Moonlight Shadow pop by Tims immediately. This is not the fight, or is it? Boom. They might still try. The X is out. 9 immediately in, just kind of chipping away at Skitter. Still just juking out everything in Boom. Do they want the fight? They seem very, very unconfident here. They will leave it be. Tundra, it's back down to the bot lane for them.
Yeah, they've just got that rinse and repeat. Really good use of the Demonic Cleanse to prevent any relocate plays onto that CK, and I don't even know what you can do on Boom. Like, Demonic Cleanse and the Demonic Purge. Shadow Demon in this game just feels perfect. It's such a great last pick out from Tundra, and nothing Boom has in their kit fixes any of those issues. They have no way of locking in someone with Demonic Cleanse on top. They have no way of getting Jackie forward once the Demonic Purge is up. And their teamfight just hinges on the CK.
Oh, the arrow actually misses. Torrent's gonna land. Rolling Thunder is in the back from 9 if he needs it. Who's the Purge out on? Oh, it's actually the Cleanse. Naturally, they use the same sound effect, John.
Of course. Both of them are demonic, Mike, so got a sound menacing on both sides.
Oh, I forgot how much heal this thing does. 700 healing from that Demonic Cleanse. Skitter just gets a free reset.
On 3 charges, Mike. Seems fair.
Seems very fair to me, John. FBZ being forced to pop his BKB here against Skitter. He's happy to back off right after, though. No pressure. There's Tundra. Are they going to move back in? 9, rather 33 does get a disruption off. FBZ still fine, but there's Skitter moving in with the spit out. Scam has been caught out immediately on the Pugna. He's gone to first. FBZ now trying to run. The Timber in big trouble. Should drop with the Mortimer's Kisses. They've got so much damage. It's no problem, and in fact, Fiend's Grip is out. They've got Jackie locked down. They'll take him down as well. No buyback available on the Ursa as Yopaj. He's going to try with the Torrent Storm, but it's not enough. 9 still just stalking the Kunkka, haunting him as Skitter. He just won't die. FBZ is trying to get rid of this KL snipe, but it's not going to be enough. It's just not enough. In fact, FBZ chains up to the high ground. Skitter, he'll bring him right back down. There's your Aegis gone, but they just want the kill. Onto the Timbersaw. Disruption out. 33 with the control. 3 heroes down with that buyback. That has to be it.
Feels like it, Mike. Boom. They just don't have hold. That's the Ags reveal from Yopaj. It did disrupt the fight a little bit more. Just not enough follow-through. Tundra will play it safe. Going for the racks first, not looking for the jugular, respecting that Boom might have something up their sleeve, but Respawns are still half a minute away. There's a lot of time for Tundra just play on that high ground, and there's not a lot of opportunities for Boom to defend. Like, Pugna Miranda doesn't do anything.
Oh, there goes Skim. That'll be a dieback on the Pugna. They aren't calling it yet, but you've only got Tims available. Jackie is up in 15 seconds. Maybe that's the idea. Try one last time with the Ursa. They'll glyph up. Tundra, they don't have to fight the damage. They didn't go into the tier 4 tower straight away. Yopaj, he'll be up in 5 as well. Buyback is now available on the Ursa, so you are going to have a double life here for this defense attempt, but it's just looking so difficult. How do you even initiate? Well, the Ancient is exposed now. They've got to go soon. Arrow, it's not going to land. Skidder, he's still going onto the Ancient. Are they going or not? Boom, they're very careful about this. The boat is going to fly out. Tundra, no, GG's called. They've had enough. They can't find an angle.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Like that last pick, Shadow Demon again. It was perfect to counteract Ursa. It was perfect to kite around.
Hard
Punka.
game.
Nine.
Galing.
What an incredible way of handling that mid.
Hard game, man. Hard game. Whew. Hard game. Yan. Hard game yan, hard game ha. Kamusta kaya T1? Tingnan T1. Nako, 2-0 rin. Talo T1 natin, di pa tayo. Wait lang, hanapan natin ng source to. Talo T1, talo T1. Bakit natalo T1? Wait lang guys. For a moment. Kulang sa force tap, saving items. Wait a sec guys. Yan no. Suot na natin yung t-shirt ng Talon. Thank you Talon ha. Yan. Siyempre ano natin yan. Hanapan natin yung T1. Talo T1 eh. Di ko alam bakit. Talo T1. Di pwede yun. Bet boom. Game 2 na sila ngayon. Ay hindi pa.
Or bad choice. It was pick your poison versus bet boom the entire time because of how they were positioning and kind of proposing these little pokes and scraps. It was awful for T1. They just never had a good opportunity to turn a fight.
I agree. That's why bet boom is so fun to watch because they do choke their opponents, but they themselves don't choke. They're eloquent themselves. That's why we have a special statement for bet boom.
Ito, T1. Siyempre, relax. Sinanapan ko na ng solusyon yan, mother. Mabilis tayo dyan. Action agad tayo dito, action. Talo eh. Pag-game to pa lang to, pag-game to. Talo EG kanina sa OG.
Oh, there we go. I think that's something that I wouldn't say it's a chip on their shoulder, but I think the narrative of many people, because this team is so young, is like, oh, are they even prepared for this kind of Dota? Like, are they motivated? But with an expert coach like Mag on their team, in addition to the fact that you have like these young, strong, motivated players, I think they're proving everyone that they're ready to fight. And I also wanted to point out that I don't know what's up with you, but it seems like every single one of their
may kamukha tong caster na to. Parang napanood ko na siya sa somewhere.
Look, he had a collar on. Oh, look at here it is. Look at that.
Yeah, thank you so much, production.
Ayun, Soneiko. Soneiko dating ano to? Soneiko Navi.
He bumps Notice out. He says, "You might be the offlaner, but guess what? I'm the one with the guns." I don't know.
The ex-rugby players.
I agree. And I think something we shouldn't sleep on, like the way that March slept on my seat at the plane right over, is the fact that also Bepum have just one of the most experienced, one of the even standout captains, especially in Eastern Europe. Historically, a region that has kind of, they have not had a short.
Talo rin T1. Ba? Parehas talo yung mga bata natin.
Soneko, who did I say?
No.
Walang nanalo sa siya.
I feel like Mag and Soneko do that core of the captainship in the team for crafting in game.
Yeah.
And I also find Mag to be one of the most veteran Eastern European players. And we've actually seen this as well with Silent, for example, on Team Spirit, right? It's this old guard of Eastern Europe that many of us respected. Like, they're the real OGs of Dota, because Eastern Europe was essentially where Dota kind of started, honestly, for Europe. And now they're starting to train some of the young ones, and you're seeing their power come to really play.
Yeah, I just want to say really quickly that, if you haven't seen this point enough, I mean, OG talks a lot about this, right? You have some of the more experienced players, even someone like Taiga, who has got a lot of experience. Don't take that the wrong way. Train some of these guys who are 17 and just playing their first DPC tour, and they make it work. Yep. They really make it work, but it's hard to strike that balance. It seems like BetBoom, they're in stride.
Yep. Well, let's see now what happens in game number 2 of the series. T1 really looking for this win, but for that, we're going to take a small break, and we'll come back with BetBoom versus T1.
Wait natin. Wala pa yata ito mga sir. Wala pa yata yung game 2. Ayan, 3 minutes. T1. BetBoom. Yung OG yata nagsimula na eh. Tingnan nga natin. Alam ko nagsimula na yung OG. Wait lang. Alam ko nagsimula na. Wait lang. Nagsimula na yung OG. Although wala tayong ano dun. Wala pa kasi. 3 minutes pa eh. BetBoom, OG, boom. Wala pa rin yung boom. Wala pa tong boom eh. Back in 40 seconds. Parang ano pa lang yata to, interview pa lang na yata nila to. Hindi pa to yung totoong game. Kasi kakatapos lang ng game eh. So, tingin ko 5 to 10 minutes yata yung break bago magsimula yung next game. So, tingin ko mauna yung T1. Mang maaga natapos ang T1. Tsaka BetBoom. Tingin ko pagbalik nito ban na or peaking na. Wait lang guys 1.5 minute more for T1 and BB. Kaya di natin ano. Di ko alam paano nangyari pati nga. GG daw eh. GG daw T1 eh. Tingnan nga natin. View. BetBoom. Game 1. Let's see. Taro ba talaga? Parang sarap magpansit canton ngayon Downloading pa, matagal pa. Peaking pa lang ang OG at saka EG pala. Wala bang Storm EG? Wala pa. Binan na naman binan na nila. Binan ng OG yung Storm. Naawa na sila sa EG. Tingin ko magsisimula na yung peaking ng ano. Ayan na, tayo lang, ito na. Tingin ko magsisimula na. Wait lang guys currently puro ads pa eh. T1. Wala pa, ads pa to. Wala pa yung pang next game natin. Pero ito, bumalik na yung dalawa. BetBoom. Bumalik na ba BetBoom? Ito, BetBoom to, BetBoom.
But he does get up, but it's all about 9. Just rolling around, and how do you stop it?
Ito, BetBoom.
They had nothing. They had no ban on their side. They didn't go for a Grimstroke support.
Hindi pala BetBoom to.
The freest game out for 9. Not even some like a Bloodseeker. Well, I don't think the Bloodseeker would fix a lot of her issues, but you know, something to
Boom
stop
pala
that
to, Boom
goal
Tundra. Yung mga replay.
Down here, but it's just every time they get a pick off Tundra, they're so good to just escape, and this is the big one. purge out. They get the FBZ, Timbersaw, Yopaj shows up, another purge out. 33, he'll lock another down. And I believe there's a third kill coming after this one, as Yopaj is going to drop and Jackie shows up. And guess what, Jonathan? He's going to get purged up as well. They're not letting him go either.
And it just kind of fell apart for Boom. Like, they were trying to find an angle in, trying to find a way to make their draft work, and there were no good answers. Again, just the Shadow Demon ruining basically all of their cores. Boom did have a good start. You know, Yopaj had a pretty solid lane. FBZ maybe not so much in the Timbersaw. Like, he was struggling on that lane. He was left alone. Tims was just opting to play mid instead. Timbersaw Mirana, not a very strong combination. Even then, even with those early kills for Yopaj, 9 still again just recovers, hits that timing, starts to roll around, and just becomes so disruptive.
And speaking of Tims, we do have a content piece to come up, Jonathan. Tim's going to talk to us about how great it is to be part of Boom, so let's go ahead and see it.
I would say the difference in playing Boom, all the players, they respect me a lot because I'm the most experienced players in the team. Then, yeah, they respect my decision, my playstyle also.
Man, a few words, Tims is. They basically just said, I'm experienced, they respect me, that's what I like.
Yeah,
Tims, he's the boss.
That he is. He's the boss man. He's the boss of 2 business outlets as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Businessman. He's already commented on Yopaj when you got that car. I'll give you a business next for it. And it's like, oh, you got a car, I'll give you a business next. You watch yourself, you know? So that is one big part of Boom as well, right? Like, they've got Tims kind of backing them up along with Coach Mushi, helping them analyze the draft, helping them build up. And that experience has to come into play because Tundra is also a bunch of experienced players, Mike. They've all been to big lands. They've been playing for a long time as well. And I think for Boom, it's so hard to fix. Well, actually, no, this kind of issue is not that hard to fix in between, but reading the draft that way is just very, very difficult. Up against AUI and then trying to execute with those adjustments. I think that's what really caught Boom off guard because, again, their draft looked pretty good. Maybe until the Ursa, I was expecting a ranged core. And then Shadow Demon just crashed it, and then the execution of Tundra was sublime as well. So it's not like it was just complete outdraft. Tundra played at near perfection to get that kind of scoreline there.
I dare say it was perfection, quite frankly, Jonathan. I mean, Tundra, I didn't see any flaws. They're a very scary team, these guys. It was a perfect performance here in Boom. I don't know what they can do. I mean, going into game 2, obviously they need a bit of a draft switch up here against Tundra, but the versatility that the hero pools of these players, it's more like a hero ocean for Tundra. Just, it feels like they can play anything at any time. Your bans don't matter, John. They just don't matter. Tundra are going to outsmart you during the draft, and then they're going to outplay you in the game. That's what I'm seeing here, at least from game 1. We'll see what Boom can do after a short break, though. And speaking of short breaks, we are going to head to a very, very short break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with game 2 between Boom Esports and, of course, Tundra. We'll see you then.
Wala pa. Mauna nga yung isa. Mauna nga isa nating naabangan. Mauna ang wait lang. Mauna ang laban ng T1 at saka Betboom. Banning pace na yata ito na nga.
Many cases plays the win condition, this team.
Yeah, and actually, a lot of people, of course, don't play Visage, and even those who have maybe are not playing much of it before the major, maybe after big
These guys figured Visage out.
Let me tell you, Visage now has a 15 talent, which is minus 1.5 armor corruption on Visage and on every bird. You pick up just an AC alone, you're getting these towers to nearly 0 armor.
Yeah.
It is incredible how much you can push on this hero.
You also farm incredibly fast this hero with that. I was very impressed that he had, so they figured out that was the build against Dusa, and he started doing that against Dusa because he could match her farm. And also solo kill her, which was incredible.
And if it's a fast game, you pick up a Deso even before the AC, cheaper item, more damage, and you can end games, I mean,
all right,
like
Richie, here's the easy trivia. Shaman Grimstroke bans, anything that this indicates to you, something that's very popular this tournament? In the mid lane?
In the mid lane, it could be a Storm that hasn't been contested in the last game. Again,
this screams Storm at me.
I don't know if it's going to be a contested hero just because it wasn't last game, and that blows my mind. Maybe this is the outlier series because, again, when I looked at the stats this morning, not considering the first round of the day, which is 6 games, Storm was only not picked or banned in something like 2 or 3 of them.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. It's wild. But see, in the last series, T1 did have covers for Storm, and BetBoom just thought, they're not going to pick Storm. But BetBoom loves Laurel Storm, especially with the Visage. That's a combo they use very often. And yeah, 3 core picks, this is not EG, fair enough. But unless T1 is planning on picking the Storm on this pick now, I'm pretty sure they need to ban it. They banned the Ember. Like, could you get more obvious about Storm right now?
I mean, I have to agree with you. I think T1, they do well to ban these other 2 heroes, the Undying and the Suneko Chen, which, let me tell you, BetBoom, if you didn't catch those Eastern European qualifier tournaments, they used to absolutely demolish X series. As they ban the Mirana, and they go with the Jakiro, good counter to the Visage. Jakiro might be one of the better ones. Visage with no way to dispel himself. Jakiro is going to absolutely chew through those stacks.
Ay, di ako nagbebet tol. Wala akong ma-advise sa'yo na betting site.
If I'm BetBoom, I'm just questioning now. It's like, do we get away with Storm?
Storm almost looks free, doesn't he?
It does. That's why, because Jakiro is also really weak against Storm, right? Because you can't ice path him ever.
Yeah, good luck.
So
I do feel the Pango with Diffusal is a bit scary.
It is. I mean, again, it's as free as it gets in this current meta, but I do feel like you just pick a Storm and ignore this. But if T1 knows this, right? So they must have something prepared for that hero, and maybe BetBoom knows about it. Maybe BetBoom, I've seen this in the scrims. I can't think of the hero right now, but
I mean, I'll bring up a different spirit only because it is Laurel, right? And we have seen a little bit of the hero Void Spirit, maybe, or just Puck, Puck again. Yeah, good luck.
Interesting.
Good luck catching me with that ice path if I'm Puck, even faster than a Storm.
That was fascinating. Because Puck used to be pretty good against Pango, and still is somewhat. But the issue is now with the Shard and the lack of Ags on Pango, on Puck, he's gone down a lot, right? Because
dati naman nagbebet ako pero skin yung kapalit. Parang skin to skin yung betting.
Shard, now Pango cancels you,
pero tinigil ko na,
and then you cancel Pango again. But with this new Puck that takes 25 levels
okay lang
piercing magic immunity,
mag-away.
No longer as good against Pango.
Problemado nga tayo sa T1 at saka boom natin.
I really did think Storm was great.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm surprised with the lack of Storm, I'm also surprised with the lack of Pango counter, right? I mean, you even banned the Grimstroke yourself. You got all your core selected. NP is banned, another common solution. What's left? A Wyvern will do. Wyvern will do.
Beast Ghost did do this, and it looked very lackluster, to be honest, compared to the more archetypical Pango counters like Grimstroke Bane. But Wyvern is a popular hero these days. He got small buffs. He doesn't look that bad. Visage does cover for a lot of the weaknesses that he has in lane. And to be honest, Wyvern plus Mars plus Puck seems like a really good team fight.
Oh yeah, it's incredible team fight, isn't it? Right now, the Pangolier is going to have lots of control, good amount of damage as well if you choose to go for the very ever-popular Diffusal. And then
Fanatic at saka Thunder Predator yan.
So we're certainly not
Fanatic na tayo
that in these Rolling Thunder-rich team
yung
fights.
Isa nilang kalaro, yung
right
Mine,
now, we need someone to take
disqualify
the
na yun.
right to the Visage,
So
right
last
to
game,
Mars, right
parang
to
last game na yun ng Fanatic mamaya.
Is what I would think from T1.
Thunder Predator.
I'd even say catch. Unfortunately, DK has been banned. I think DK was amazing here.
Silipin ko lang yung Tundra at saka boom.
Well, it's got to come in a core.
Hindi ko mauna tong game na to.
It seems pretty likely here that it's your support duo.
I mean, if you weren't one the Pango mid, I'd say
Check ko lang mga sir,
okay.
yung boom
The only problem is Io's hanging seems very lackluster as a lane. But he is good because he has the blink stun, he can get out of the arena. Burst damage.
Oh, the Spectre instead. Yes, a hero that's the C teams have been very eager to be playing.
Yeah, SA I think was the first. Thunder Awaken was the team that was like really popularizing this pick. Then Liquid, I believe, copied them as well. And
ano tingin niyo dito mga sir?
I think Gabby is an incredible Spectre.
I think he's probably one of the better.
Pangolier versus Soc Med.
He's so good on the
hero. It's a good Spectre game because Winter Wyvern sucks against Spectre. That's late goes through your cold embrace. You kill Winter Wyvern so easily. If you go for the Orchid build as well, Puck can suffer a lot against this hero, like the Ags Orchid.
Yeah, I wonder if that was like the last time. I was funny. We were in the van ride over, and I was like, I feel like the last time we like really saw Spectre in meta was when, you know, it was this Ags Orchid build and you would just bully the supports.
Yeah.
And then a professional player in the backseat's like, actually, we saw it once at TI. And I was like, okay. But you know what I mean. It's here. This is the build. Not so much the build this time. It's much more around the team fight and this kind of cleanup.
I'm interested about this. T1 they're gonna ban 4s most likely.
Baka last na yung ano. Baka last na yung sa Boom Tundra.
Thinking, is it worth banning
baka maglaro na kami
as a 4? Probably not, honestly. I think
sa mga tropa natin yan.
Baka
maglaro na rin kami. Baka mag 5-man na kami after ng Boom Tundra.
We had a Viper 4?
Okay, Viper.
Not sure.
Wala pa yung Boom
Mars support potentially. Maybe they just want it for the Nether Toxin Break, of
Ang
course.
kulit ng pick ng
Spectre with
Betboom,
2
no?
passives is not going to be
I mean,
happy with
Mars,
that.
Mars Viper lane looks pretty good. Viper doesn't deal with Pango because you don't slow him, right? You can't slow him during the ball with the Viper strike, so...
It's a lot of flying heroes as well for Betboom. They just
Ang
want to touch
daming
the ground.
nalipad.
That's true. That's what I'm seeing here out of the
Mars
real
is the
analysis.
only man. Yeah. If they pick Doom here, he's useless because Scorched Earth does nothing to these guys.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm interested by the Viper pick. I mean, he is good against Spectre, and Mars Viper lane seems like a really oppressive lane, so I'm not against it. Even with Spectre IO, this forces like Jakiro Spectre, but it's also weak against the Viper because he has corrosive skin. I wonder where the last T1 pick is going to be. I'm assuming. I don't know where the Tango goes either, to be honest.
Do you think there's
Wala,
like a
di ko alam kung gusto nila tong
mid
major na to
Viper and
or...
there's no, because that's like so
sayang
weird.
naman, sayang
And
is
then
luck
pucks
na.
support,
I mean, it's not wild.
Or like pucks and off
We saw
lane
Force
or
Major do this
something.
on bait, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so. Lesh.
Just in case it's a Viper move.
I guess so, right? I think that's really... And it's a
Ayan na.
Viper off, so
Sisimula na
it
tong
is going
T1
to
boom.
be, yeah, the Force Major Mars.
Yung sa kabila natin, wala pa.
In case you're not up to date on the Betboom positions.
Force Major has played offlane before as well, so I know he has, like in previous, again, tier 3 stacks, I guess we can call them. So he does know how to
Daming
play Mars,
nalipad,
so there's not much of an issue there. I can see the Mars feeling like he's quite countered this game, especially with the Pangolier and the IO to save people. So I think that Mars offlane maybe not as impactful. Definitely there's a point for the Viper. I do like this flex a fair amount. I am not opposed to Mars support in general.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's a lot about the arena, right? But into the late game, it's also a lot about the spear.
Yeah.
Not even so much as getting the right arena.
Yep. I do like the Lesh pick a lot, though, if we talk about T1, right? Lesh deals well with Visage, right? Especially with a combination of Jakiro, you get rid of those stacks, a lot of area damage. He puts a lot of pressure. Lesh IO is fantastic. The real question here is how much can Viper nullify Spectre? Because if you get noticed to destroy Gabby in lane, then Gabby has no game. Lesh has to do way too much work, and you have way too much burst damage against Lesh. That's where Visage really comes into play and destroys him.
Yeah, and Visage is pretty speedy, even on a core. Like, he gets level 6.
Especially with Ags.
Yeah, and he can really up the tempo of the game. They might choose to try and undercut a Spectre, who basically for the first 20 minutes might as well not exist. Yes, if the team fight's kind of on the cusp, she can haunt in and maybe get a kill, right? But like, at that stage, you're almost winning the fight already. So it's pretty hard. Betboom, even, of course, with the Wyvern, are always going to have some team fight. It's a Pango off lane who's not going to get his defusal as fast as the Pango mid.
That's true. I mean, I also wonder if you go Pango offlane, you still go for that defusal build no matter what, or you go for more like teamfight-oriented build. Because in this game, I would say you might need it. Like that Rolling Thunder to catch, for example, the puck. I honestly don't feel like they have too much on the puck. Yeah, Ice Path is kind of good on puck against puck, because you can bait that phase shift. But eventually, phase shift is long enough that you can just blink out of it. While you're inside the phase shift, right?
Yeah, Laurel's going to catch Zephyr, trying to set up the ward. Nice little sneaky move there. He hands it back to Carl. Carl says, no, I'm putting it right here. I don't care. Get that out of my inventory. There he goes.
I am very surprised by the lack of
Ano,
storm.
simula
I'm
na.
really curious about why.
Yo, uncontested again, right?
Lipat ko na.
I mean,
I don't know
Lipat
if
ko na
Betboom just,
sa
because this
boom
to me was the Betboom Storm game, right?
Tundra.
So if maybe they just don't value it as much. Maybe they saw Leshrac as being a strong
Okay,
counter.
if Dahawk thinks they can get first blood, he'll take Soul Assumption. Otherwise,
Lipat ko
usually
na
he
to,
won't
mga
touch
sir.
it.
That's true, that's true.
We'll see.
He goes for Grave Chill level 1 otherwise, right?
It's the best
Boom
farming
esports
ability for
tayo.
sure.
Simulan natin
Here they
yung
go.
Boom esports.
Okay, he thinks they can get first blood. He went for Soul Assumption. Let's see if it works out. Gabby,
Oh,
oh
the
my
nuke.
god. So much damage, but Gabby gets away. Notice.
Ito na.
Mid DKs as well recently, right? Like it does feel like Yopaj has been picking up that here a couple
Alright,
of times
yeah,
now.
that I know.
So it could be a possibility there. Running mid DK,
Okay.
taking away the Mirana combo on the offlane, maybe looking for a different combination.
Boom
for
Tundra
FBC
na
to
tayo,
play
mga
with.
sir.
I do see that Sand King could still be an option here for FBC.
Okay lang, okay
He
lang.
loves that hero, as we've heard him talk about before. So it could be going for that. Sand King Mirana is still a strong lane as well if you want to shift. Or, you know, if they get the Sand
Okay
King,
lang, okay
Yopaj
lang.
could
Sige
play
po,
it
sige
on
po.
mid too.
Very, very true. It could be one way to do
Boom
it.
esports
We are gonna
tsaka
have to wait
Tundra
out
yung
some
nasundan eh.
more bands to come out before we do get to see the picks coming in once again. But it is very nice seeing the DK Mirana here for Boom again. It's comfort. It's the anime draft. You've always got to go back to the anime
series
draft. Things are
kanina.
going a little bit rough. Tundra,
Relax
they've
lang,
got to know
relax.
how to play against this. I mean, you know, what was it? Last meta, last patch, it was such a big thing. We saw it pretty much every single game. Pretty sure for Tundra, it's not really too big of a concern here, seeing that opening here from Boom Esports. See how they do go. I'm more curious about what they follow up with, and I've got to respect Tundra for banning out the Ember here against Yopaj. We talk about the Yopaj Ember all the time. You never want to bet against the Yopaj Ember. They do get rid of it. They're not going to give him that chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's carried so many games off his back with that Ember. He still has a couple of options. I mean, he could go Storm if he wanted to. TA is still there for that big win condition from the mid lane. Could be one way of kind of dealing with the Finlish as well with a Sideblade spill. So could be a decent solution. Up against a Pugna might be annoying with the decrep. Could complicate the process. I do love that Boom do take out the Hoodwink. So already having their own pause 4, don't want to deal with the AoE control. The Hoodwink will have a very solid launching point for Tundra to build on that offlane as well. 4-2-3 with the Visage.
Dahil salvation, laglag na ba OG,
covering their
boss?
basis. Again, lots of
tingnan
concentration
natin yung
out.
stats.
I'm not sure if you
Tingnan
saw
ko
it
kung
all, but
anong
Boom, while Mushi was doing stuff, they
standing
were
na nila.
checking their notes at the back of the seat. They were
Pero
all trying to
nasa
figure out their health.
second
They're
sila
trying
na
to
mababa
get
eh.
in
Wait
and
lang.
figure out what Thunder wants, because after that kind of game 1, Boom's just, they're straight back to the drawing board, like completely blank. I feel like it's a full reset. And just getting good read in between a best of 2 series like that, it just feels tough to readjust.
Yeah, I imagine it would be, John, but they've got to get it going. They are the 1-to-1 kings right now during the majors, so they've got to keep that going for sure. The Tundra not going to make it easy though, as we are finally having our final bans to come out before some more picks fly out. Do they want to keep focusing on Yopaj here for Tundra? No, this time they're going to respect Panda Jackie Medusa. I think that's absolutely fair as well.
Medyo delikado,
Another
OG.
great pick, another signature
Number
hero
6
here for
yata
Boom.
sila.
If you do give that
Pangalawa
away,
sila sa
generally things can get a little bit tough,
pinakamababa
especially when you
sa
are
Group
playing something
A.
like Visage.
Ang pinakamababa
The
Evil Geniuses eh,
familiars,
1-7.
Split shot can be very, very annoying.
Ayun, pangalawa sila
Boom
dun.
Esports though, what do they want to ban out?
Medyo delikado, OG.
I mean, just look at Coach Mushi. He's just focusing. Well, they're having laughs. You know, maybe they're throwing some
He's
silly
like,
ideas there.
No, we're not doing that. No.
It's like, no. Upstairs. Later on. Everyone's going upstairs later on, but the focus is there.
That's why your partner's got the ice pack, John. Mushi was not happy. I didn't
It's
want to
not
say
sore eyes.
I didn't want to say it, John. I saw a red mark on the forehead. Mushi was not happy.
Yeah, it's that Asian dad mentality. You know, it is what it is.
It is. Well, it's not just you guys. Let me tell you, John.
Hey, you're technically Asian too. You know?
I guess so.
Yeah,
Fair
right,
enough.
right.
Keeper of the Light is the ban out. Boom Esports. Where are we headed with this draft?
I mean, they've got to reveal more. There's still that flex on the DK. It could be Yopaj, it could be FVZ, fairly open in what lane you'd want to run it with that Mirana combination on hand. This is good though. Like Mushi's still laughing, he's still confident, still happy. You know, so it's not all gloom and doom.
Gusto
And
nyo
that's
ba to,
exactly
guys?
the kind of reset you want.
Boom Esports versus Tundra o T1?
Going to the next game. We'll see if it carries Trudeau.
Kaya pili, tingnan
We'll go
natin.
for the Weaver. So
Ano okay
back to
din to
what
eh.
seems to
Boom
be our
Esports tsaka Tundra.
Weaver on hand. Does love that in the
Secure
crossfire.
naman na yung
He
T1.
He tends to play it really well. It forces out a lot of resources from the enemy team, right? Like forces the sentry war and the laning phase, and can be highly disruptive. Gives you good minus armor as well. So lots of value in the Weaver there. This also looks kind of bog standard Boom, like DK Mirana with Weaver. It feels like we've seen that a lot from them before.
Absolutely. Certainly is, Jonathan. More importantly, what's Tundra doing now with their draft? It's one of those things when you run a Visage, it makes you think, is it going to be a Zoo draft? Are we going to see some more units? Can we see a Lycan coming out? A Beastmaster perhaps? Like, what else could be flying out here? You don't have options like the Keeper of the Light for Boom anymore. They banned it out themselves, so you could certainly go for those push-style drafts if you are Tundra.
You've got a lot of room for that. I feel like something on the support is probably better to play with that Zoo. Enchantress seems like a good option. Just, well, picking Enchantress into Mirana seems a little bit awkward though. You always have the arrow to deal with the enchant creep. But
qualifier ba
I
to
don't feel
para sa
confident
TI?
about like a
Hindi ko lang alam eh, pero tingin ko major to, boss.
pushing, holding on to their own objectives.
Stockhol
and
Major,
into
ito
the
yung
void
unang
spread.
major natin
Like you
ngayong
mentioned,
taon
this year has been having a
na
pretty
may
high
fans.
win rate, at least in the major. You know,
After netong
outside,
major,
not the best,
tingin ko
but
TI
in
na
the
eh.
major it's been looking good so far.
Kasi malapit na mag-August.
I don't know exactly what the
Kaya
stat is now
maganda na tayo
for the
ng
win rate of
pera.
the Void Spirit, but it certainly had a great couple of first days. The Void Spirit going to make a reappearance here for on the side of Tundra at the very least as Boom Esports now, knowing the mid matchup. Do you go for the Yopaj pick? Would you rather go the Jackie pickup?
I think you go for your... It's a tough one. You want to hammer in Jackie's position while he still has a few more heroes left. At the same time, you don't know your core matchup. Like, it makes it really hard for Jackie to become comfortable as a win condition to see how far he can farm, not knowing his core-to-core matchup. I feel like you could just go for the Yopaj hero, and that's assuming he's not playing the DK mid, which could still be FBZ's hero. But again, that gives Tundra a lot of adjustment as well. I like the TA. We talked about that. Win condition now is on WQHD on
Kulit
mid.
ng ano no?
Like
Kulit ng dating ni
that
Mushe, no?
TA versus
Parang
Force
mafia
Split
boss.
matchup. Not the worst thing in the world.
Parang siya yung
for
boss
TA.
ng mga
It's a
mafia
melee
sa
matchup.
upo niya.
It's a little bit easier to kind of try to
Ayan,
work the
paano
side
yung
blades
mga
from an
tinuturo yan?
angle
Tumba mo
because of
yan.
how
Yan,
far you
tumba mo
stand.
yan.
And that
Ito,
can be a
mamaya,
little
tumba mo
bit
to.
annoying for the Void Spirit as well. He does have good dodge plays, and he does have a good way of jumping the rune, so you should still be able to maintain that.
Absolutely, it's going to be a very exciting game already. Again, boom, another very standard draft we're very used to seeing. Tundra Esports going for something we're not used to seeing, but it gets me very excited to watch it. Final bans to come. The Ricky will be removed, so Tundra definitely doing their homework there. Saw the Jackie Ricky coming out the other day, and it was very, very effective. Did not underestimate that Ricky whatsoever. Boom. Where do they go with their ban? Don't get rid of the TB. A natural counter towards the Templar Assassin, obviously. You'd rather not get kited around with the TB, and the high armor hero not going to care so much for all the minus armor you are providing as the TA. Any other bans that you'd like to see coming out from either side here, John?
I can't get a good read on Tundra. It just feels like their draft is so open. Any
hard.
+1 kind of works.
It's hard.
I think for Boom, and the Ricky's a great ban. For some reason, I want to say AM could come out for Boom. I don't know why I'm saying that, but that came into my head. It's like Jackie likes AM. Then again, Jackie liked the Ursa, and you know it didn't work out. She probably won't let him pick what he wants anymore. So I'm not sure. It feels like maybe a Luna. You could just go all in on the push, play with your DK, play with the TA Desolator timing. A Luna would be eating into that TA's farm a little bit, so farm distribution might be an issue. Maybe you go for a more selfless one. Jackie's played a lot of Razor. Could be one way. You could just jump on top of something like the Visage. He can't run. Take damage away from him and start melting everyone else. Have the TA be or win condition. Everyone else just kind of running around and fighting.
Final ban out. Boom Esports. Still look to ban a position 1, I believe. And I do think 33 will just take the Visage for himself at the off lane. They're going to get rid of the Spectre. Has been popular during the Major. I can't quite blame them for getting rid of that. Now the exciting part is, what is Tundra going for this POS 1? So you can't get a read on the draft. Neither can I. Tundra's doing something special, I'm sure. What's the POS 1 we see?
Well, I said Razor for Boom. They could run Razor as well on Tundra, right? Like Razor into DK, Razor into TA is already really nice. So you could just sap the damage away, kind of remove that win condition in WQHD. Wouldn't mind a Razor. It's pretty fast paced. You're scaling kind of plateaus, maybe like 35 minutes in, it starts to feel like it slows down in terms of what you can get from itemization. But if you play it right, the game's not gonna hit 35 minutes anyway. Something like a Razor core. So a Razor could fit on the safe lane, running that off lane Visage. The lanes don't look amazing. Pugna Razor doesn't sound great. Treant Protector Razor sounds better. Visage Pugna is not too bad if you do run that duo. So they go with Luna instead, which is what I said is an option for Boom as well. So that works out. Like you do have solid push. You can play around with the aura on familiars. I believe that still works. So more damage coming through from the familiars. And get like very solid team fight. You've got Overgrowth. You've got a lot of magic damage with the Pugna, and the Luna should just be enabled in farm. So I think Skitter's going to have a pretty decent time, because Boom with their lineup, I mean, they could play aggressive. They are going to be waiting for that blink timing on FBZ, and they go...
Very nice. Oh, all right, John, don't get too cocky. Right? We're not raising your pay. This is your job to be correct, John.
It is my job.
It's your job to be correct. Well done, sir. I'll give you that.
I'm just surprised. I didn't think I said the right things, actually. I didn't think I'd be right. I'm just surprised what I am.
Well, don't tell them that, John.
It is what it is. But the Razor to close out, so you can just static link the Luna. It's a really good target to be on top of. Luna can go Hurricane Pike. Not a major priority for the early farm. You kind of want your Manta, maybe Dragonlance first and run from there. And very even draft. I don't think you had this big pocket pick from Tundra that catches you by surprise on Boom. They get that offlane Visage, which is big. And, you know, it can be surprising. It might catch Boom off guard if they're not ready, but I feel like their adjustment with the TA coming out from WQHD is already good enough, right? Like, you can just melt Striker, you can melt through the familiars, get the gold up, farm them, and just make another source of gold.
I think it's going to be a great game number 2 here again. Boom Esports, they at least need to try and force out a draw. Tundra, if they can get a 2-0, they are really looking like they're going to be the favorites to just be first place the whole way throughout Group A. And again, Group A is known as the stack group. This was going to be the hard group, but Tundra I mean, they're destroying everyone right now. We'll see what Boom can do about it. They are the kings of draws at the moment throughout this major. Maybe they can force another one.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. Again, talking to the Boom boys. And the players seem relaxed, right? Like Yopaj seemed relaxed, Tim's wanted ice cream. That could be the issue. Maybe Zach, maybe Lane didn't buy that ice cream for Tim's, and then maybe that's why they're all caught off guard here.
I don't think he did, John.
Yeah,
I don't think he did. I think Zach was trying to tell him, hey, we can't actually get you ice cream before the game starts. So you might be correct. That would be a pretty silly reason to lose game one, but you may be correct.
I mean, I've heard sillier, Mike, so, you know, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing to cause a Southeast Asian loss. That does happen. We are very strange people.
Yeah, you've made the excuse of your neighbors burning garbage while we were playing games, John. That's a pretty bad excuse.
It happens a lot. And you mentioned stuff killing you in Australia. Do you have neighbors that want to put you off as well, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Here we go, 5v5 team fight. Tundra gonna move in. Scam, Sakuchi out, Sentry Ward down. Scam, can you make it out? Soul Assumption. It's gonna chase him down, but it's not enough. Scam. He's barely out of there, but the chase is on. Surely they can't keep up with Scam here. One more click, that'll do it. They'll give up. Scam, be careful now, sir. He's thinking about it.
Seconds to battle.
You'll be all right. Tundra, very close to already drawing first blood. They won't be able to get away with it.
You do have to appreciate that little distraction by Scam. I mean, he's got the magic stick already at 4 charges, so he's going to feel good in that lane. Going to have a little bit more burst healing on hand, just going to reset in the fountain, head back in. This could give Tundra an opening to pick up an extra bounty rune. It does look like they are in position. And Tim's is ready to snag away the top one, but a little bit of a back and forth. We'll see how it does end up in the trade. Every single one.
Wow. 4 bounty runes to go the way of Tundra. Not a great start at all for Boom here, but it's going to give a bit of a nice gold lead going into that laning stage now for Tundra. They'll be very happy with that. And while we're here, John, we'll start with the bot lane. Skidder going to be there on the Luna, along with Snaking on the Pugna. Naturally, you're going to have Tim's on the Mirana and your Dragon Knight here by FBZ. It's a classic anime draft here from Boom against Luna Pugna, which is not going to be very fun to play against, John. How should this bot lane go?
I expect it to be pretty good for both sides. Like, there are really good ways to play on the side of Tundra. There's some really good ways to play on the side of Boom. It does feel like you can get a lot more aggressive early on with Tundra. You're seeing that damage output already from Snaking, just spamming that Nether Blast. And that will shove the lane in just a bit.
Oh, Jackie! Oh, he's gone! Tree and Protective Visage, John. It's so easy to get the charges of Soul Assumption that quickly. And 33, we talked about it. He's such a great Visage player. You can't underestimate this guy.
You definitely can't, and that's going to be pretty terrible for Jackie. Like, the lane isn't the best. Weaver can't really stop a train from just running up and attacking. You can try to static link, but the longer you stay there, the more charges build up on that Soul Assumption, and you just can't trade. You're not that durable on this hero. You don't have, like, natural protection from magic damage, so we'll see how much more Boom can get, but Tundra already off to a really good start. I mean, it's Visage Treant, like you said, so much damage. Every right click or two from Soxa just builds up a charge already.
Oh,
just
9.
Instant damage.
Well, he's going to be a bit of a chase there onto Yopaj. Doesn't have the Aether Remnant to throw out, but already things are getting very spicy in this game too between these two. 9. You'd argue he won the mid lane last time around. Yopaj, he'll have the TA this time. John, but talk to me about the mid lane. What can 9 do and what can Japoi do?
9's doing a great job of just leveraging this early laning phase for TA. She doesn't have a great way of blocking through the damage. Refraction is up for Yopaj, so he has some options. And he is doing pretty good on the CS. Lots of denies out from 9, though. Just playing around.
He wants the other water rune.
Oh.
He'll get it too. He wants everything.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You're not expecting the TA to rotate anytime soon, and that does signal Yopaj is pretty confident in not dying. So he just wants to maximize that lane. He's respecting that 9 is doing a lot of damage. He needs to top up. And that will leave 9 without a bottle refill for his own, unless his support TP's in from the base.
Look at this, John.
Oh.
Look at this, Scam. He actually can't do the damage. That living armor, bonus armor, it's just too much. Scam, he's going to have to salve up and try to chase him down again. Saxa, we'll see what he can do to try and get out of this one. In the tree line, he will continue walking forward, and it looks like he might just be fine. Towards the north. Yeah, he's out of there. They can't get there, John. He's fine.
Yeah. I mean, it takes a while for bugs to eat through trees, Mike, so that process is a long one for Scam. That does give a lot of space out. I think you just want Jackie to farm the Razor So any little space you can buy out for the Razor feels good. Yopaj already bullying 9 just a bit. He is at level 4 now, level 2 refraction, and the side blades at 1 with meld, so you can threaten. And that's a really good shove away on 9, giving more space for the TA to actually farm up. And you do worry about that. We saw that a little bit from 9. He did have that slower start, but as long as he finds level 6, he could still make plays here.
Absolutely. Things going very well at the bot lane right now for Skidder on Tundra. A very good time. Jackie not so much on the Razor, and it goes back to that Visage. It's just so scary to play against. Even as the Razor, you feel like you should be able to chase him down, but you've got Treant and Visage in the same lane, and the amount of damage you can output so quickly just with right clicks out from Saxa allows the charges to come out for the Soul Assumption, and the amount of damage from Soul Assumption, it's just ridiculous. And Jackie, he might be in trouble. It's not about the right clicks here for 33. It's all about the Soul Assumptions. There's one. He just needs a second. He's going to have it, I think, John. There it is. Jackie. Ooh. No, it was 2 charges. He needed 1 more charge. That would have been a guaranteed kill, but Jackie this time is going to be able to get away.
He's struggling in this lane though, Mike. 11-2, not able to farm, not able to really use that static link in a big way to at least find that kill in Sox in the end.
Yeah, nice rotation out from Skem, but can they block 33? Looks like he's going to be all right. They did try along with Skem. He will stick around for a bit of a Soul Assumption. That's about all he can do here against Boom at the top lane.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a back and forth, and that's a big kill to give over to Jackie. Doesn't quite fully recover him from his lane. It's still a slow start. You're looking at a bit of later timing on the Falcon Blade and the Power Treads. And you still feel great in the Visage. Yeah, you drop your Treant, doesn't matter. He's managed to do his job. You're building up on the Visage. You've got the Null. You can keep spamming out the Soul Assumption. And there's still no clear answer. The TA is a big answer, but it's not like Yopaj is going to be heading down mid to help anytime soon.
Absolutely not. Yopaj is having a very good time right now on this TA. 9. After such a great performance game 1, of course, against TA with Void Spirit, it's not exactly a favorable matchup here for 9. It definitely was always going to be a bit of a struggle here for him as Yopaj completely dominating the lane now, and can always just go into the jungle later on and keep that farm going. And not too hard whatsoever.
Yeah, I think the one concern for Tundra down the line is how big Yopaj can get. His TA, again, one of his signature heroes, we've seen him perform this multiple times. He carries the team on his back with his hero. Jackie's more like that secondary core, and he is still allowed to build up. I guess you could machine gun through refraction with your Visage familiars if they don't die early on, so still have that option for melting through Yopaj anyway.
Scam. A bit of chase into 33, but it's just going to be the Swarm being thrown out. And 33 being very annoying with the Soul Assumption to be thrown out every time he gets a chance. He doesn't have his Treant nearby anymore, but Saxa, he can always make the rotation back up if he needs. It does seem like he's more kind of interested in making sure 9 can actually have a bit of a mid lane here. He has started falling behind quite a bit on the Void Spirit in comparison to the TA of Yopaj. And it's only going to get worse because, again, Yopaj, he's always going to have the jungle to go back to. So he's more than happy to keep the wave pushed out and just go to the jungle, clear some side camps, and escalate that way.
Yeah, they've really secured that jungle as well, Mike. Really good vision to watch the entrance, ensure no one's coming in to take away that much-needed farm for the TA. And Yopaj is really starting to pull ahead. Not by much just yet, 100 gold lead over Skitter on his free lane on the Luna, but he is set to have some decent timings into the Blink, into the Dragonlance. I think Yopaj understands he has to be a little bit more active for his team this time around. He can't afford to just sit back, farm Dragonlance, Desolator, and have to play with some momentum here. Still worry about Skitter getting this much farm up against a DK. Yeah, not the easiest lane for FBZ. Dragon-tailed stun combos there, but they haven't really found kills with it yet.
Ooh, Arrow's not going to connect down a bot lane either. Tim's just a bit too late to the party. Snaking and Skitter still just doing a great job of allowing Skitter that great bot lane. The Luna, it hasn't been such a popular pos one to have, but it does still scale and farm very, very fast. You can't let it escalate too fast here in Skitter. Again, having a very good time so far as Sux is even going to rotate down now towards the bot side. They are going to immediately just try and back their way out. Eventually FBZ might have to make his way back down south and see if they can pick up the kill on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and applying that pressure on the DK, stalling out that Blink timing for Boom to play off. It's a big one. You kind of want that Blink initiation on the side of Boom here. If they want to make some plays, they need to get that Dragon Tail into arrow every single time. And every time that guaranteed kill is delayed, it feels a lot tougher. Tundra eyeing top here.
They'd love the Razor. They've got the familiars up too, so assuming they can find the kill, chances are they're going to be able to push down this top tier 1 tower very simply. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Saxa has been found out, but he's being very sneaky in this tree line. But there's a Sideblades Yopaj, not messing around. In the meantime, though, Jackie, he's a much bigger kill when it comes to this. Is Jackie, can he TP out in time? He's trying, and he might just make it. He does get himself out. 33 could not get the familiars there in time to stun him up. In fact, they were on cooldown.
Yeah, good bailout from Jackie. That's a lot of space given. I think this is the ideal situation for Boom. Jackie cops all the flak. Yopaj just farms. The Razor, off to a really slow start. Like, this net worth he's bottom net worth for all the cores right now. Not by too much. Still not a good sign for your pause 1. But he's not the win condition. It's definitely Yopaj, and Boom has allocated all their resources onto Yopaj. Massive stacks in the Ancients. They had those large camp stacks as well, their might in. He's just building up. He's already got the gold for a blink just off the back of all this farming, so he's kind of ready to go and try to join in. Whether or not Yopaj will want to is a different question. Again, you are going for this more aggressive playstyle on the TA, and we've seen Yopaj do that before. You still kind of want to connect that with blink timing on FBZ anyway.
Yeah, Sucks are going to drop here. Boom. Able to set up finally with this anime draft here down at the bot lane. FBZ and Tims going to pick off the Train Protector, and that'll allow them to go after that bottom tier 1 tower. But meanwhile, topside Tundra, they'll do the exact same thing. No problem. It'll be an even trade for both teams. Though there is going to be a 1k net worth lead here for Boom in this game number 2. So a very close matchup. And I wonder, John, looking back at the Visage, what kind of timing are you looking for? Like, at what stage does 33 become a real nuisance?
Generally by level 2 familiars, it does start to feel overwhelming. That's a really good spiking point for the Visage. You tend to max out your soul assumption or be really tanky with a Gravekeeper's Cloak. And that's when you start to figure out your talent tree as well. Whether or not you want to go for the Visage right-click attack with the familiars, or you start to focus on that magic damage. So level 12 is a good launching point to diversify on the Visage. Boom, for their part, starting to already clump up mid, getting a bit of a push off. They've got the siege creep. They are playing against living armor, so it's a slower process here. But if they commit long enough, they should be able to find that objective.
There goes that mid-tier 1 tower. Nice pick up for Boom. Tundra. Snaking to fill up the bottle of 9. Again, I'm kind of wondering at what stage 33 really... I guess with the Vladimirs it might be around that time, but... Or Skem. What's Skem up to? That's a great Aether Remnant from 9. My goodness. Locks him down. Skem, he'll go for a run, but this time around it looks like he... Oh, time lapse is there. It's just not going to be enough. Skidder will be able to pick up the kill along. In fact, it was Snaking who took the kill on the Pugner of all things.
Yeah, Little Green Man does it again. He has managed to pick up a little kill for himself. Their first kill for Snaking. He's really just a healer here anyway. I think Skem's really just trying to distract the side of Tundra, trying to check for those stacks, ensure that they don't take it smoothly. And oh.
Yopaj going to move in, but Decrepify is out from Snaking. Still FBZ going to be there with the stun. And a nice little arrow from Tims on the backside. Going to be able to secure the kill onto the Pugner. So 2-4 now, but there is a 3k advantage for Boom Esports. Most of that being onto Yopaj. FBZ right behind him. But they are really off to a great start here for Boom.
Yeah, much stronger start than what we saw in that game 1, Mike. Boom is finding some aggression, they're finding some farm. They've shifted the win condition onto Yopaj, and they're just trying to build up. They're finding more.
Yeah, Saxa down at bot lane, gonna get caught out. This time around, Jackie able to take the kill on the Razor. It seems like Tundra just gonna have to wait for those core items to be up before they can really get going. For now, they are kind of just backs against the wall for game number 2. It doesn't seem like they have any interest in trying to make some rotations.
I don't think they need to. They are waiting for that build-up under Luna. Mask of Madness is done. No Dragonlance yet. With the Dragonlance, it starts to feel better. You've got some durability on hand to play with. But again, you aren't farming as fast as Yopaj. And the side of Boom are starting to slowly but surely get the rest of their heroes in line as well. 4k lead up now for Boom. and Boom are the aggressors. It's a switch up again. Tundra's starting to play a bit slower. They're not the ones forcing too much aggression. Boom's the one initiating. And it just feels like nowadays, if you're the one taking initiative, chances are you're going to always find your way in the game. You're the one dictating.
That is very true, John. Tundra. Very slow game for them so far. Again, it's kind of a worrying sign going into the TA, though. Like, you see Yopaj and how fast he's escalating. They are going to smoke up now into the Roshan pit, but it's going to be a 3v3 situation. In comes Yopaj. Overgrowth is going to be very nice from Saksa. Just allows them to disengage from a bad team fight. Can they keep it going? Scam will get the life train, but we'll be able to Sakuchi away. And it seems like both sides accept the fact that this isn't the team fight they wanted. They will be able to back off. But had Saksa not gotten that overgrowth off, I think it would have been a terrible team fight for him.
Yeah, it would have gone very much so Boom's way if they didn't manage to get that disengage out. And Tundra, you know, they did have the threat looming from Skitter. He still has his Eclipse ready. We haven't seen that fly out in the game, so could have been an opportunity to try to get some damage off there as well. Do opt to play it safe. I mean, both sides understand they scale really well into the mid-late game. You just need to kind of get those items up, as you mentioned, Mike. Just have a little bit of patience. Yopaj, as mentioned, he can melt through the familiar if you're not ready for it.
Nice arrow, Tims. Landed on 33, who was trying to go after Yopaj. Again, the Familiar's even kind of struggling to stay alive as well, because you have the Side Blades from the TA, and he's just kind of knocking them down over and over again. And for now, Tundra, it seems like they want to really make sure that Boom can't go into the Roshan pit and make that happen. The Boom's certainly going to be looking to go that way. Is now Skitter. Going to run into Scam, but we've seen Scam do this before in the Weaver. Just trying to scout after his team and get that information as now. They're going to smoke up, try to move in. FBZ, he's got the blink up, but his smoke has been broken. Can they find themselves a target? Skitter is still around on the Luna. That'd be a massive one if they could get it. FBZ, he'll make the jump in. There's the Dragon Tail. Arrow is not going to land either, but it won't matter. Skitter, he is slowed up. Decrepify will be there. The Starstorm will drop from the skies, but Skitter, he's just outrunning them. There's 33 now. He's going to rotate over and try to make sure that they can't go any further. In fact, 9, he'll make the jump in. 33, with the Familiars, will stun them up. And boom, they're unable to find a pickoff.
Yeah, it's just the healing, the move speed, it doesn't connect. The arrow doesn't connect out from Tim's. Just not on point today, Mike. Not quite yet, at least in this game. Filipino Sniper kind of letting some shots loose. Tundra, and they can just get back to farm. And still, that's a lot of map pressure coming out from Boom. A little bit slower of a game too, 2-5, not as many kills coming out. But you can sense that tension, Mike. It does feel like it's a coil that's just winding up, building up that force. And in one moment's notice, it just blows up. So you have to watch yourself. One little opening in this map can really swing this game either way. For now, just that build-up. Tundra's still building up under Luna. They're working towards the Kaya Sanj here.
Top lane, Arrow's somehow gonna land. He drags the aggro on the creep wave away to allow the arrow to land. That's brilliant from FBZ.
Yeah, it's a brilliant move. It still looked like the creeps were on top, though.
It did. Can we get a replay?
That's just madness.
Can we get a replay? We've got to have a look at that.
It's complete madness. Sometimes these hitboxes, man, they don't make sense sometimes, you know? It's like, oh, that doesn't land, does it? And it's like, what? Phase through like that? Like that's, I don't know, man, but it's a big kill to take. And, you know, they're not asking those questions on Boom. Tim's probably just understands every single minute detail of that arrow hitbox and just makes it work.
We've got a replay coming up very soon for that one. Can't wait to see it as well. In fact, here we are. Let's have it. So FBZ, he jumps in, Dragon Tail, realizes the creeps are in front, drags it away. No, he got it.
What?
What do you mean?
There's a creep on top.
I think you're looking at the living armor, John. Are you sure?
I can't tell anymore. I am pretty blind here, Mike. I am the guy with the shades with proper purpose for it, so who knows? I'm blind as a bat.
We need to go back and look at it in slow motion. We need a slow motion replay. 9.
I'll take your
Meanwhile,
word.
live, John, they found Tim's. It won't matter. They'll get a bit of revenge here. 9. Able to set up on the Mirana.
Yeah. Not the biggest day. It's a support kill in the end, but you'll take what you can get now. You do start to worry again about Yopaj building up. He's got the BKB flying out with the recipe, I believe, at this point. So he's kind of set to go. Or, yeah, BKB's already up in TA, just ready.
Slow-mo. Let's see what happens, John.
There's a forward creep, isn't there?
FBZ drags the aggro. No, he's
Oh.
fine. He's fine. He
Oh.
barely drags the aggro
my
away.
God.
Could you believe that, Jonathan?
That's
That's
just
a
on
heads-up
edge.
play from FBZ.
Yeah, it's so on edge and it looked like a creep. You're right. It was a living armor, Mike. I am blind
Well,
as
you
they go into the
you
road.
just had surgery, John. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
That's
true.
That's why we're wearing the glasses.
True.
I don't know
Roshan?
why I'm wearing them, but you are. Boom
You
Esports.
maybe you wanted to, Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to be cool too. In we go. Stun up, Scam. Already getting caught out. Is going to drop. Roshan, though, still going the way of Boom 9. He's going to jump in, but Yopaj, he'll take the Aegis. He'll snatch it away. As in they go. Eclipse is out. Jackie, he'll try out the Skitter. The TP is there on the Luna, though. He's going to be fine, but now Yopaj, he's without an Aegis. Can he keep this fight going? They'll hold him down. 9. Do you want to keep going? Yopaj, ticking out. 33 trying to chase him down. They've got him. 33 able to take the life of the TA before he does go down. And it seemed like a favorable team fight for Tundra, regardless of the Roshan, or rather the Aegis going the way of Boom. I believe Roshan was actually taken by 9.
Yeah, they did manage to get that kill, so they get a little bit of gold. They managed to force that fight in a really good way. Overgrowth's such a massive spell. Goes through that BKB, Yopaj popped his on his first life. Didn't really manage to do much with the Overgrowth. Again, same issues as we saw with Boom versus T1. It just feels like when you've got this Treant Protector around, Boom struggles to decide when to pop that BKB. You know, it's like, and you always have the Treant Protector players who are very patient with that usage.
Oh, nice jump in from 9. He's going to find the Weaver. Scam getting caught out. 9 able to get plenty of burst damage off on this Void Spirit. You've got to appreciate how Tundra just always focus Yopaj. It's always the main focus. They want this TA dead every single time. As Jackie is going to get slowed up. Is going to be fine, though, it seems, for now. As Skitter will go for a bit of a chase. Won't be able to keep up, but we'll go into the Tier 1 bottom tower instead. Jackie just a little bit too fast in that Razor. He's going to be able to survive this one.
He does manage to live true. He is kind of tempering out this aggression down bot, dragging a couple of heroes here. The mid still stands for Boom, so I think as far as towers go, you'd rather have the attention down bot, keep your mid safe, and keep stalling out for Yopaj. Going for that Desolator next on the TA, still a ways off. It's a lot of gold to farm up on that TA, but again, you're still hitting critical mass on the TA, and even our Razor, who had that slower start, refresh not too far.
They're not going to find anyone, Boom. Unable to catch a target, though. Arrow! Woo! Saxa! He's going to be fine. It doesn't land, but my God, was it close.
One little misstep would have had him eating an arrow right there, and does manage to dodge out. Tundra managing to avoid any rotations out from Boom. Still building up, farming up on Skitter. Manta Style set to go next. Kaisanj already done on 9, going for his travel snack. So you're going to have a lot of mobility come through. You're going to have that global presence. You're going to be able to start catching out certain heroes and start punishing. You still have some good spikes on Boom. They are going for smoke plate.
Yeah, jump in, 33. He'll be the first target on the Visage. Can they burst him down? 33 still somehow surviving. Does go into the Stone Form, trying to heal up. Meanwhile, Yopaj, he does get snaking down to the Pugna. And they'll even find 33. Was that just a side plate on the Pugna in the back? I think it may have been.
Yeah, it looked like it. They managed to find a big kill. Smoke does pay off this time. Jumping the Visage first. You don't want to take a prolonged fight with that hero around. FBZ not done.
Yeah, he'll find the tree in. Saxa not going to be able to get himself out of this one. Yopaj able to take another along with FBZ as they'll move into the Tier 2 tower. And I'll tell you, John, they might lose Skem, and they do. 9 is able to pick up something for his team, but they're still going to lose that mid-tier 2 eventually. And it doesn't feel like Tundra's gotten anywhere near this stage where they feel confident to really get going.
No, I mean, you've got the Luna, and one of the things with the Luna that we always talk about, Mike, is its flash farm potential. It feels like it's a hero that needs a farm advantage to really feel big. You don't have that gold advantage over the TA, and you don't even have farm parity over the TA. Like, 2,000 gold's not massive. It is like halfway of one big item, so you're always just playing a step behind in terms of your win conditions here, while you're also still getting that build up on Jackie. Like, this refresh, once it's up, double Eye of the Storm, double Static Link, multiple heroes just giving free damage onto Jackie after that slow start. He doesn't need much more than that. Maybe a little bit of armor on hand just to prevent some physical burst output from, say, the Luna. But once you've got that up and running, Boom feels like they've managed to, find some answers here. They've taken initiative. They're the ones running. FBZ's been doing a lot of good work with that Blink Dagger up on the DK. And, Tim's maybe not landing some arrows, landing the important ones in the end does set up for them. They will lose their mid-tier one. They are smoking in for this defense.
That they are. They're going to try and force the fight. They still have the advantage in this game so far as they're just looking for the right target, and there it is. The Luna, that'll be the target. Arrow does land. Snaking trying to heal him up. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like it. Skidder is going to drop a Snaking. He'll try for a TP away and might just make it. But they should be happy. Finding that Luna, making life even more challenging for Tundra. As Boom, they might rush back into that mid-tier 2 tower that they never got to finish.
Yeah, should be able to finish that off now, and just, again, FBZ with a jump in, clearing out the angle for Tims to get the arrow follow-up. They're playing around their conditions really well here on Boom's end. Whereas for Tundra, the Visage, it looked really good in laning there, Mike. It hasn't had that big impact. The TA answer is just huge. Familiars don't last too long. You're not able to live through long enough to really just keep spamming out the soul assumption. Snaking's been doing a great job in keeping people alive with a life drain. That is a massive issue for Boom in some of these prolonged fights, but the fights don't stay that long. I think Tundra's best shot is just look to be aggressive once more with, say, Overgrowth plays. That's the big one. You catch Boom off guard, Overgrowth, and burn them down.
FBZ, he'll be slowed up. 9, that's a great 8 through Remnant, but do they have the damage for the Dragon Knight? Overgrowth will be there. FBZ going to be left behind to die. Tundra, they'll throw everything but the kitchen sink to make sure that one happens.
It's massive commitment. Overgrowth, not the shortest cooldown spell in the world. 120 seconds, 100 seconds across every level. So there's an opening now for Boom. Knowing that wide AoE control is missing, they could try to play without the DK stun. That is a little bit tougher. Yopaj's damage output is good though. Desolator almost done. He's got the double damage rune and bottle here, Mike.
Uh-oh. That's scary times, but they are going to make the jump in. They've got the stuns out. Yopaj, he'll pop the BKB going for the TP out, but look at the damage! Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. That is way too much damage. You cannot afford to get out by yourself like that. And it seems like Tundra, they are ready to group up this fight.
That's a big opening. These objectives just melt up against Visage Luna. It's the Lunar blessing with Familiars. Like, that's basically double damage. Yeah.
They hit for 93. It's a lot of damage.
Jeez. Paper.
Indeed he was. Johnsson. Tundra, they'll be able to get the mid-tier 2 tower. Boom Esports off to such a great start, but now maybe just falling a little bit behind as Tundra want to just move in again. FBZ getting caught out on the Dragon Knight, going to try and back out, but they've got the control again. 9 locking him down as Jackie now with his BKB. It's going to wear off. It's not looking good here, Boom. They've got to get that Razor out of there. Though 9, he wants to keep the chase going with an 8th Remnant. In fact, never mind that. They'll go after Skem instead. They can't quite go for the tier 3 tower yet. There is still tier 1s and tier 2s, but they could try for the mid-tier 3.
They've got that opportunity. Yopaj is back up and running. They need a couple of BKBs here in Boom. They need that BKB first and foremost just to have that solid initiation. Without that, it's just so easy for Tundra to pick them off one by one, and just, the damage is just wild.
Yopaj force the BKB again. The Visage, the Familiars with that stone just kind of ruining him. Forcing him to BKB up early, but now without a BKB available, they're just going to go straight in for the mid-racks. Tundra, just out of nowhere, completely shifting the game on its head as FBZ will make a jump in. Arrow's there. 9, he jumps right in the middle. Look at the damage output. FBZ's already gone. Oh boy. It was really just a tight spring, wasn't it, John? It's unwell now. Tundra, they just pull damage out of nowhere.
And they're just melting everything. Objectives don't last too long. They've got the mobility. 9 just able to set up the angles. Just with the travels and Kai and Sanj, able to really work that inner line. And for Boom, they need this BKB on FBZ. This DK cannot afford to die that quickly in the middle of these fights. They just don't feel durable with Visage finally hitting that point where, yeah, you've got level 2 Familiars, you've got all the items up, your mid-game plenary items are all ready. They're going to go for the Roshan now as well. Roshan number 2 with a free shard. I mean, free shard coming through for Luna could be nice. Free shard out for, well, everyone else kind of has theirs. Maybe you could go for Snaking, not really necessary. So Luna shard just going for free. Secondary life up on Skitter as well. Boom, they're not too far behind, right? Like the lead's not that massive for Tundra despite having that mid racks taken. So they can stall out, they can still keep building up on Yopaj, try to hit those spikes as well for Jackie. It feels like armor is necessary.
Scam getting caught out again, Saksa. Spidey senses were tingling there, John. Just knew somebody was in the tree line, and well, Scam, you've got to respect that Saksa does find it on that Weaver, as now they'll move to the top tier 2 tower. Boom Esports, the game shifted so darn quick, you barely know what happened.
Yeah, they just get online. They get ready to join in with Skitter. I think just having all this protection on the Luna allows that confidence for Skitter to just constantly show up, has the Lincolns up, not a very easy target for the static link anymore, and
so much damage.
It just doesn't last long.
Look how fast these Raxes are falling, John. It's too much damage. 33, he'll just keep the familiars going. Yopaj, he's gonna find a way to try and fight through this. Another Rax gone, just like that.
Yeah, just no counterplay. Like the team fight for Boom, it doesn't feel amazing. They really excel at single target pickoff. These big high ground defense fights, they need to split them up into small, manageable chunks here.
We go. Another team fight to break out. Tundra, he'll get the D-wards off. Skitter, he'll cop an arrow, but Tundra, they're not backing off. 9, he'll get in, but this is the Aether Remnant. Boom still feeling very hesitant. They don't want to fight into this right now. They need the right conditions. They just want to make sure the creep wave is forced out. That tier 1 bot tower is going to drop. In we go 9. 8th the Remnant does connect onto Tim's. That's the Mirana gone. FBZ, they'll throw the stun out, but they just don't have the damage. In fact, Skem's gone to boot. It's not looking good here for Boom. There's FBZ. He may not have made it out either. He does get the stun off, but the chase is going onto the Dragon Knight. FBZ forced to be keeping up with 33. He does end up going a little bit too far. FBZ, now with the turnaround, does find the Aegis on the Luna. 33's gonna buy back. He needs to get back into this team fight to help out Skitter, but do they have the damage before that? Jackie, he'll move in, but the Decrepify is there. Skitter pops the Eclipse, still surviving, as now the turnaround once again is there from Tundra's 9. He refreshes everything. Look at the angles. He'll move in with the step. 9 does go down, but he's done his job. Tims is gone. Onto FBZ they go. That's a Dragon Knight. Yopaj, he is gone as well. It's a full team wipe for Tundra.
That's going to be the entire high ground cleaned up. No one's there to defend. You don't have a buyback on Yopaj, no buyback on Jackie, no buyback on FBZ.
Oh boy.
There's no defense.
What have they done? What have they done? GG. GG's called Tundra. Hey, look, what can you say about this team, John? What can you say about this team? They're looking too clean right now. They're looking way too clean.
They really, really are. And just here accordingly in the rematch, going for a full 2-0 win over Boom Esports. Boom, I mean, they got the 1-1 a while ago, so it doesn't feel too bad, but it still kind of shakes up their standing for that upper bracket start in the playoffs, and I think for the side of Boom, gonna be real concerned. For Tundra, as you said, hammering in that #1 position, not just in groups, but even perhaps...
Lipat natin, tignan natin baka may maabot na pa tayo sa T1.
From Bedlam, honestly, I think they understood that
wala na din.
Would ask the
question,
just delay,
yeah,
and just you know, try to distract them with force Major's arenas being entirely a zone-out arena. I'm pointing at the screen, I realize you can't see it. And on top of that, with Soneko's Winter's Curse towards the end.
Yeah. Talo rin, talo. Talo rin T1, mga sir.
T1 for, you know, getting caught in that, because when you're in a game like this, you can't do the switch fast enough of thinking, oh, all they need to do is delay. And the moment that they do that to you, it hits and you realize, oh, we messed up. It's late.
I think, honestly, if I had to give an MVP, it's got to be to Laurel. Yes, by KDA, but he played an amazing early game. He wins his lane thanks to a good gank from Betboom. Not even a gank, it's a fight. Yeah. The Hawk shows up at level 5. A Visage TP's mid at level 5. Who in their right mind can't even blame Carl for that? Who in your right mind's expecting that? Zephyr is there because he knows something's up. But even then, it's the nuke damage. It's that early space for Laurel. Yes, they
Di
get the
yata
early tower.
maganda gising
Lesh can't
ng
play his game
mga
like they were hoping to
si
kind
team
of fight
natin.
4v5 and then get Gabion. It
Oo.
completely shuts down the early
Ah,
game
baka mag-rank
strategy.
game na kami mga tol.
Laurel goes fighting like a madman.
Baka
Gets all
mag-rank
his
game na
kickoffs.
kami.
I think that's really the crux here.
Sa
I would agree with you.
sa
I
group
would give
B
an
naman
honorable
wala
mention at
gaanong
least to Force Major
anong
because he
papanoorin.
identified halfway through the game that his job was just once again to delay, tank ganks, be the person who just makes sure the team fight goes well for Laurel, and he did that wonderfully. And I hope.
Masama gising ng masama gising ng boom. At saka ng S1 no ano. Baka mag-rank games na kami mga sir. Baka mag-rank games na kami mga Lodi. Ayan, ready. Kasi yung mga susunod na laro, goods na to eh. Panalo OG 2-0. Mga sir, talo rin D1. Ayan, salamat sa mga nag-subscribe sa channel natin Thank you sa inyo mga tol. Yung mga next game kasi, ano na to Group B na to. Ito, Team Spirit, wala na to Mind games kalaban nila, disqualify na yan Ang Fanatic Thunder Predator, alam na natin to. Match lang to, Fanatic Thunder Predator, magandang laro rin to. Pero di na natin to isi-stream. Tingin ko, Fanatic na to. Ano pa ba? May mga games pa ba na masakit? Ito ang masakit. Yan. Team Liquid, Team Spirit. Ito maganda. Last game to Last game to. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Ay, salamat din sa inyo. Salamat sa mga subscribe nyo tsaka sa panonood din nyo. Sana nag-enjoy kayo sa major na to. Wait lang. Wait lang natin mga Lodi. Yan. Sana nag-enjoy kayo sa ating stream. Wala 2-0 parehas T1 at saka Boom Esports. 2-0. Si Yopach para masakit yung ulo. Ikaw ba naman? Ilan laro ka kada linggo kahapon pa sila maraming laro Sobrang dami ng laro nila kahapon pa. Abin, dinig mo Abin. Sound check. Wala, nasa Discord na ako Ayan. Hindi ko lang. Wala pa akong marinig. Hello, John Dave Tan. Magandang gabi pare. Salamat sa mga nag-subscribe ng channel natin Yan, para ma-notify din kayo. Yan, ako? Crusader 3 lang ako mga sir. Crusader 3. Yan, ako ngayon, 15 win streak ako ngayon. Share ko lang, ayan. 15 win streak tayo ngayon. Sa rank yan. Yan, nakakachamba-chamba pa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 na pala. Ulit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oo nga, 16 na pala. Okay lang yan. Ginagawa lang nila yung trabaho nila. At least they're trying their best na maging caster. Ako naman, di naman tayo try hard copycat Goods lang tayo, goods. Nanonood din naman ako kaya nood lang din. Hindi naman tayo enjoy lang tayo, enjoy. Team Liquid, TSM, predict natin. Tingin ko babawi TSM dito kasi talo sila agabi. 2 beses. Sa team spirit. Yan. Sana wag makampante Fanatic dito kasi galing din ng talo tong Thunder Predator. Yan. Sana wag sila makampante dyan. Malakas din to. Sila Takakh. Sila pa kasi Dark Mago. Magaling din tong mga to kaya wag sila makampante dyan. Ganun lang talaga. Baka nagtatrabaho lang naman. Intindihin lang natin. Bin, yun. Kita marinig sa Discord eh. Ayan, 16 win streak na pala tayo. Tingin ko, sisilip-silipin ko na lang mamaya kung ano mangyayari. Goods na tayo siguro dito. Alright. Ayan. Okay, and shoutout nga pala sa ano ba? Sa Talon. Ayan, meron kasi silang event dati. Sumali ako, nag-follow ako sa page nila, ayan. Dumating na yung napanalunan ko, meron akong Talon shirt. Sayang, no? Boom Esports sa chat, yun, meron akong Talon shirt. Ayan, kaarating lang nito kanina. At saka, meron akong bagong, kasama doon, Steel Series. Ayan, Steel Series na mechanical keyboard na TKL. Ayan. So, napanalunan natin to. Ayan. Thank you Talon Esports. Kala ko, di darating eh. Ayan, Steel Series, may wristpad. Di pa natin nagagamit kasi may gamit tayo ngayon na keyboard. Yeah, no problem. Ganun talaga, ganun. May iba-iba tayong ano eh. Goods lang. Hindi ko marinig. Wait lang, di ko marinig yung kasama natin sa sa Discord. Bin. Wala akong naririnig, Bin. Yan. Naka-speaker ka ba?
Oo, naka-speaker ako.
Wala na bang sasali sa natin?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Ano natin sa GC? Yan, magdodota muna kami. Yung gamit na keyboard ngayon ipaparapol daw pag naka 1K subs na. Pwede. Sige, parapol natin yung keyboard natin na ano ba yung keyboard ko? ROG yung keyboard ko, mechanical keyboard din. Yan, gusto kong subukan yung keyboard kaso baka magloko. Hindi, ano yan? Bot ko yan. Tinatanggal niya na yung mga ganyan, mga malicious na links. Sa bot natin yan. Yan. Lord, sana may sponsor ka po. Wala pa. Nag-i-start pa lang kasi ako eh. Wala pa akong sponsorship na nakakuha pero yun. Mababa parang kasi yung subscriber count din natin. So sige, pwede yun. Yung recommended ng kumpare ba? Ng ano natin, malapit nating tropa. Pag na 1K sub tayo, subscriber, ipapa-raffle natin yung yung luma nating keyboard. Teka lang, kuhain ko yung keyboard ko na isa. Wait lang ah. Hindi ko na pala makita. Nakatago na pala yung box. Pero ano to, ROG. Wait lang. Yan, search nyo na lang. Ito ipaparapol natin pag na 1K subs tayo. Yan. Pwede naman. Di ko alam kung makikita dito sa ano. Sige, pwede naman na siguro dito. Hugutin ko. Ayun, ito. Ito yung isa nating keyboard na ipapamimigay natin. Siguro pwede na. Sa 1K sub natin, ito yung gamit ko ngayon. 1 year na lang din to. ROG siya. Yan, para makita nyo rin na ano, totoo. Yan. Type C ito, Type C na keyboard. Ayan. Ayan. Yan, ito. Yan, ROG na ano rin, na TKL ROG Strix. Yan, pwede naman. Why not? Meron naman tayong bago eh. Yan. Yan, ito pag-giveaway natin pag nag 1K tayo. Ayan, nailaw. Yan, sound trip. Palitan ko nga. Subukan ko nga yung bago. Gusto ko i-try yung bago eh. Gusto ko i-try yung bagong keyboard. Kung kamusta performance niya. Wait lang ah. Tanggalin ko muna yung isa. Type C rin yata itong isa eh. Wait lang ah. Subukan ko na siya. Gusto ko rin ma-experience yung kung paano siya gagana eh. Tabi ko muna itong luma. Ayan. Tanggalin ko na yung camera. Baka makita nyo yung ano eh. Yung pinakatago-tago. Wait lang. Ang mga sir, pagpapalit na ako ng keyboard. Subukan natin kung goods. Baka mas tumaas yung MMR natin pagka bago yung keyboard eh. Malutong. Then, lambot niya nga. Lambot niya nga sa daliri kumpara dun sa una kong keyboard. Ang lambot nito sa daliri. Itong bagong dating. Suabe. Ganda. Ang ganda sa kamay. Hindi siya ganun katigas. Basing mechanical, may ano. Kasi dalawa pa lang naman na experience ko na mechanical keyboard. Isang ROG at saka itong Steel Series. Yan. Di ko rin siya mare-recommend sa inyo kasi sobrang mahal nito. Nung napalanunan, di ko nga akalain magkakaroon ako ng ganito eh. Pangarap ko lang tong brand na to eh. Di ko akalain magkakaroon ako. Natsambahan lang siguro. Di ko akalain magkakaroon ako ng ganitong brand na keyboard. Ano bin? Wala. Kaya
Ngayon
talaga.
si
Baka makain.
hindi siya nag-aaya eh.
Ayun.
Sino mo ano?
Ano, nagkakabit ako nung bagong keyboard eh.
Sige, sige.
Subukan ko kung baka mas gumaling ako. Baka may pampapass hands. Saan pa pwede tanggalin to? Wait lang ah. Medyo malayo. Mahirap ilagay sa likod. Uy. Saan ba pwedeng ilagay ito? Wait lang ah. Ano ko may natanggal na akong ROG dun eh. Dalawang ROG to. So pag namatay yung isa. Yun. Tama naman. Okay. Tanggal ko na yung isang cable. Bugbog bin eh no? Nanood ka ba ng ano? Ng live? O nanood ka nung sa Netflix? Pambira. Di ma-shot. Ayun, paano siya inoon? Wait lang. Oh, wait lang. Ba't ayaw? Ba't ayaw? Yun. Okay. So, gumana na. Yan. Wait lang. Oh. Mouse to eh. Yan. Ayan, ready na daw. Okay. Ito na. Na-try na natin. Yan, okay. Subukan natin yung bago nating ano. Keyboard. Oh, yeah. Wala na yata eh. Bin. Ay, nabukas na daw si Jules eh. Bin, bukas na lang.
Sige, sige.
Ayan, bukas na lang. Bukas na lang. Hindi na pala ayaw magra-rank games. Ayan, kung dalang. Tingnan natin yung Fanatic. Manood na lang tayo. GG Bin, GG Bin.
Sige, sige, Bin.
Ayan, nood na lang tayo. Fanatic. Ayan, Thunder Awaken, Fanatic. Nood tayo, nood. Wait lang. Nood tayo, Thunder Awaken. Grabe, lambot naman nito. Uy, parang wala akong pinipindot. Grabe. Lambot. Ganito pala pakiramdam ng mga ganitong keyboard. Solid, oh. Wait lang, ah. Wait lang, guys. Ayan, nood na lang tayo, Fanatic. Ayan, Fanatic naman, panoorin natin. Alright, ayan. Thunder Awaken naman ang panoorin natin. Simula na ba?
Color, style?
Wala pa. Wala pang Thunder Awaken.
But collapse forced me to say it's good. Of course. Thanks a lot, collapse. Terrible. Please don't do that.
Wala pa. Wala pa pala mga sir. Pagka nag-start na lang. Ayan, wala pa yung Fanatic pala. 11:30 pa. Wala pa daw. Ayan. Schedule. Team Liquid. Ayan, TSM. Siguro ito yung cast natin. Tignan muna natin yung fantasy cards. Kung nakailan tayo ngayon. Mababa lang. 131 lang tayo. Mababa lang yung nakuha natin sa card natin. Yan. Tapos na yung mga nalagyan natin. TSM na lang yung wala. Yan. Ilan ba laro ng TSM ngayon? Alam ko isa lang din eh. 14. TSM isa. Team Liquid. Dalawa pala to. Dalawa. TSM. Yun lang yung laro nila. Yan. Isang laro lang din pala ang ano ngayon. Hindi, dalawa. Dapat pala. Hindi, wala. Wala palang laro to. Fanatic tsaka Thunder Predator pala to. Ayan. Solid. Ayan, medyo pinag-aaralan pa natin tong ano natin. Screenshot yan. Okay. Hindi ko alam kung paano nangyari pero nag-screenshot siya mag-isa niya. Ayan. Wala pa eh. Wala pa tayong match na pwedeng mapanood eh. Thunder Awaken yung next natin. So far, wala pa. Naka 16 na pala ako. 16 win streak na pala din. Alright. Kulit na itong ano na tayo, no? Kulit ng bot natin, no? Wait. Wala pa yatang laro ngayon. Thunder Awaken, wala pa.
Fanatic and Thunder Awaken, so don't go away.
Ayan. Thunder Awaken yung susunod nga. Alright. Wait lang natin, Thunder Awaken. Ayan. Thank you sa mga nag-subs ha. Hello, 21 viewers natin. Yan. Maya lang mag-ano na tayo ng ano natin. Thunder Awaken. Tsaka Fanatic. Tingin nyo sino magcha-champion ngayong Stockholm Major. Ito na ngayon yung ano eh. Ito yung updated nito eh. Schedule. Ayan. So, ang Team Liquid 5-3-7-3 sa Team Spirit. TSM 4-4 Tundra yan. Dahil nanalo sila. May panibago na naman silang record. 7-1. 6-2. 6-2 naman sa Betboom. 6-2 naman ang T1. Tingin ko number 1 na yung ano. Number 1 na yung Tundra. So, i-check ko lang yung fantasy ko para bukas. Ayan, habang nag-aantay din tayo. Yung fantasy schedule natin. Wala pa naman eh. Check lang na natin yung fantasy cards natin. Wait lang. Parang lumaki yung ano ko. Ayan. Kalma lang. Sabi na eh. Parang umano yung na-stretch yung ano natin. Okay, fantasy cards. Check natin schedule. Check natin schedule muna. Bukas. Fanatic, 2 laro. Gaming Gladiator. Tayo sila na ito eh. Gaming Gladiators. Para bukas to TSM. Isa lang laro ng TSM. Wag tayo dyan. Kuhain natin 2 Thunder Awaken. 2 laro. Liquid. 2 laro ng Liquid. Team Spirit. Wala na halos. Tundra, T1, OG. Tag-iisa na lang sila na laro. Yan, matatapos na to. Isa lang laro ng EG bukas. So, ang madaming laro bukas yung Group B. So, Thunder Awaken, Gaimin, Fanatic, Thunder Predator, Fanatic, Gaimin. Yun lang yung madami. Tsaka Liquid. Ayan, ayusin na natin yung fantasy cards natin. Wala gaanong T1. Kuha tayo ng... wala silang schedule. Isa lang OG, Takakh. Kunan nga natin kung may ano tayo dun. Matumba man. Siya rin yung carry dito eh. Rune grab. Di naman siya nagro-rune grab eh. Stun. Ayan dito. Ops di naman cramstock. Di naman siya nagka-cramstock eh. Skitter. Tundra. Isa lang laro ng Tundra. So, ayan. Ito na lang gamitin natin. Sacred. Wala daw lalo si Ariator bukas. Ayan. Fanatic ang marami bukas kasi 5% lang. Sige, Thunder Awaken tayo. Mid lane, yan. 2 naman ng ano natin sa Fanatic. Okay lang. 2 laro ng ano eh. Fanatic. Dark Mago. First blood, Comstock, runes grab. Kill, team fight, rune grab, first blood. Ayan. Kaya ano tayo dyan? Kay Chip Armel tayo dyan, syempre. Celery. Yan. Gaming Gladiators. Okay. Okay din. Comstock na lang. At saka si Januel. May di ba tayo nakuha? Liquid, wala tayong liquid. Team Liquid, kailangan natin kumuha ng Team Liquid. Ay, baka okay na yung Fanatic, pati nga. Team fight. Sige, ikaw na lang, team fight. Yan, okay na ako sa ano ko. 15. All goods na. Wala pa eh, wala pang na-alive eh. Wala pang na-alive sa ano natin. Wait lang ah. May tinitignan lang ako. Huy. Ayan. Wait lang natin. Wala pa yata eh. Yan. Yun na yung ano natin. Last ano natin. Fanatic. Siguro. Fanatic Gaming. Yan. Thank you pa rin sa mga nanonood ngayon ha. Ilan pa ba kayo dyan? 21. Hello, hello. And good evening sa inyo. 28 pala. 28. Sorry, yan, 28. Wait lang natin. Ayan, wala pa, hindi pa nag-i-start eh. Ayan, ito. Magbaban na yata ito.
Say, how many people can we get to chase one of us around? Like, so
Magbaban na
Matt
to,
would be like, oh,
magbaban.
well, I got 4 people. Panda's like, yeah, well, I got 3 and a BKB, so suck it. But, like, it's great to see the way that